Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. Over the course of several months, Sam and I have given you our top five and one worst picks for every level of Druid Spell from cantrips to level 9. And here I have cobbled them all together into some giant Frankenstein monster of a video for your viewing pleasure. Enjoy. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and we've covered wizards, we've covered clerics, we've covered bards. Now we begin our quest to talk about druid spells.
There's a lot of
And
them.
there are. So today we will be breaking down our picks for the top five and one worst druid cantrips.
Indeed.
All right. Well, we got the usual caveat that Sam ranks his spells 1 through 5, and I don't. I just pick my top five in no particular order. Sam, any druid caveats?
They don't get a lot of cantrips, no, they only get 2 cantrips. Beyond that, they're going to be prepared casters, so we'll touch on that whenever we get to like first level or higher slots, because they don't prepare cantrips, you just learn 2 cantrips like every other class learns their cantrips, so you only get 2, but 2 you pick until level 4, those are the ones you're going to get, so make it count.
Now, we both discussed before starting this video, before I hit the record button, that we weren't confident with our picks, but for opposite reasons.
Yeah.
You really like the druid cantrip list, and I don't care much for it.
I think the Druid cantrip list is the one that you could take most of these alongside one of my tops and probably have no problem feeling effective with them in the early game. That's where I think I land on them. There aren't a ton of these where I'm like, wow, this is actively bad. And there are a lot of mine that I think probably could be somewhat interchanged with a similar, slightly worse effect. And for that reason, I'm like, yeah, I'm genuinely happy with most of these. There aren't a lot of ones that were contending for my worst, right? There's just the one.
Yeah, I
guess
I kind of feel the same way about it, but I saw that as a glass is half empty thing. None of these are really bad, but none of them excite me either.
I mean, like, the only cantrip that really excites me is Mage Hand. But so beyond that, like, the competition is, it's pretty loose. I guess I like Minor Illusion quite a bit too, and neither of those are here. But the rest of this list is, I think, entirely serviceable. They all do a pretty consistent niche thing. You'll be happy, I think, with a lot of them. And for that reason, I'm like, yeah, this list is pretty solid.
All right, well, then you can have the honors. What's your number one?
Okay, I went back and forth on if this should be my number one or not. And I think, ultimately, it's going to be my number one because... well, we'll touch on my number 2 later. My number 1 is Frostbite. And Frostbite's my number 1 because it is a ranged D6 Vicious Mockery for Druids, basically. It is a early way damage support option for caster-based Druids that want a way to enhance the environment with some damage. This is an odd number 1 for me because normally I have a different one that's a very common we see on a lot of lists. But for what Frostbite does, imposing disadvantage on attack roll as a first level druid that wants to be doing full casting. Let's say you plan on going circle the land. Let's say you're, for levels 1 to 3, you're trying to figure out what you want to do. You're not pretty sure you're not going to do moon druid stuff though. You're pretty sure you're not going to be doing combat wild shape. This is a pretty easy option to routinely fall back on that not only does some amount of damage, but also supports the utility of your friends. So if you wanted to lean heavier on your spells doing the bulk of your heavy lifting, this is a nice fallback option to have while you sling out other first level, second level spells in the early game to empower what your damage is doing.
Yeah, I looked at Frostbite and I considered it, but I thought, well, I've already got too many damage spells already, so it didn't make my list. But
That's
yeah,
fair.
It's a nice one. Surprised it's your number 1 though.
I know.
That doesn't feel like number 1 territory.
We'll get into why it's my number 1 when we touch on why other ones didn't, I think.
Well,
so why don't we hop over to you? What do you got?
Let me see if I can correctly guess your number 2. Is it Guidance?
It is Guidance.
Yes. All right, yeah, that made my list. Guidance, all around good.
Yes. Here's the smaller issue. Druids really, I think probably of all the casters, they care most about their concentration. Guidance requiring concentration means in the early game, in their first level slots, whenever you're not really using a lot of concentration effects for the first 2 levels of the game, this is a relatively low cost, right? You don't necessarily need an hour-long duration concentration effect that turns off Guidance. The moment you get Summon Beast, the moment you start looking to do more of the upper tier Druid stuff, which is predominantly focused around concentration effects, long duration concentration effects, Guidance is shut off whenever you want those up. And because long duration concentration effects sort of, again, define most of the Druid subclasses, define most of what Druid is doing in the mid to upper tiers, this cantrip gets notably worse than a lot of the competition. Now, that doesn't mean you shouldn't have it on your sheet. I still think whenever you're not dungeon delving, it's still exceptional. But I typically want my cantrips that are high utility to be good in dungeons. I can always be using Frostbite alongside my Summon Beast. I can always be using Frostbite alongside my Conjure Fae or Conjure Woodland Beings. I can always be using my Frostbite alongside longer duration concentration effects that I don't feel bad doing 3d6 cold damage while I have another character making 2 attacks around. Guidance, I literally can't use while I have those out, and that is a pretty large downside. That being said, it's still excellent. It's still a bonus passive D4 to ability checks whenever you're, hanging out with your buddies and going around testing the local taverns, the competition in billiards. You can still boost your allies' buffs or ability checks there, but like, it's still great. It's just not as great as it is on a lot of their full casters, I don't think.
All right, that makes sense. Yeah, we've talked plenty about guidance. It's on a lot of lists.
It's very good.
Yeah. So I don't want to harp on about that too much.
That's fair. We can hop over down to my third best. I like this one a lot, specifically at first level, and it not scaling at all is kind of a sin, but it's not the end of the world. It's Shillelagh.
That made my list. I don't know if it would have if we hadn't, if I hadn't just done a video with Cameron about the Shillelagh build.
Sure.
I learned some interesting things. I mean, it's, when I first read the descriptions, it's a magic stick. That doesn't sound so good. I always thought though, like, all right, wherever you are as a druid, whatever hardships have befallen you, you're never far away from a magic weapon.
That's true.
That's good.
Yeah, you can always grab a stick and you're good to go.
But
it's nice that this affects clubs and quarterstaffs and sets their damage to D8 regardless. That's always pretty great. You can use whatever you need to, and it will, very crucially, and I think this is the most important bit of the text, this raises your damage floor from 1 damage to 1 plus your Wismod damage, because it lets you use your wisdom, your spellcasting ability modifier, which in your case is Druid is wisdom, instead of your strength for attack rolls. For attack and damage rolls. And that's just such, 4 is so much higher than 1 at first level and second level, which is when cantrips tend to get cast the most, that Shillelagh is if you are remotely engaged in mid-range, maybe you're not the frontline character, but maybe you are behind the fighter, next to the paladin, you're still someone to think of it leveraging your hit dice a little bit. Shillelagh is going to feel great just to be like, oh, this actually does as much damage as their longsword. Awesome.
Yeah, and I learned a lot of things doing that other video. Using a quarterstaff, that counts as you can use it as a polearm master feat.
Sure.
So that's cool. What else? No, I guess the other big thing was the wisdom modifier. Yeah.
That's most of what you care about with Shillelagh.
Yeah. But yeah, cool spell.
Yeah. I think very reasonable. What else you got?
Let's see.
We're blitzing through these.
Yeah, we are, and I'm working without a mouse right now, so bear
this is gonna a nice slowdown to our pace.
As
Bob grabs his trackpad and whittles his way over. What do you got?
I've got an old favorite, Mold Earth.
Mold Earth did not make mine, but you can lump it into my bucket of my number 5. So what's great about Mold Earth?
Well, oh God. Again, wait, was it Mold Earth or Move Earth? Which one is
Mold Earth is the cantrip name.
This one, you can still dig and move a lot of earth, right?
Yeah.
All right, that's the one. All right, good.
A lot of earth, and it's
a lot of earth. That's
there's an asterisk against every single one of those words.
What?
Because it has to be loose.
It has. Yeah, that's gonna come down to DM discretion.
100%.
Something I will discuss with my DM. Yeah, this is a cantrip. This might be one of my first ones I take. So this is something I'm going to talk about before, during the process of character creation.
Yeah. If you can use this like Minecraft and just excavate 5-foot squares and move them other places, it is way better than if most things are like brick and packed dirt, which is most of human life is packed dirt. Things have been sitting for a very long time. So, discuss what that means with your DM before usage. If it is the case that you're suggesting, though, Bob, where you can't excavate giant areas all the time, sure, I think it's great. I think it's quite powerful.
Or maybe if you're just on the beach and you want to dig a big trench to
sure,
bring the seawater inland, or so you can catch some fish.
I definitely still love that your entire frame of mind around this is your building civilization game, not Dungeons and Dragons. That always will bring me some amount of joy. Oh, we can use this to reroute a tributary. This is brilliant.
I like to think that I'm in this world using these things.
Sure. And I think that adventurers have very different uses than you or I would
Oh yeah,
for most of
absolutely.
these effects. I think
Anyway,
this is largely a cosmetic cantrip that you take if you want to be an earthbender, and you use it to change the colors and spell words and stuff and make different shapes and patterns. You can, cause it to become difficult terrain, which can be occasionally useful because it gives you like 3 instances of it for an hour. I think it's 3 instances of it, something like that. Yeah, you can cast it multiple times. Oh, sorry, 2 non-standard effects. So you can have 2 patches of 5-foot difficult terrain, which, like, in a tight quarter, maybe you use it to get an extra round of attacks. If that ever happens, it's pretty good. Most of the time you take this because you want to be the earthbender. Most of the time you take this because you want to be one with the land. And for that reason, it's fine. I don't hate it. I've seen it a lot, and it's like, okay.
All right, I've got another one.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know where they buried the body.
That's a great use.
Yeah, because that'll be the loose earth.
Mm-hmm. You can just like excavate it around and be like, where's Luther? Use it as a loose earth detector, if you will.
Yeah, there you go.
Perfect. Love it.
All right. Yeah, I feel good about that one.
Fair. Did not quite make my top 5 though. I think it's entirely reasonable though. I don't hate it in any way, shape, or form.
All right, what else? What are you on? Number 4?
I'm on my 4th.
Good
My
golly.
4th is Thornwhip.
Thornwhip made my list.
Thornwhip is the reason it made my list is because it's a unique druid effect that normally I don't rate very highly, but Spike Growth exists. And Spike Growth plus Thornwhip is way too cute a combo, especially for newer players to discover that, like, this will give people sort of a, oh my god, you could make interesting, unique builds in this game simply by leveraging those 2 kinds of abilities that are both pretty decent on their own, right? D6 damage isn't the most the heaviest thing in the world. Affecting large or smaller is a giant range of creatures. This will be a mediocre damage spell on its own, which is fine. Pulling someone 10 feet most of the time doesn't matter, but whenever it gets an extra 44 damage on it, this cantrip automatically becomes just so much more powerful and interesting. Using it with walls, using it with your teammates, figuring out how to pull people off of like just second story buildings, pulling people out windows and stuff. There's a lot of cool things to be done with Thornwhip. And for that reason, I'm like, this is a cantrip that I would readily build characters around or build with. Take his future abilities knowing that I have this as something in mind. And because it's Druid exclusive, because this kind of like defines Druid's ability to sort of interface with the world in some cheap, interesting ways, I think it deserves a mention.
All right, just to be clear, force movement does not provoke attacks of opportunity, correct?
No. Unless it is compulsion specifically, because that states it does.
Yes. All right. Well, that's a little bit of a bummer, but yeah, you went into a lot of depth. I like Thornwhip because it does a little bit of damage and something else.
Sure.
That's
kind of why Frostbite made my list, so I get it. A little bit of damage and something else is sometimes all you can ask for out of cantrips.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Yeah, so we were talking about Grasp of Hadar the other day, and I mentioned I always would prefer to push than pull, but I'd rather pull than nothing.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I'd rather have a D6 damage than nothing either, right? So like
yeah.
This also doesn't cost you an invocation. This costs you a cantrip. This scales with level, so this does 2d6 damage at 5th level. That's a way better option to take than Grasp of Hadar, which doesn't scale at all. I mean, like, Adder's Blast does, but that's agnostic. This isn't a Grasp of Hadar, but you get there is some interesting stuff to be done here with Thornwhip specifically on the class that cares often most about the area stuff. So for that reason, I'm like, yeah,
that's true. Druids
pretty
have a lot of area stuff.
Yeah, Entangle is an easy one to pair it with the first level. You can pair it with like all of the like flaming spheres and stuff are on their spell list, I believe. You can pair it with even like summoned companions, just bring them a little bit closer. Sometimes it's enough to get your summoned allies in range to start whacking them. You can do nifty things with any kinds of area of effect damage, which is again mainly spike growth, but there can be other options too that I just not thinking off the top of my head. But Druid does get a bunch of them. So
yeah. All right, fun times with
love me some Thornwhip.
Thornwhip.
All right, what else you got?
Oh. How many more am I supposed to have? I think
I'm 4 in. I've got my 5th left. That's all.
All right, I guess I got 4 as well. All right, yeah, I'm down to my least confident pick.
Sure.
I don't ask me to defend it. I chose Magic Stone.
I don't hate Magic Stone for the exact same reason I don't hate Shillelagh. It's basically the same thing, but at range.
Again, like, all right, whatever hardships I befallen, as long as there are some rocks around. I'll be all right.
I think so. Like Doric in the D&D movie, I'm envisioning she wasn't using a regular sling, but using Magic Stone because it makes a lot more sense to have, a high whiz character with a little sling that goes D6+3 as opposed to a D4 plus like 2. So, big damage upgrade to use Magic Stone. It works with plays, which is particularly cute. I'm a big fan of that. It also, if you consider Shillelagh a longsword and Magic Stone a short bow, I think I'm happy trading a cantrip for either one of those proficiencies that don't ask me to sink another stat too, right? You can play druids with low dex and either of these cantrips, and I think I'm pretty happy with that character, right? I mentioned at the beginning of this video, like there are a lot of interchangeable ones on my list. I think I would put this right alongside Shillelagh as this is an entirely reasonable option that you can absolutely take as a druid to get a little bit more mileage out of your cantrips as weapons.
Yeah. I guess I didn't want to load this up with so many damage options, but I just really didn't like many of the other options.
Yeah,
The non-damage stuff.
Yeah, like normally Create Bonfire makes my lists. It being concentration makes it substantially worse as a druid spell. There are a lot of these that are like Poison Sprays at D12 damage. That's probably worse than all of their damage options. And the rest of them meet my number 5, which is Druidcraft, which is basically a catch-all umbrella for all of the cosmetic cantrips. So it's going to be Control Flames, Gust, Mold Earth, Druidcraft, and Shape Water. All of those kind of fit into this bucket where they gave you a little bit of utility. I really do think they bring a lot to roleplay. They bring a lot to making your character feel a specific class. Druidcraft in particular, lets you make flowers bloom and leaves sort of bud. It lets you make harmless sensory effects like the stench of a skunk or the sounds of little small animals skittering around. You can snuff candles and torches and campfires and stuff. You can make little like golden orb for clear skies and detect the weather and stuff. It's really cute. Is it that practical? No, but it is really cute and will absolutely help the feeling of feeling like doing the druid thing. And that's an itch that I want scratched whenever I'm playing Dungeons & Dragons. I want to feel like I'm embodying a specific archetype. I want to feel like my character is doing the things that make them they are capable of doing the bread and butter magic that they would be expected to do on the cover of a fantasy novel, right?
Yeah, I don't know. That's it's one of those things like where I feel like, all right, I'm just gonna say my character's doing all that crap, and the DM's probably not gonna argue with me.
But they normally can't mechanically unless you take this
I
cosmetic cantrip.
know, but yeah, I'm gonna pretend.
That's fair. I think of all of them,
in my mind, I'm doing this, and yeah, the DM can't control that.
That's true. Everyone's got their own theater of the mind happening at the same time. I think that Druidcraft might be the worst of all of the cosmetic cantrips by like a pretty good margin. Like I think all of the elemental ones are probably better than this. I think Prestidigitation's better than this, and I think Thaumaturgy is better than this. Just because like detecting the weather is such a non-factor. Like my god. Sure, you're a forecaster, I guess. The other options are like tiny little sensory effects that are kind of like minor illusion, but most of the other cosmetic cantrips do get a little bit more than that. So while I say it's Druidcraft, I really mean it's just a cosmetic cantrip on your character sheet. I would recommend Gust. I would recommend Control Flames. I would recommend Mold Earth, like Bob said earlier. I'd recommend Shape Water. All those I think are excellent at doing the thing that you're wanting them to do.
I don't know why my camera cut off just now.
Nor do I, but here we are.
But yeah, thank you for continuing to talk.
Listen, life finds a way. We persevere.
All right, Druidcraft. Yeah, that didn't make my list. I'm pretty sure my list is over. But
yeah, I'm pretty sure my lists are over. What are your 5?
Crap, I didn't write.
Putting you on the spot.
Let me see if I can remember.
Okay, you can do it.
I had Guidance.
Yep.
I had Shillelagh.
Yep.
I had Thorn Whip.
Yep.
I had Mold Earth.
Yep.
And I had Magic Stone.
Those are your 5.
Okay,
Mine from top to bottom: Frostbite number 1, Guidance number 2, Shillelagh number 3, Thornwood number 4, and Druidcraft / the cosmetic cantrips is number 5.
All right, now the fun part.
The worst.
Not super fun with this one because yeah, like I said, nothing's horrible. But
when this is the worst cantrip on the list, I'm like, yeah, okay, fine. That's not the absolute end of the world. These must be pretty solid because there aren't any like horrific offenders. It's still pretty bad though.
All right, which one did you choose?
Resistance.
Yeah, I thought about that. But no, that's yeah. All right, go ahead. Why resistance?
Resistance sucks. It always has sucked. And for the reason that Guidance didn't even make my number 1 on this list, Resistance has that problem compounded, right?
Yeah.
Saving throws in dungeons are way more important than saving throws out of dungeons. And most of the time, you're going to want your concentration doing something else in your dungeon as a druid. Most of the time, you're going to want an animal companion. Most of the time, you're going to want a summoned elemental or fae or, some other kind of creature under your control that's eating your concentration. And needing then to break that, so your barbarian might add a d4 to a saving throw that may never occur, is a waste of a cantrip. You don't need that. You can do better on every other cantrip in the game. You will cast it ones of times per campaign, and in those instances, it's not going to feel like it's worth an entire cantrip slot, especially when you get 2. At the gate in first level, you can do way better than this. All of the cantrips we talked about today, 100% of them I would recommend over resistance on almost every character that exists. There will be some niche builds where you can use it as bonus actions and stuff that do make it quite a bit better, but other than that, it is exclusively uncastable trash.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. That was not my worst though.
Ooh.
It does something, which I cannot say about Control Flames.
Control Flames is a cute little cosmetic cantrip. I love Control Flames. What beef do you have with Control Flames?
It doesn't do anything.
It does. It instantly expands the flame 5 feet in one direction. But there's wood or other fuel present in the location, where you can instantly extinguish 5 feet of flames, or you can double the light of a torch. I would say this is as relevant as the light spell.
I guess.
Come on, shaping the flames into features is so cute.
All right, kind of cool, but yeah, just I stand by it. It doesn't do anything.
I said the Druid Crab might be the worst of the cosmetic cantrips. Having just reread this, no, you're right. This is the worst out of the cosmetic cantrips. I still like it over resistance because I would much rather.
You can't predict the weather.
If I'm on a Wildfire Druid, I will put this on my character sheet 100% of the time, just so I can feel like I can play with the fire, you know? So for that reason alone, even though it's not good, it's flavorfully enriching, and that's why it's not going to be my worst, but I entirely respect it being your worst. It is terrible. You're absolutely right about that.
Yeah, I've got nothing really else to say about it. I mean, I don't hate it. It's, just of this list, this is I had to pick a worst. This is it. If somebody gave it to me, I wouldn't be offended, but I would never choose it.
That's fair. Doubling light really is not enough. Like, all of the other cosmetic cantrips do something that's a little bit more exciting out of combat, and man, doubling bright light is not it. That is not nearly good enough to compare to Mold Earth or even Shape Water, which is again fairly niche, but at least does something.
Yeah. All right. Well, that was our list. We've already gone over them. Anything else you want to say?
Commoners, how's your list compare?
Do
you have the same 5 as ours? Am I way off base with resistance? I'm not, but you can tell me I am. Yeah, I don't know. Tell us what your thoughts on the Druid spell lists are. We're gonna have a lot to talk about in the coming levels because Druids are complicated. But yeah.
All right, so come back for level 1 Druid spells, and then go back and watch all our other Wizard, Bard, Cleric, Spell shenanigans.
Did we do Warlock?
I don't think so, no.
Not yet? Okay. Oh, we just do all the invocations, that's right.
Right.
We're going through those. Gotcha.
All right, well, we'll see you next time. Have a great day. Goodbye. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we'll be breaking down our picks for the top 5 and 1 worst level 1 Druid spells.
Indeed. We're into Druids, living our best life, turning into all kinds of fun critters and whatnot. Druids are prepared casters. That means you can prepare any of these in between long rests. You can be like, I didn't like this one. This one wasn't speaking to me. I didn't get to use it that much. I'm going to take something different. And you can do that every long rest. It's really great. It also makes niche effects a little bit better because you can say, well, I'm going to need jump for whenever we go onto the mountain climbing expedition or whatever. I'm going to need speak with animals if we're going to go, into a woods and you want to talk to animals. I don't know. You can prepare spells when you need them.
Yeah.
It's useful feature.
All right, there's that caveat, and the usual, I don't rate these in any particular order. Sam does, 1 through 5. Mine are just my favorite 5 in no particular order.
This is true.
Having said that, I wasn't too keen on the cantrip list, but there are a lot of fun things on the level 1 list that I liked, and a little bit of a hard time picking my favorites. And there were also a couple of good candidates for, my least favorite.
Yeah, there were 2 in particular, at least the worst, that I was like, ooh, this is actually kind of tough.
I'm going to make a prediction. I don't think we're going to have a very similar list at all for this one.
Maybe. There aren't a ton of these, surprisingly. The Druid spell list isn't exactly robust for their first level options. And prior to the printing in Elemental Evil whenever they gave us the free expansion of elemental spells, which was a great idea. And I'm really sad that we didn't see more free player content alongside adventures. I don't know. It could have sold adventures better. Maybe it was a good idea. Maybe the adventure was just utter crap because Prince of the Apocalypse was bad. Anyway, that's not important. They gave druids a bunch of really needed like quality of life updates like Ice Knife. So, there are a bunch of options on here that short up some of the druids' first level problems for sure in the player's handbook at least. You want to go first?
I'm sure I'll go first. What do I have? I've got Entangle.
Entangle is my number one. I've come to grow on this spell a lot. I thought it was like just mediocre whenever I started playing it. As a DMing for it, it's pretty sweet.
Yeah, I mean, it entangles, restrains a few creatures. What is it, 20-foot square?
Yep.
So yeah, if you got a couple baddies lumped together, you can have a crack at grabbing them with some weeds.
I think like this spell particularly shines brightest at levels 1 through 3. Well, the moment Summon Beast is online, which is you're gonna hear me whenever we're doing these reviews. Me talk a lot about Summon Beast and Conjure Minor Elementals and all the summon effects because it's kind of what Druid's bread and butter is. But they don't have anything like that by the first level, which leaves them in the original game, in the player's handbook only version of D&D 5e. They really struggled to have big high impact stuff outside of Entangle. But what Entangle does do that's high impact is if you can get 2 things to fail and get restrained, those 2 things are going to waste turns. And wasting turns for a single first level spell slot is excellent. It costing you concentration is a lot more difficult now in the modern era whenever we've got really powerful long duration concentration effects that you definitely want to maintain them on. So this spell isn't something that I love preparing in the higher levels. At the lower levels, though, excellent. If it eats 2 creatures' actions, difficult terrain, makes someone dash twice or something, this is going to have a great impact on a fight that's going to give your team an action advantage, which is really, whenever you don't have a great damaging option and stuff like that, kind of what you want in a druid.
Also, I mean, if if it does restrain a couple of creatures, that's 2 less creatures that are coming at you to break your concentration. So
yeah,
that's neat.
It's true. It works great alongside player or parties that have great ranged options, right? Where you can just throw in an Entangle and just if you're rolling against 2 things and both of them fail, you're like, oh great, we trivialized this entire encounter. We're just gonna take free prot shots at them until they die, right? And if you can get 2 free rounds of attacks against a low tier fight, it just ends the low tier fight. And those kind of effects deserve praise, and this is one of such of them.
And naturally, druids do have the concentration area of effect and summoning magic, which is what they're going to be wanting to use at higher levels. If for some reason they run out of those, and somebody else has an area of effect spell, use this to hold creatures in place.
Yeah, and very like 20-foot difficult terrain radius, the 20-foot square. I'm sorry, is pretty large. It will take 30-foot creatures and make them have to dash across it. That is notable, right? That is eating at least an action in a lot of scenarios that have fairly narrow quarters. And I think that's where Entangle is going to end up shining brightest. Doubling up on those area effect damage spells, if you're looking at like a Cloud Kill, this underneath the Cloud Kill will help keep enemies in it for at least an extra round, and at a really cheap cost. You're right. Like if you drop concentration in your summon effects, you go, okay, well, Cloud Kill's still down. Great. You're sticking that Cloud Kill for another round. That's genuinely a useful thing. Or at the very least, force them to dash out of it and not take other actions. And that's great.
Awesome. For 1 so far.
Nice. My number 2, I don't think this is controversial, but maybe I'm wrong. I think Absorb Relevance is nuts. I think this spell is really, really, really good. It's not like Shield, it's not Silvery Barbs, but my goodness, does this thing have a high impact when you need it?
Like I said, I don't rate these in order, but that was also my second one listed.
Yeah,
right,
it was almost my number 1.
My prediction might be wrong.
Could be. I don't know. We'll find out. Yeah, the extra damage on hit is fine at level 1, especially if you're playing like a Shillelagh Druid. It kind of makes it feel fine to use in the early tier. It's something I'm going to be preparing that often in the early tier unless I know I'm against elemental damage stuff. But past 5th level, it's so easy just to stick this as one of your prepared spells. Anytime you're dealing into elemental damage, you're just like, oh, actually, I'm resistant to that right now when I need to be. And that makes it really flexibly just great. It's like how Shield you only need the AC whenever you're going to get hit. And it says, hey, you got the AC now. This is the kind of thing where you only need the damage resistance when you're going to take that damage. And this goes, great. You're going to take that damage. Now you're resistant to it. Easy peasy. It's reactive. It's flexible. It's great. It's worse. And this is an important note as well. Druids have basically 2 different lanes. They're either Moon Druids or they're everything else. This is a lot worse on Moon Druids because Moon Druids can't cast spells in combat for almost the entire game. So you're like, okay, well, if I'm a bear, I can't use the Absorb Elements very well. You probably want other utility out of combat stuff there. If you're not doing specifically Moon Druid though, and you're playing any other kind of like mid-rangey Circle of Spores, Circle of Wildfire, Absorb Elements, it's great. Big fan.
Are there any other reaction options on the first level list?
Not that I saw.
Yeah, well, that's another argument in its favor, and that's
Absolutely. Yeah.
kind of where I was leaning.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a reaction option. It's good. That was good enough to make my list.
Yeah, general rule of thumb, if you want to empower your character, make sure you have good things to do with your bonus action, good things to do with your action, good things to do with your reaction, that's the hard one, and good things to ways to move. All those things are easy ways to make every little bit of your turn a little bit more important. What do you got next?
Let's find out. Number 3, I've got. Oh, I know this one didn't make your list. I've got Thunderwave.
Thunderwave did not make my list. I think that spell's overrated.
Yes,
What
you
do you got
do,
for me?
and we've done the video on it, and I gave some more thought. And yeah, you're right. It's not a great spell for if you're getting mobbed, and this is your Hail Mary to get everybody off your back. But I think it's got okay damage, and if you use it offensively, you're not trying to get people off your back. You're running at them and thunder waving them, hopefully into something even more powerful and dangerous.
There's a cute thing you can do where, because it originates from you, you can put that cube's facing in a bunch of different ways. So you can have it be like 15 feet out from you. If you're the center of it, it'll be like a nice little square around you. That's a cute way to do it. You can do a bunch of different weird facings with this. It's awkward to put. If my number 3 didn't get printed, this would have made my top 5 because it's kind of like the best thing Druids had for a really long time if they wanted area of effect damage. Again, this is prior to Prince of the Apocalypse specifically. This was just how Druids had to do damage in the early game if they wanted to have area effect damage. I don't love 2d8. I don't love the range. I think Burning Hands obviously is like way, way better than this. That being said, the 10-foot push isn't nothing. I've seen it be effective enough, and effective enough is good enough for a lot of players. If you like Thunderwave's knockback, if you like the thematics of it, I think it's pretty harmless to put on your sheet. It's by no far my worst. It's not my top 5, but it's by no far my worst.
I also, I've been in kind of a shoving frame of mind lately. Been looking into a lot of shoving options, and I thought, wow, combine Thunderwave with telekinetic feet, and you can push them miles away.
This is true.
Not
miles. Literally, like 30
feet,
but a while.
Yeah, it's a lot of shoving.
Sure. It also helps, right? Like, we just prefaced this, Druids like making area of effect damage. Thunderwave does give you an area of effect shove. If you are want a really easy clean combo for a relatively new Druid, Spike Growth plus Thunderwave, you go, okay, put a Spike Growth down, things move through it, you shove them back in with Thunderwave. That's a nice easy 1-2 punch.
All right. Well, we have deviated paths. Let's see if we continue to do so. What's next on your list?
I imagine we are going to continue to deviate paths just because this would be Thunderwave if it didn't exist. It's Ice Knife for me.
I thought about Ice Knife. I thought, could use a good damaging option, but then there's just so many spells that I wanted to put on this list, and I did not.
That's fair. I like Ice Knife a lot, specifically on Druids, because again, now this is like usurped Thunderwave as the best first level damage spell Druids get. And the reason I really like it is I like it in the early tier. I like it levels 1 through 3. I like that it has a 60-foot range. I like that it always does the 2d6 area damage, but it also lets you like selectively pick whatever you want to potentially take the 1d10 bonus damage. So you're in the situation where you have a little bit more flexible of an area of effect damage thing, where things that have lower HP you can deal less damage to, and you can give a little bit more damage and that has more HP. Like, conceivably, if you can hit it, right? There are a bunch of little nuisances with this spell. It being an attack roll and a damage save makes it so sometimes you're only doing the d10 damage and you'll have 2d6 to other things. Sometimes you're only doing the 2d6 damage and you're missing the d10. But you always getting the explosion, you're being able to do a d10 plus 2d6 is genuinely a decent chunk of, like, that compares well to Guiding Bolt. And then it has 2d6 area effect damage stapled right to it. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, this almost made my list. But
do you need this and Thunderwave? Certainly not. So if you like Thunderwave a lot, I would probably not also put this on my sheet for what that's worth.
I don't know what I tell you about next one. Maybe I should have chosen Ice Knife.
I'm like, you're really bringing a lot of confidence to this.
I started out confident, but now I'm gonna say Speak with Animals.
That did not make my top 5. I love Speak with Animals dearly. I put it on almost all my Druids almost all the time. It doesn't deserve top spot. Come on.
I know, but I thought, I've got a druid list, and I've got Entangle's druidy, okay, but speak with animals. You're a druid.
I
You gotta
agree.
speak with animals.
I really think they should just get it. Like, I think they're like how Rangers got an expanded thing in Tosh Called and everything that's like you always have these spells. This kind of deserves to be on like a Druids always get this. This feels more like it could be a cantrip for Druids, and I'd be like, yeah, I entirely get that. That's super fine. Even just like Druidic should just work with speaking with animals. If you know Druidic, you can use that to speak with animals. That seems like a really easy way to set up Druids as the animal speakers, the Beast Whisperers and stuff.
Yeah.
I find it to be very fun. I've always loved playing with it. It definitely isn't something you're casting every encounter, every session. It's definitely not something that you're going to be able to find a lot of value out of in every session. There will be some that's super useful. Some, animals are the scouts that are everywhere, but it's not consistent.
Yeah. Anyway, no, I don't feel bad about this.
That's fair. You don't have to. It's a ritual spell. There's a big perk to it, right? This is a spell that doesn't cost you spell slots once you prepare it. So if you've got like 4 other spells locked in, you go, I know what I'm using my actions. I know what I'm using my slots on. I'm sorry. This is a really easy one to just go, okay, well, if I'm taking a ritual spell or two, why not speak with animals? My next reason is a reason why to not pick speak with animals, because it's also a ritual spell. It's Detect Magic. Detect Magic is a baller spell that I think is way more applicable than speak with animals in most tables and most environments, and gives you great information. It's helpful with trap finding. It does a lot of world building alongside high utility in dungeons. That's why I think it pretty much readily deserves a spot to prepare. And again, it's a ritual spell, so if you already know what you're doing with your spell slots, that's a really easy way to passively empower your character. If you prefer Speak with Animals to Detect Magic as far as exploration goes, I think it's entirely reasonable to be that slot, though.
I did not pick Detect Magic. It should have made the list. It's easily a top 5. However, we've talked about it. It's on like every list.
And it's going to
We've
keep
talked
being on
about it
mine
so
because
many
it keeps
times.
starting the slot.
Yes, and that's fair. That's fair. Another reason I knew you were going to take it.
That's a good reason.
So,
we can talk about more
yeah.
spells this way.
Yeah. But also, there's Goodberry.
Goodberry is my number 5.
Here's your number 5, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I mean, druids also get Healing Word. Hard to say which is definitively better, but I think if you've got somebody else with Healing Word, then you've got Goodberry. There's 2 different ways. And if you got somebody with a familiar that can deliver the good berries, even better.
I'll do you one better. So in Toxic Cauldron and everything, they added a feature called Wild Companion. So in D&D of old, like 3.5 and stuff, druids had an animal companion. Now they've reworked that as Wild Companion, which lets you use your wild shapes to cast Find Familiar with a duration. So you get hours equal to half your druid level. So a 2nd level druid can have a familiar for an hour, which makes Goodberry automatically so much better. Because now where Healing Word takes you actions, this or takes you bonus actions to use in combat. I'm sorry, that it takes off your ability to cast high level spells and stuff like that. With this, you can use a Find Familiar for an hour, give it your good berries that you use out of combat, and now you've got 10 healing words that don't take your action that can get people off of 0, which is it's so yucky good. There are some caveats there. If you need to be using your wild shapes for other things, namely wildfire druids or circle of spores or moon druids, it is a lot worse because you want to be using those more powerful things to Find Familiar sometimes. In the instant that you're playing like a shepherd or you're playing the Circle of Stars, I think that's the one that gets like the guiding bolt and stuff. If you're either of those archetypes and aren't using wild shape for other things beyond like exploration and whatnot, getting it familiar for an hour that can deliver good berries will take your utility up to 11. It'll make it so like you are playing 2 characters, one of which is just 10 healing potions, in addition to the help action, in addition to other things that familiars are really good at. So I think Goodberry absolutely deserves a spot, especially because Wild Companion exists.
Yeah, and I mean, like, you can even distribute your good berries to the whole party.
Yeah.
So that, yeah, it's not ideal if somebody else has to use an action to give another guy a good berry, but it's nice to have that option available.
It really is. If you go down and you're the one that's supposed to keep people alive, having other people with your good berries means you come back up. If you go down and you only have Healing Word, that's no longer enough. There's nothing you can do. I think Goodberry is an underrated little spell that is basically how I would only want my druid to be healing for the first entire tier of the game. For levels 1 to 5, I'm really only going to be leaning on Goodberries to keep people up and using my spells for their stuff.
Yeah, and if you've got a stickler of a DM that's worried about your food and stuff, these provide nourishment for a day.
This is true. I do have a rules question. I think this constitutes using an object. It might be use magic device though, and depending on which that is, Thief Rogue either is really good with these or is just like okay, not that great. But If it's used magic device, it's worse. If it's used an object, this is really good because Thief Rogues can do this bonus action with their fast hands. So that's
I
cute.
think it's going to be used magic device.
I would assume that as well.
Yeah.
Or like activate a magic item or whatever. I'm not entirely sure. I mean, so healing potions are magic items. I know. I think you can. I think you can use.
Potions are magic devices. I read this recently.
Okay. That means you fast hands shouldn't work with them, but it does work with alchemist fire and acid and non-magic
Those are not
items.
magic. Yeah.
God,
Which
thief is a
is
weird
ironic
option.
because it
Yeah,
seems like a lot more complicated to use alchemist fire than it does to shove a berry into somebody's mouth.
I entirely agree. And you also, you should talk with your DM if you do have a thief rogue in the party. Be like, hey, can they distribute good berries as bonus action? I guarantee like 80% plus of DMs will say yes. So,
Um, that was your number 5. Are you done with your list?
I am. Let's right
Wow.
through it.
Wait a second. Let me check and make sure I got all mine. I sure do. Wow, we blitzed through those.
Like you said, we have talked about Detect Magic quite a bit. So,
Yeah. What do you got?
my worst? Are we? My list. So,
No list.
all right. 1 is Entangle. 2 is Absorb Elements. 3 is Ice Knife. 4 is Detect Magic. 5 is Good Berry.
Yeah, these lists
I'm
are a
not.
lot closer than I thought.
Yeah, what are yours?
Entangle, Absorb Elements, Thunder Wave, Speak with Animals, and Goodberry.
I do think like our damage spells and our ritual spells are kind of interchangeable. I'm not saying like Speak with Animals is uncastable. It's pretty fine if that's how you want to explore the world. And I think damage option wise, Thunderwave is not. It's a reasonable damage option. It's just not as good as its competition, I don't think. If you enjoy that thematic though, I get it.
What's your worst?
Can you go first? Because I have 2.
Of course you do. All right, I'm pretty sure one of them is going to be the one I chose. I've got Detect Poison and Disease.
I think we're gonna have the exact same conversation that we had recently on Cleric. Yeah, Detect Poison Disease is definitely one of my runner-ups. The other one, I guess I have 3 then. We'll talk about what I haven't talked about before, but talk about why Detect Poison Disease isn't great.
Well, the main reason is, I mean, I don't know if main reason is kind of bold, but let's see, because Purify Food and Drink exists on the very same list.
And neither are spells you should ever prepare.
No, but if poison is a thing, then rather than detect it, just purify whatever you're given.
And I'm of the mindset, if poison's a thing, detect it and don't eat it, right?
Yeah.
Like, you don't need to cure it if you know it's there.
My way is better. I'm hungry.
Yeah, sure, that's fair. In any case, both these are the kind of spells that are in, like, you prepare these for the King's Feast that you suspect a poisoner is going to be there. And that's the only time you ever prepare these. And in those instances, it's kind of like, aha, we figured out the puzzle ahead of time and this confirms our suspicions. And that's like the only use case these things have. Because the rest of it's like, no, I'm good.
Would the other thing is, when do you need to detect a disease? I mean, like,
in a more compelling game,
if somebody is diseased and they don't know it, then they probably don't have any symptoms, and who cares?
So
if they do know it, like if they got like leprosy or something, like, need a spell to see that.
Okay, let's put ourselves in the Walking Dead situation, right? Let's say we're in a zombie apocalypse where zombieism is a disease. I think because Lesser Restoration exists, this spell gets to be worse. Because in a situation where there are diseases that can be mind-altering, there are diseases that can incubate and have devastating effects long-term, not knowing about them and not having to have tools that can... not knowing about them could be an interesting tension that could give Detect Poison Disease some comfort, right? You can say, okay, I prepared this, we're going to detect poison disease, who's got the problems, we'll figure out how to deal with those problems, we know who's got the problems, right? You use this to sort of go into new organizations, be like, maybe they're diseased by like an aboleth that's doing, some kind of mind control disease, and we want to make sure they aren't aboleth servants or whatever. That could be a cool use case for it. Unfortunately, Lesser Restoration says there can be no cool diseases. So, like, that's a bummer. But I think there could be potential for Detect Poison and Disease to maybe have applications in a different game. That's not the game we play in, though, and that makes it pretty abysmal.
Maybe you could find out who is an alcoholic.
Sure. Alcoholism is a disease, as we all know.
I was thinking, it's one of those things that is like garbage in this game, but in real life, instant diagnosis.
Yeah, very useful.
That'd be
in a
amazing.
game with a more engaging disease system, could be
Yeah.
really cool. If you could make it better, disease system for the edition, I'd be all about detect poison to disease. Then you could even make it have a little bit more text and more effect to deal with that. I do want to briefly touch on snare. Snare is also abysmal. Snare is definitely doable with a mundane mean.
I thought about it.
Yeah, that's the one I wanted to talk about at least. It's like you could, if you told me these are the mundane rules for building a snare, I'd be like, yeah, sure, why not? That makes enough sense to me. This costs you a spell slot, has a minute creation time, and isn't that effective at doing anything. Like, you could just cast Entangle and have a big restraining difficult terrain thing. It's a split action. This takes you a minute to set up, and things have to walk onto it. No, this is never happening in a proactive way.
Damn, that's not even the worst part.
What's the worst part?
You lose your rope.
That's true. The rope goes away, which is so stupid.
If you set up a regular snare, you get to keep the rope when you're done.
Yeah. Snare is a mistake. I can't believe they printed it, but here we are.
I'm glad you said that because, even if it meant cheating, because I really wanted to pick snare, but I thought, no, detect poison and disease is still worse.
Yeah, listen, this is the similar reason why you didn't put Detect Magic on your top 5. I'm like, we talked about these two already. I'll include some other hot trash.
So
yeah,
okay, what were your 3? Did you cover all 3 worst?
I mean, honorarily, I covered purify food and drink.
Oh, all right. Was that one on there?
Yeah, detect poison, disease, and purify food and drink are kind of lumped together, and then snare is my other this spell's awful.
But yeah, fun to talk about though.
Agreed. Druids. They're pretty good. They didn't used to be this good, and then they got a lot of support from the subsequent books, like Absorb Elements, Ice Knife. Both those made my top 5. The Wild Companion makes Goodberry a lot better. A lot of the utility of Druids, their action economy got a lot better because they got some extra flexibility stuff. They can use their wild shapes better in combat. They've got a better selection of subclasses that round out new things they get to do. The classes got a lot better over time. So if you played Druid before, but a little bit jaded with maybe Circle of the Land or Moon and didn't have a good time, I would recommend trying out with some of the new subclasses. I'd recommend trying out some of these new spells. I think you're having a great time.
All right, that was level 1 Druid spells. Go back and watch our Druid cantrips and stay tuned for level 2.
It's gonna get spicy.
Yeah.
Can't really talk about Summon Beast a whole lot.
And go watch Cleric and Wizard spells. And we did we do any?
We did Bard.
No, that's all. We did.
Yeah, we just
watch
finished
that
Bard.
too. Yeah, that's right. Too fresh in my mind. All right. Well, thank you for joining us, and thank you, Sam, and we'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we'll be breaking down our picks for the top 5 and 1 worst level 2 Druid spells.
Little plant. It's a druid friend. Druids are prepared casters. This means you prepare your Wismod plus level every long rest druid spell slots you got ready for. So if you're a level 3 druid with second level spell slots, you can prepare second and first level spells, and you get a number of usually 3 is your wisdom modifier at this stage, plus your level, which is 3 for 6 whole druid spells you get to prepare. So you got some options. You got some choices. It makes spells that are a little bit more niche that you can prepare out at the end of a long rest, know it's coming in the future, a little easier to take. Makes preparing your spells opens up more options, and it's good to then know the spell list a little bit better if you're a prepared caster. That's just I like to make a little statement before we go in and talk about all these, because you're not going to always prepare all these. There'll be times you want to prepare something a little bit more specific, but a lot of these are just be like, oh yeah, this is excellent.
Yeah. And also we should add, as always, Sam lists his spells top to bottom, 1 through 5. I just picked my 5 favorites in no particular order. So, what do you think about level 2 Druid spells?
There are some real bangers, and then there's the rest of them. Is kind of how it felt to me. There are some that I was like, oh, this spell's gas, and I was like, oh, this spell's uncastable, and I was like, oh, that spell's really good too, and I was like, oh, that spell's also uncastable. It's polar opposites. There are very few just yeah, it's fine effects here.
No. I thought there were a couple. I thought there was a lot of trash, a couple really good ones. I thought there were a lot of middling ones. And like you said, a lot you're gonna just need in specific situations.
There are a handful where I'm happy to prepare them for specific situations. We're not going to touch them much, but I think protect from poison. Okay, you're going against the poison dragon. Sure, whatever. Things like Gust of Wind, even it's we're going to go into corridors. We're going to a tight dungeon. Sure, prepare Gust of Wind for that. most of the other ones that are like, oh, I don't know if I could ever find a time to cast this and be happy with it.
Yeah. Man, I hope we don't both have the same worst, but I think we might.
I'll deviate. There's plenty of worsts to talk about. Don't you
Yeah,
worry.
yeah.
I'll find another just in case.
Oh, no, don't cheat. Oh,
Bobby,
this is
I can't help but cheat.
yeah, I know that's true. But yeah. Well, all right, you can start today. What do you got for number one?
Summon Beast is gross. It's really, really good. So the Toxic Cauldron of Everything introduced a bunch of summon spells, and they really shored up the problems that summoning magic has had in this edition, namely in that the conjure spells are utterly busted or don't function. And for that reason, they gave us instead like a much more contained, finite. You spend your concentration on a whole extra character. They're so ridiculously good, right? A concentration to command for attack actions is great. They give you a bunch of free hit points. They're an easy place to put spell slots into. They're exceptional. And the cheapest one you can get is Summon Beast. And I genuinely think if you're playing Druid, this is probably one of the core pillars you're going to lean on in the early tiers is just this is my extra attack. This is my additional companion I got running around, pecking things eyes out. You take all three of the speeds and you're happy with it. They're usable in all environments. Flyby is a great trait for the aerial ones to keep them alive. The land-based ones get pack tactics, so they have advantage on their attack rolls if you're going like fighting next to them. It's sweet.
Yeah, Summon Beast definitely made my list. I figure if you're gonna be a druid, you're gonna be leaning on summoning magic sooner or later. This is your introduction to it.
Absolutely. Like you get Wild Companion at level 2, I think, which is like a fine familiar use of your wild shape. So with this alongside it, you have just like you can play the beast magic character. Whereas prior to Toxic Cauldron and everything, you're like, I'm a druid, but I interact with only animals I find in nature. Bummer. So it's nice that there are like actual real options now. That you have animal friends. And they're pretty stellar as well. Oh god, it's so good. All
Yeah.
the traits are amazing. Not amazing, but they're solid for second level. You can upcast this at fourth level and be happy with it. If you like the beast thematics, getting extra attack on your beast is great. And this isn't something your DM goes, oh my god, how many Chinels are there now? I can't deal with that. Are you kidding me? This is a very contained, you have one beast. It does the beast thing. Your DM can account for it, kind of like an extra party member or break your concentration to make it go away. It's very much easier to manage, but still very powerful.
When's the next beast? Not beast. When's the next summon spell come online?
Next level.
Next level. Okay, well,
Yeah, it's Summon
still,
Fae there.
this is cool. Summon Fae, that's a good one.
It's a fun one. I like that you still will have reasons to use all the summon spells, so preparing varieties of them for their varying effects is neat. Like if you want a purely combative wolf to be at your assistance, Pack Tactics is on your wolves from Summon Beast, and it does upcast as well as Summon Fae does for fourth level. They get to make 2 attacks, they get all their abilities and stuff like that. They get the bonus hit points for upcasting. Upcasting these feels pretty solid. So,
All right, Summon Beast, we are agreed.
what else you got?
I got Spike Growth.
My number 2.
Yeah.
I have a hunch this is going to look very similar.
Ooh, looking at this, I know one more is gonna probably make both our lists. I'm not sure about the other two, but yeah, Spike Growth. This is I don't know. I feel like this is the evolution of Entangle. This
Agreed.
is when your area of effect, but this one also does damage.
Yes.
And
I think
it does damage whether or not the more movement is forced or voluntary. Good times.
this is definitely a spell that with the involuntary movement, there's a lot of fun to be had, especially because it's so early in the game. You can very clearly and easily take some things that don't necessarily work great on their own, but combine them together with Spike Growth to all of a sudden have a themed character that's heavily empowering something, right? Just having this and Thorn Whip will easily set you up to go, I've made a character that takes advantage of Thorn Whip better because I took Spike Growth. You can kind of these synergies go in together. You can just have like a really easy, digestible early build that only requires you to prepare a spell. On top of that, right, something that's a little bit, at least I brush off a lot, is this is disguised terrain, which means the first instance of damage is often free. And then things will then go, oh, I just took 2d4 damage. That was obnoxious. Why did I take 2d4 damage? Then they will examine, oh crap, I'm in a Spike Growth. And then they get thrown yoink through it and take 44 more. And that's all pretty spicy and sweet if you ask me.
Yeah, I also completely forgot that was part of the spell.
Yep.
But yeah. Bonus.
Yeah. That's a great little flavory bit on top of what is a delicious build around movement empowering effect.
Yeah, because I mean, if several party members have abilities or spells or whatever's, that can force movement, then yeah, you can bounce somebody around inside that spike growth and.
You really don't need to get a lot of damage out of this to be justifying the cast either. I think if you can get 64 damage out of this, you're very happy with it, and you can easily get that on your own a lot of the time. You obviously would like more, and like you just suggested, if you've got a Grasp of Hadar Warlock that's pulling things into it, it makes Grasp of Hadar not be utter trash. That's nice. But like you then have other options like shoving that gets a lot better, that guarantees damage with it. You've got all kinds of little things like telekinetic. You get the Crusher feat to move things around in it. Your party can even like build towards this. Now, this is the concentration, so it competes with Summon Beast. So if you want to do the Powerful Beast thing, you probably don't do it alongside Spike Growth. You probably build with Spike Growth in mind. And if you don't do the Spike Growth thing, you're probably just leaning on Summon Beast because these both take concentration and you use them both in combat. So like, you probably don't want both of them all the time on that same character. Just a consideration.
All right, spike growth. What else you got?
Pass Without Trace.
Oh, so do I.
Yep.
I think we might be at least 4 for 4.
My number 3 is Pass Without Trace. It is +10 to stealth checks in the whole squad, and that's gross. It's really good. They built the system.
Just the whole squad. Everyone you can see within 30 feet of you. This could be like the whole village.
It could.
Like, now, to be clear, they don't have to stay within 30 feet, right?
They do.
They do.
They clarified it. Yes, they clarified it on Twitter, I believe. Jeremy Crawford was like, they get the bonus when they make stealth checks while within 30 feet of you. For the duration, each creature you choose within 30 feet of you has the bonus. They have to be within 30 feet of you when they make the checks.
Oh, well, that's a little bit of a bummer. That's not how I thought it worked. Because I looked over the description a few times just to. It doesn't say that, but all right. Well, if that's the rules, that's the rules. Still, it's really good.
It's nebulous. I used to always run it the way you're describing, and it was yucky good there. I've now started running it the way where they have to be within 30 feet of you. It's still been about as good. So like, it's not a huge detriment to it in most cases.
I mean, if it was like you just start within 30 feet and then you go wherever. I mean, this lasts an hour?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Again,
I mean, you could be doing like different missions around the whatever. Around the town.
Around getting into a keep and everyone's got +10 for the whole hour is pretty sweet. Again, this does take concentration, but at least it's using different environments, the Summon Beast and Spike Growth kind of stuff. So this is something you use for your out-of-combat exploration, and whenever you get into the dungeon, you're like, okay, we're not stealthy anymore. Beast, get in here. We're killing stuff.
Well, I mean, yeah, it requires concentration, but that's not a huge issue out of combat.
It is between combats, because that's whenever your hour-long duration Summon Beast is going to want to be out, right? And we're going to hear a lot of me mentioning of Summon Beast because Druids have a very hard time managing their concentration because of how good hour-long summons are.
Yeah, well, I was thinking for just different missions. You haven't been in a combat. You just want to go stealthily explore something.
Yep. That's how a lot of adventures start.
When you need combat, then you don't need stealth anymore.
Yeah. Absolutely.
All right, Pass Without Trace. We are agreed once again.
Ready to be 4 for 4?
All right,
it's Hold Person.
Oh, I thought it was my turn.
Is it your turn?
I think so. Yeah, because you picked Pass Without Trace.
Can I speak for you? It's Hold Person.
Hold Person. Yeah, that's another one. That was the one I thought we'd definitely both have it. Yeah. So that leaves one left. Woo. All right, Hold Person.
Yeah, well, it's your turn. I spoke for you. All right. What do you got?
No, that's fine. I mean, the same thing I had every time else we mentioned Hold Person. Yeah, it's a save or die, sure, but that die part of it is truly die.
It really is like
a person, and you want that person dead. Yeah. If you just want a hostage, okay, you can tie him up. But if you want that person dead, you will get your wish.
Yes.
Because what is it, advantage and auto crits?
Yeah.
Yep.
This is the kind of thing where like they kill your Summon Beast and you go, how dare you? Hold Person, Barbarian, get them. And then they're just decimated. Because once again, this does take concentration, which is we're seeing a theme for Druids here. You're gonna be playing around your Summon Beast a lot. Still, Hold Person is really debilitating, like you suggested. Like, this is the kind of thing where you go, oh, that's a humanoid? This is way better than a Beast Companion. It's dead now. Assuming they failed to save. There's a bunch of caveats. That's why it's my number 4, not any higher, is because it being a Saber die does make it so it trivializes a fight or it does nothing at all. And, that kind of polarization doesn't appeal to a lot of people sometimes, and I respect that. I personally don't like putting it on my sheet, but as a DM who's played the DM for it, I've watched encounters get folded in half because my big bad happened to be a tiefling, and that tiefling's paralyzed. Guess they're dead. So it's real good.
All right. Are we going to be 5 for 5? What do you got?
Probably. I know you really like this one, and
Yeah, all right. Yeah,
I've been
yeah.
looking
It's
over
the
this
one.
list the whole time. And I'm like, there is nothing better than this. It's heat metal.
Yes, it's heat metal. We are
Yeah.
5 for 5. Oh God, I think we're going to be 6 for 6 too. Nice.
I really should pick anything else because this is concentration, but like the other effects on here that I like are concentration based. So if you're, this will make ritual spells very, very a lot more appealing, especially lower level ritual spells, especially lower level cheap first level spells. Preparing them is relevant because if you've noticed, all 5 of these are going to be ritual spells. Druids are very, very, very tied to their concentration. So, all this with a grain of salt. You're not going to want all these prepared at once, like we prefaced earlier. Maybe take some of the more niche ones in circumstances, but like even niche ones like from poison's concentration. Anyway, heat metal. Talk about it. You love it.
Yeah, it's just a horrifying, terrible way to kill somebody.
True.
But all right,
Boil alive inside your own
that's
armor.
flavor. But no, also I'm thinking like, all right, you're what level are you getting this? Your third level druid? Third level druid, still kind of weak. You're going up against a guy in full plate armor. Oh, that guy's scary. That guy could kill me. But his armor is his weakness now.
Yep.
Because it is going to cook him.
I really like these targeted effects that like the game doesn't have a great way to show these are creatures' weaknesses outside of vulnerabilities, which there are laughably few things in this game that have vulnerabilities to damage types. There should be more. I don't know why there aren't, but there should be more. Heat metal is kind of a heavy armor vulnerability. Heat metal kind of is, that's wearing chain, great, it's on fire now. That's wearing plate, great, it's on fire now. And you just go up to it, you touch it, and like touching it is, oh sorry, it's 60-foot range, you don't have to touch it, you just be like, the person far away from me is on fire now. And they can't get that thing off in time, they're just taking 2d damage, there's no saves involved, they're just on fire. That's great. A guaranteed 2d damage, even if it's somewhat niche, even if it's only against specific subset enemies. Like if you're going to fight knights, you go, oh great, heat metal's gonna boil 3 or 4 of them alive.
Also, if even if they're not wearing metal armor, if they're holding a metal weapon, that's it could disarm them. Then they you don't like your opponents to be able to make choices, but and that's another one of these choices that I really like. You can keep taking damage, or you can let go of your weapon.
This definitely will dissolve a lot of situations that you would want to dissolve. So let's say you are getting approached by angry bandits. By lighting one of their swords on fire and suddenly having them disarmed, if like that can be a scary moment where they took 2d8 damage, no save, dropped their weapon and go, well, I am now disarmed against something that can light me on fire. Maybe this is a bad idea, right? And if you're in the kind of, if you're like to be the kind of person that just disarms fights and doesn't necessarily see them to like murder, this is a way to, you can do this without boiling people alive and have fun with it still. That's an endorsement for not murder with it.
Yeah. Not horrible, horrible murder.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it really sends shivers up my spine.
Yeah.
Imagine this one.
A quick honorable mention to a non-concentration spell, and the only reason I'm mentioning this is because it doesn't take concentration. Otherwise, I don't think it's that notable. Because Healing Word is way better than it. It's Wither and Bloom. So Wither and Bloom gives you this 2d6 area damage that also heals somebody incidentally. So it kind of is damage and healing tied together. The really crucial thing is it doesn't take your concentration and you can prepare it and be happy with it in most fights. And for that reason, I feel like I should mention it here because I've only talked about concentration spells. And with other options that I've, like Bard, when we talked about it, I did a lot of concentration spells. I was a lot more fine with that because Bards only get 2 learned spells by the time they get 3rd level spell slots past this, right? You learn a spell at 3rd level, you learn a spell at 4th level, you get to 5th level, you've only gotten 2, they can both take concentration, you don't have a whole lot of options. With Druid being able to prepare a whole bunch, you really can get whatever you want, and getting a lot of overlapping concentration is an issue. So if you are looking to say, like, I got 2 concentration effects that I like maybe take some of these and passive traits would be my easy ones to say these are both good in different situations, taking them both on the same sheet is fine. Then getting Wither and Bloom as your other 2nd level spell is probably reasonable, so you have a place for your concentration and a place to spend your 2nd level spell that isn't concentration.
It's also got a nice Druid flavor.
It does.
All right, are we going to go 6 for 6? All right, well, do you want to go over? Oh, well, wow, this is the first time we don't have to do this twice. Our picks are both the same.
And in order. We won down my number 1 to 5. Yeah, it's
not really. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess it doesn't matter because I don't do mine in order. But yeah,
we just incidentally once stumbled into that.
Yeah. All right, what do you got?
Summon Beast, Bosto. Spike growth is very good, very fun for specific builds. Pass the Trace is exceptional. Hold Person is very fun at just killing a single individual, and Heat Metal is fun at killing very specific individuals. So, and then again, I will definitely recommend Wither and Bloom alongside 2 of the other ones, just because it doesn't take your concentration. Or some other non-concentration effect that you like.
Okay.
There are not a lot of those.
All right. What's your pick for the worst without cheating?
I want to cheat though. You should say it, so I get to pick a different one. It's Fine Traps. Fine Traps is awful.
We're not going to have this opportunity again where we got 6 for 6.
That's
Yes,
fair.
of course, Fine Traps was my pick.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a position, but man, spell that truly does nothing.
Yeah. We think there are traps nearby. There are traps nearby. That's the whole of the spell.
Wait, but you didn't find them. You called find traps. I still don't know where the traps are.
They're within eyesight. Looks around 60-foot space. Like, it's God, the spell's terrible. It's if you know you need to be if you know there are traps nearby, you don't need to cast Find Traps. And if you don't know there are traps nearby, you're not casting Find Traps. So what does this do?
No, if you suspect there are traps nearby, this you confirm your suspicion. You still don't know where they are. But yeah, you're left in the same place you would be anyway, investigating for traps.
There is no meaningful difference in actions taken past the point of before and after casting Find Traps. If before you cast Find Traps, you go, I'm worried there are traps here. You cast Find Traps, they go, there are traps here. It's not like because you were worried there were traps here in the first place, you weren't going to look for them. It's not like you're like, I think there might be traps here. Let's just stumble into them. No, you were going to make investigation checks and stuff and try and disarm them. That's not changing any course of action. It's just confirming suspicion at best or wasting a spell slot at worst. And that is unequivocally uncastable.
Oh, the spell on this makes me extra angry because this is a spell list that contains augury, and I don't get to choose augury.
It contains Skyrite. It contains Beast Sense. It contains Animal Messenger. There are a lot of real bad spells here.
Yeah, that's
like Earthbind is here. Earthbind is so niche. It's better than the rest because like maybe you prepare it for the dragon fight. Maybe.
Well, I mean,
I hate enhanceability. That spell's awful.
If you have Earthbind, if you have a flying creature and you don't have a lot of ranged options, that's something.
What if you instead prepared a ranged option?
Yes, well, you did. It's Earthbind.
Fair. It does have a 300-foot range. There are niche cases for Earthbind. It also takes your concentration. If you're playing a druid, you will very quickly find when you're reading the spells for yourself, like, oh wow, all of these take concentration, and that's a bummer. But it's also to say like locate animals and plants, I would say is marginally better than Find Traps.
Well, I mean, there are times when you need that. I need to find the specific berry to make my potion or whatever.
Sure. I guess that's fine.
You'll ever get with Find Traps.
That's definitely true. It's also a ritual, so I actually can't be that mad at it, right? Like, even if you just prepare it because you already know what you're going to be concentrating on, you'd be like, hey, I can ritual cancel this. It's cute, it's flavorful, it's pretty harmless. Why not? God, there are a lot of bad druid level spells. There are also like 6 really good ones. Well, 5 really good ones in Wither and Bloom, which is fine.
They were easy picks.
They were.
All around. I didn't spend a lot of time on this one.
I didn't have to either. I was like, before this video, I was like, oh crap, I didn't get these picked. And I was like, oh, that one. Oh, I'm done.
You're not supposed to admit that.
Oh, I'm sorry, internet. I worked very hard and diligently. I studied all night.
We are professionals here. All right. Well, I guess that's that. That's our list. Level 2 druid spells. Yeah. But yeah, I think we covered these pretty well.
Give your thoughts, feelings, emotions about our list. If you think Hold Person has no business being on here, if you have other non-concentration recommendations, comments below. Let us know what you think.
Or if you like Skyrite and Find Traps, let us know that too.
To be fair, I like Skyrite. I don't like Find Traps.
All right, well, yeah, go back, watch Druid Cantrips, level 1 Druid spells. We've done Bard, we've done Wizard, we've done Cleric. Go watch them all. And
we're working our way through them.
See you next time for level 3 Druid spells. All right. Thank you, Sam. Thank you for joining us. Like and subscribe to the channel and all that, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we are breaking down our picks for the top 5 and one worst level 3 Druid spells.
There's going to be a recurring theme with almost all of these, and that theme starts with the letter C. It's concentration, and it's going to make all of the considerations for your Druid spell they're going to revolve around what you're concentrating on. So big thing to keep in mind. It was the second level one, you got Summon Beast. This is the one we're getting some other real busted concentration effects that you're gonna care about, which notably does make anything that doesn't take your concentration a lot better. If you can find anything that doesn't take your concentration, even if it's like middlingly it would compare badly to this like a wizard version of a similar effect, you probably want to consider it, just because it doesn't. You can concentrate on one thing powerfully and then use your other spells at the same time. That's the core of what guides Druid.
I wonder if we are going to have a lot different lists. I think we might.
We're going to find out. I can't fathom it. I looked at this and I was like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, done.
I put a little thought into mine, and I know there's going to be 2 that that you don't have that I do have. Yeah, at least.
Did you include
2.
Speak with Plants?
This is a long list. No, Speak with Plant. Was that your number 6?
No, it did not come close to cracking my top 5. Don't you worry.
No, spoiler alert, I did not include Speak with Plants.
Okay, good.
Caveat, Sam ranks this in order from 1 through 5. I do not. I just picked my 5 that I think are cool, and in no particular order. All right. So what do you got, Sam?
Let's rip this band-aid off. Conjure Animals is my number 1, and it's Robusto. Like, one of the most busto spells ever printed busto. Like, this thing ruins some games' levels of power. Now, and in fairness, some of the reason it ruins games is because people don't play it rules as written, because it's a whole big hassle to play rules as written. That being said, Conjure Animals in almost every circumstance, if it's ever feeling fair, is doing unfair things. If it's ever feels like you're getting what the spell is intended for you to get, will never feel like it should be a 3rd level spell. It is so utterly correct.
Yeah, I looked at that. I considered it, but I only had. Yeah, maybe if I had looked at that first, and I wouldn't have chosen one of the other ones. But I had 2. I had a couple like damage and conjuration kind of things on here already, so I thought, no, I'm gonna pick some other fun stuff.
Have you come to the? I should introduce you to the Church of the Giant Owl. So the Giant Owl is a CR 1/4 large beast, and large is important, and it's CR 1/4 is important as well, because that means you can get 8 of them from summoned beasts. Yeah. And these 19 hit point large beasts
Conjure animals, not summoned beasts.
Sorry, yes, conjure animals. These 2d6 plus 1 attacking taloned beasts that, again, you can get 8 of, do a whole lot of havoc on their own. Like, these things are, if you ever hit 5th level and you are playing with a DM and you're like, hey DM, I took Conjure Animals, and they go, oh yeah, sure, pick whatever beasts you want. What you do once is say, I get 8 giant owls, and then 2 hours go by, every encounter has been decimated by your flock of owls. You've lifted creatures up as far as they can possibly go, going 60 feet around, half because of grappling, double because of dashing. You just throw them as high as they'll go, drop them to their death over and over again, and then your DM goes immediately after that encounter, okay, so you can't pick the beasts anymore, because that's wildly unfair. That's exactly how Conjure Beasts tends to work. Conjure Animals tends to work. So, my advice for running Conjure Animals, have a list of varying beasts at your disposal. Maybe 1 giant owl will spawn with 7 other things is going to be fair. If you're ever a player, you always get to pick which of the modes. CR4 is always the best, so always pick CR4 or lower, and then from that point on, just hope for the best, and that your DM doesn't want to do a whole lot of work and find giving you like 8 centipedes or something, because then they'll feel like a jerk. So yeah, Conjure Beast is. How is this not on your list? Sorry, Conjure Animals. My God, the number of the Summon Beast, Conjure Animals, Summon Fig, all just in my brain. But Conjure Animals, I'm actually baffled that it doesn't make your top 5.
Well, I already had a summoning spell on here, and I didn't want to fill it with summoning stuff.
Yeah, but
I
this
wanted,
spell's cracked in half.
I know, but I want to do other things too.
Sure,
I I'm not very consistent with these lists,
that's fair.
but all right. Well, since we're talking about it, I'll pick another summoning option. I picked Summon Fae.
That's my number 2. It's the fair version of Conjure Animals.
But yeah, I mean, I chose this over Conjure Animals because I like Fae. I like that you got little options of what they do. They do trickery things. You can make darkness. You can make them. You can charm people. It's not just here's a flock of owls, go kill everybody. There's fun options to be had.
There are plenty of fun options to have with the owls. You can ride on them.
Yeah,
You can pick
no,
things up with them. You can break down
yeah,
doors with them. They have
you're
60
not.
foot fly speeds.
Yeah, they're great. You're not charming anyone. You're not.
That's true.
What? They got the teleportation
Yep.
stuff going on.
At will, bonus action teleport.
Yeah, so 60-foot fly speed. I don't even need it.
You definitely need it. It's the thing with teleport is not the same as 60 foot fly speed, but it is different and interesting, and I agree that is a very cool effect. I really like that their bonus, they're like they all get the same phase step, but then they get a different effect depending on which of the modes you picked between Fuming, Mirthful, and Trixie. So like they always want to be teleporting around to get their bonus stuff, which makes them feel incredibly Fey. Like this of all of the options definitely has one of the highest feelings of replicating the beast that it's supposed to, in the Feywild portals going everywhere, Trixie kind of critters. It's really good. Hour-long duration is excellent. If you're going to concentrate on one thing, it could be Summon Fae. It also could be Summon Beast, Upcast. That's also not as good, but close. So, like, if you like the Beast theme more, you're probably going to be fine with that. If you don't want to deal with 8 creatures at once, this is a great way to do that.
All right, that's why I chose this over Conjure Animals.
Sure, I respect that. I also don't want to deal with conjure animals, so I get it on either front. My next one. Are we going on? We're good. Summon Fae really
Yeah,
cool.
I mean, Summon Fae, really cool. I think we already did a full video on it, so go watch that.
We do a deep dive on all the different features and modes and stuff. My next one is number 3, plant growth.
I made my list.
I'm so curious to be how we're going to differ. Oh, I'm nervous.
You'll know when you hear it.
All right, good. So plant growth gives you like a giant area of conditional super difficult terrain. Excuse me, because it's like you need 4 feet to move 1 foot. Conditionally being there's plant life there, so like grass or a little bit of overgrowth in the woods or whatever. The thing is, like, it doesn't take your concentration, which is really, really relevant, right? This being a 3rd level effect that has a huge impact on a big area that doesn't ask you to concentrate on it is really nice. It affecting a 100-foot radius area means there will be some battle maps that are just decimated by this. You'll put this on a band of engaging orcs in a forest, or a band of, bandit goblins. You'll put this on an advancing army even. It covers that wide of an area to clog up a space that you can just be like, no one in there is moving. Everyone rain arrows from the sky, just lay into them. They're not going anywhere for like 4 rounds. It is a huge, incredible, difficult terrain creating area. The DMs have a lot of mitigation with that, being able to say, like, this area is void of plant life. If you're in the abyss, if you're on the plane of fire, if you're just in a city, it's not going to be nearly as effective. So there's going to be specific environments where it really flourishes and where it really is not very usable. As a druid, you could prepare this, which means it can be something that you go, oh, we know we're adventuring out in the wilds. Plant growth is going to be excellent. We know we're adventuring on a ship, less so. So you can kind of like, pick it whenever you think it's going to be usable. Whenever it's usable, it's great.
Yeah, 100% agree. And what's interesting is that it has an entire other mode that neither of us are going to talk about, because who cares? This is what I'm getting it for.
Correct. If you want to do the flavorful farmer helper person, you can be that. But like, that's not the real meat of this text.
No.
I will give it this.
Yes.
I wish more spells had a meaningless extra mode like this. I think it adds richness. I think it adds flavor, and it's pretty harmless, right? Like, you could tell me Fireball also could light torches, and I'd be like, that's cute. Entirely pointless, but cute.
Instead of probably just obliterates torches.
Yeah, correct. It obliterates everything. All right, that's my number 3, plant growth. It's excellent. What's your number? Your next one, because you're on 3 now, right?
I don't know what I'm on. What have I done? Oh yeah, because
I had Conjure Animals. You didn't. You had Summon Fae. I did. We both had plant growth. So your number, your 3rd one.
All right. Let me get rid of some of these tabs here. Plant growth, got that. Oops, I closed the wrong tab. Whatever. Let me check my list over here. And all right, speaking of advancing armies, I chose Call Lightning.
I'm very lukewarm on Call Lightning. Go for it. Why is Call Lightning great?
Thought it might be. This is one of my predictions that you would not choose.
Yeah.
Call Lightning, I believe, has the potential as the highest damaging spell in the game.
Can you explain to me what you mean by that?
Okay, so let me bring up the spell description. Call Lightning. All right, so it's concentration of 10 minutes.
Yep.
Every round you get to call down a bolt of lightning. Each creature within 5 feet of that point makes a dexterity saving throw or take 3d10 lightning damage. So, in
4 squares. It affects 4 squares of max. Right? Because it's a point and it's 5 feet from that point.
So, if you're on a grid, point in the middle, and then, 8 squares around it.
You're right. You're right. It can affect the whole of the 9 grid. You're right. You're correct. I think.
So, yes.
Sure. Let's say it can, best case scenario.
All right. So, max damage, 30 times 9, 270 points of damage. 10 minutes. You cast this with 10 times a minute, right?
You can't. What? So, it's a 3rd level spell. You would get 100 rounds of this.
Yes.
Yeah.
100 times 270 is 27,000 points of damage.
Sure.
I said potential. You're never going to come close to this, but
okay. So so 30. You do 30 damage in that area every round. So over 10 rounds, it's 300 damage. And that 10 rounds is a minute. So 300 damage in 1 minute, which gives us 3,000 damage in 10 minutes.
Whoa, slow down. That's
in max
300 damage. Yeah, max damage to 1 square, but you're affecting 9 squares.
Okay. If we look at Meteor Swarm does 20d6 fire and 20d6 bludgeoning in 40-foot radius spheres in 3 places instantaneously, and 40d6 maximized. Let's pull up the dice calculator, shall we?
We should be saving all this for the Call Lightning video. But
oh god, probably is so on its own is 140 damage per square. I'm sorry, that's not maximized. It's 40 times 6, which is 240, because we're doing maximum damage, right? So each square takes 240 damage instantaneously, and the radius, 40-foot radius spheres hit an enormous space. I don't want to do the exact math on it now, but I do have a hunch that it does more damage than Call Lightning by a large margin.
Yeah, I
instantaneously.
Exceed 27,000 points.
2,700 points, right?
27,000.
It might. Probably not. I don't know. We'd have to do the math. Potentially, you could be right. For the full duration of the spell, it might outdamage a max damage perfect area Meteor Swarm. I don't know the geometry off the top of my head. Commenters, I'd love to see the geometric breakdown of how much of the max damage, because it also affects the entire space above and below it, right? So if you were working with perfect spheres, we're working with gargantuan areas of 5-foot areas that are filled with 1 creature each. So like,
I didn't account for maybe there's people in the area above. Maybe there's flying creatures, like 9 flying creatures directly above these 5 creatures on the ground. Like, the numbers could get higher.
If you account for that, I would bet the wider areas exponentially do more damage, right? Because the wider areas get exponentially more things within them, which makes me think it has to be the case that Meteor Swarm in a single round outdamages the maximum potential of Call Lightning. But again, I could be wrong. Someone probably wrote a thesis, maybe not a thesis about this, but someone did a geometry project in college for this, right?
Possibly.
Is this the reason it's on your list? Is it could it
Yeah.
do
Oh,
27,000?
absolutely. Yes.
Because like this really does like 3d10 ish to 2 things ish around, and that's not better than most of the summon stuff, I don't think.
Probably not, but I wanted to talk about this.
Sure. I think
It
it's
was fun.
entirely fine. I don't ever really want to concentrate on it.
It's but like you said though, advancing army, you're on top of a wall, you're out of harm's way, or you've got your warcaster and your resilient constitution, and you're not getting your concentration broken. Just sit there and blast, 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 blast.
So they're within
You know,
180 feet of you, because that's the maximum range a call lightning bolt can do. How slowly is this army advancing?
all right, yeah, the range is 120. Whatever, or they're just like they're crowded outside the walls trying to get in.
Sure.
Um, lots of like just I'm picturing lightning bolts going down and 5 orcs exploding and good times.
5 orcs taking 11 damage. No, sorry, 16 damage.
And
16 a lot
exploding.
more. I don't know if exploding is exactly fair.
It's like if it's an army of first level orcs, that's an explosion.
Sure. It probably kills
Or
the first level grunt orcs. I'll give you that.
orc
I
guts
don't want to say the
flying all
spell
over
is
the
like
place.
outwardly bad. It taking your action is atrocious. So like you really, really have to want to conserve resources to use this effectively, I think. And I just don't think that's the case in most tables. I would much rather have my thing that I'm concentrating on just incidentally also be making a bunch of attack rolls around and be teleporting around with like Summon Fae or something, while I'm spending actions firing off lightning bolts, while I'm firing off actions casting plant growth and doing other big debilitating magical stuff at the same time. This is really, I think, hard to use efficiently. And that's why I'm not a huge fan of it.
Probably. But yeah, this is the fun of these videos.
Sure.
I, I,
Absolutely.
I come from a different perspective, one that
Yeah.
did not carefully consider all these factors.
That's fair, but you did consider the damage total that it does. And again, commoners, I'd love to see like this is the total damage maximized of the best spell, highest damage case in the game. I think that's definitely an interesting topic to dive into, for sure.
All right. Well, let's move on.
Sure.
What's next on your list?
So this was added to the Druid spell list in Touch Scald of Everything. I included Revivify on my list because I think Revivify is the kind of spell that once you have it, death fundamentally changes. And knowing that makes this really easy to prepare on a lot of characters. It doesn't take your action again, and especially because Druids love to have long concentration effects up, you can often be comfortable sitting back with the spare 3rd level spell slot in the bank and feel like you still got plenty of stuff to do, which makes it honestly I like it more on Druid, even more so than on clerics and the other healer characters that can kind of take it. I think Revivify shifts fundamentally how the game can sort of be advanced. It shifts fundamentally how character death can be approached, and it's a little bit of an interesting puzzle now that DMs get to have and play with their players.
Yeah, Revivify probably should have made my list. It did not. Uh, can't really justify that looking at, you know, especially one of the 2 options I have left. But yeah, it's Revivify.
I can't wait for it to be a surprise.
Revivify.
Bob didn't notice that Speak with Plants was on his list. That's
No,
the
no,
shocker.
it's not Speak with Plants. But nor is that my pick for the worst.
Same, actually, which is crazy that doesn't have to be the worst of these. I like Revivify a lot. I think it's cute, but we've talked about it to death a lot. One thing that's great about these videos is I'm like, these are just good, and Bob's like, but these ones are wacky, and I was like, yeah, let's talk about the wacky ones instead.
I picked, my next pick is a generically good one. I chose Dispel Magic.
Yep, that's my number 5.
Yeah. Dispel Magic. It's, I
great.
mean, magic is powerful. Being able to dispel it is equally powerful.
Absolutely. This can challenge 6th level and higher spells, no issue whatsoever. As long as you're okay making the check, you're good to cast Dispel Magic, and I love that about it. You can even upcast it to auto cancel higher level effects, and that's pretty great. I love that it doesn't take concentration. So again, Summon Fae and Conjure Animals, they are on this list as really potent concentration effects. There are other powerful concentration effects that we talked about at lower levels, and we will be talking about more at upper levels. There's even other good concentration effects that I didn't select for my top 5, specifically because they took concentration in a class that deeply cares about it. So them having
lightning.
options at the ready to be able to not need to concentrate on and use the while you're concentrating on other powerful things is very relevant. Dispel Magic is a really easy one to go for.
All right. Are you done?
I'm done.
Oh. All right.
Let's do these last 3.
Here's my last pick. the other one I knew wasn't going to be on your list. I feel a little bit. All right, so we've talked about this one. You weren't keen on it. I've used it. It didn't work like I wanted it.
You're really selling us already.
But I still feel that there's potential with Sleet Storm.
I think Sleet Storm is fine. That's one of the ones I mentioned that I'm not super high on, but it takes concentration, which I don't love, but it is a great giant disengage tool. You having used it and not found success with it, I think highlights that it is more niche than it might look. And that's why I don't know if it deserves top 5. It's definitely not the worst, but I definitely wouldn't pick it as my top.
Massive area. It does what prone, it knocks creatures over, it makes difficult terrain, heavy
obscures the whole space.
obscurement. It just with that many effects in that wide an area, I just feel like when I tried to use it, I just didn't do it right. I could have used it to better effect
Sure.
at a different time, and I still
in a different
believe I
place, in a different
Yes.
game.
Yeah, no.
Sleet Storm, I will give you this. There will definitely be moments where a Sleet Storm solves a problem that few other spells can, in that we need to be not dealing with this huge quantity of threats right now. Great. Throw them in a giant fog cloud, drop them all prone, let's get out of here, right? It's going to take them multiple rounds, get out of this thing. We're going to use that to our advantage. This is a big area that covers it. 20-foot radius is huge. The height is a bit of an issue for flying creatures down the road, but like in the low tiers or in confined spaces, this will just take an entire space and say it's all shut down. No one deal with anything in there. And then if you also slam a couple Circle of Deaths on top of it, sure. Maybe we're in the kind of situation where we're just looking to stack effects. If we're ever in the situation where we're looking to stack effects in the area, I have to ask the question, is it better than just doing another redundant stacking effect, trying to instantaneously burst it all down at once? Like, is this better than a fireball? Is this better than even like a plant growth in most circumstances? I'd hazard to guess no. Still, it's going to be an interesting tool that probably can, it definitely will scratch an itch in a lot of players' brains as to, this is clearly going to do something powerful. How can I just sort of make this less two-sided? How can I take advantage of the heavy obscurity better than the monsters inside? How can I take advantage of them all being prone more so than they can? And that's a nice little fun puzzle that a lot of players are going to have a good time with, I think.
Agreed. What's your pick for the worst?
I'm really sad that it's my pick for the worst.
Do we want to go through our...
Sure. My number 1 is Conjure Animals. My number 2 is Summon Fate. Number 3 is Plant Growth. Number 4 is Revivify. Number 5 is Dispel Magic.
All right. And my picks were Plant Growth, All Lightning, Summon Fae, Dispel Magic, and Sleet Storm.
I actually like both of our lists minus Call Lightning.
What's that?
I like both of our lists minus Call Lightning.
Just don't know the power.
It's true. So I'm really sad that I have to finally admit defeat and say Feign Death is the worst Druid 3rd level spell, but I think I have to.
Have you not chosen Feign Death on any other list as your worst?
No, this is my first time choosing the worst Feign Death, which is a testament to like the mediocrity of some of these other level spells. Like, Aura Vitality is my competition for it, and I think Feign Death probably still has to be worse than it. Just because, like, God, this really doesn't do anything.
Yeah, Aura Vitality doesn't do much, but it does something.
Yeah,
and go ahead.
Yeah, Feign Death is... It's a mundane effect, mostly, that you probably could do with some berries as a druid anyway, and, like...
Or just holding your breath.
Yeah, like, you don't need to ever prepare this. You never really want to prepare this. And while, again, I love the idea of breaking into a morgue with Feign Death, it just is... Especially because, like, while it lasts, the creature can't do anything because they're blinded and incapacitated. It's just like, yeah, that's bad. This, like, even as a ritual spell, I can't think of times that I would want to use this anymore, even though I think I'm the kind of player that loves this kind of jank gimmick, really niche tool to make really stupid plans come out.
Yeah, just don't sneak into morgues all that often. But
yeah, as it turns
out. Yeah, unsurprisingly, Feign Death was also my pick for the worst, but it's been my pick for the worst for other lists as well, I believe.
I'm going to give you a little bit of shit because you go out of your way to pick spells that, like, oh, we haven't talked about this yet. I'm going to grab this one and we'll talk about the Sam's going to pick all the normal ones that are given.
Yeah.
And when it comes to worst, you're like, nah, screw Feign Death. I hate it. Screw Augury. It's the worst thing on planet Earth.
I didn't get to choose Augury.
That's because there was Find Traps, which
Yes.
unequivocal. It's so much worse than Augury. I
Oh,
will
that
quickly then
hurt my
note.
soul to not choose Augury.
Yeah, I know you really hate Augury. I really
Yeah.
don't, but it's okay. Aura Vitality also is very bad. I also would not recommend putting it on your sheet, especially because you could take other things like Healing Word and Good Berry to cover all of your healing problems, and you probably don't ever want Aura Vitality up. So, don't take that one either. There are better things to be concentrating on that are actually like proactive and kill things. Aura Vitality is uniquely bad on Druid compared to even the other options because they care so much about their concentration. But it is definitely not worse than Feign. So
Yeah, there's there's other uninspiring options here as well. There's Daylight doesn't do much.
yep.
Big
Wind
Torch,
Wall is
Wind Wall, and
very
Wall of
niche.
Water even.
Yeah, both are very niche effects that I think I've seen a Wall of Water cast once and was wildly unimpressed.
Um, yeah, speak with plants like you mentioned, but that if you got if you need information that only plants have, then yeah, it's there.
Why isn't Speak with Plants a ritual spell? I guess the difficult terrain stuff, huh? Yeah. The Speak with Plant is very niche. It's definitely less usable though, like you just said, to like gain information about the surrounding areas. Feign Death just makes you look dead and incapacitates you for some reason. So
It actively harms you, or makes you very vulnerable.
very vulnerable.
If anyone detects that you're dead and trying to sneak into their morgue, then they can make you real dead very easily.
There's also, I think Erupting Earth is actually a little underrated. I think it's a pretty neat effect. 3d12 isn't the best damage in the world, won't even compare to Fireball, but again, on a class like Druid that cares about having a powerful, high damage concentration effect like a summoned ally, having a 3d10 area damage that can like slow things down in a meaningful way isn't the end of the world. It hits a decent area too, so I just figured I'd mention that one's pretty fine as well. I like Tidal Wave for this kind of the same reasons. It does a big chunk of damage in a big area without concentration, and that's pretty reasonable.
All right, well, that was level 3 Druid spells. Thank you, Sam, and thank you everyone for joining us. As always, we're curious about what your picks would be, what you thought of our lists, and yeah, leave your list down in the comments. Leave other comments down in the comments, and
Yeah.
go like and subscribe and all that stuff. Hit the bell, and we'll see you next time. Bye bye. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we're breaking down our picks for the best 5 and one worst. What are we on? Level 4 Druid spells.
Indeed. We're in a world full of conjuration magic and summon effects and long concentrations and druids being a prepared caster that is so built around concentration it's painful. Your options are definitely a bit constrained because of that, and I think some of my picks reflect that. I try to make sure it's clear out the gate, like spells that don't take your concentration are much better on druids because of how powerful their concentration effects are. So, just things to consider. They tend to have like hour-long duration, game warping kinds of crazy summon stuff. So we're gonna talk about a lot of those today, I have a hunch.
Wow. I think I have one non-concentration spell because I was not thinking about that.
Yeah. It's and like they're not exactly all winners as far as like non-concentration effects go. But that should be a note, like just because it's a little bit worse than you'd expect for the rate of a spell, something like Blight didn't make my top 5, but like it is a non-concentration 8d8 nuke, and that's pretty fine on a lot of druids. So whenever you're crafting your own lists, you probably don't want all these concentration effects, but 1 or 2 of them is going to be pretty good. And then taking non-concentration effects that are useful, just dig for them. They exist. They're around here somewhere. You just gotta do a little bit of read and look for that concentration tag.
Other caveat, Sam chooses his spells in order, best to worst, 1 to 5. I do not. I just 5 spells I think are cool, and they deserve to be in the top 5.
That's
in
fair.
no particular order. All right. Guess I'll kick off this time.
Do it.
All right. Speaking of conjuration and concentration, I chose Conjure Woodland Beings.
That's the number 1. Correctamundo. Spell is Busto. it's particularly busted, not just because, like, okay, so how it works is rules as written, which is, I've never seen anyone in my life play it rules as written correctly the first time they've casted the spell. Rules as written, you pick one of these 4 CR ranges, CR2 or lower, 1 or lower, half or lower, or fourth or lower, and then you get a number of creatures depending on which one you pick. So you get 8 CR1 fourth, 4 CR1 half, 2 CR1, or 1 CR2 Fey creatures. Now, notably, 8 of a CR1 fourth creature is way better than any of the other options because 8 is a lot, and 8 creatures doing 8 creature things just breaks the action economy wildly. On top of
Especially
that,
if those creatures are pixies.
correct, if they are functionally 7th level casters with with a cast of polymorph each and a cast of an at-will invisibility and a whole bunch of other absurd, utter busted nonsense. And like, if you play it rules as written, which again, I don't know a lot of people that tend to out their game. Like if you're learning the game, if you're a DM DMing for the first time, it's not necessarily all that intuitive to be like, okay, this spell lets me pick a CR, and then I tell my DM what CR I pick. Normally they just tell you summon, you pick what the monsters you want to summon. A lot of time how it works, which isn't good because then you pick pixies and the game's broken in half. But even if your DM picks, their list is really limited, and like even sprites, darklings, satyrs, like the sprites, pixies, blink dogs, and boggles are the only creatures that fit the CR1 fourth bucket. So if your DM wants to give you any amount of variety, you're probably getting pixies and the game's getting cracked in half. So like, there isn't really a fair way to use this. There's not even like a way that a GM can really nerf it into the ground because 8 blink dogs is still outrageous. 8 boggles, like from the Vol's Guide to Monsters, assuming they have that book, is still outrageous. So yeah, this spell is not even remotely fair. If you want to use it, you're gonna have to talk to your DM about it first because it is, God, it's powerful, and it will turn a game on its head in like half of a second. A druid will go from desperately needing its allies at 5th level to get to 7th level and no longer needing anyone and just being their one-man party, and it's the druid show all day, every day with their 8 pixies.
I spoiler alert, polymorph made my list. This
Yup.
spell is 8 polymorphs.
On top of
Yes.
the rest of what pixies can cast. You want to figure out a way to get more concentration on your druid, try getting 8 pixies to concentrate on spells for you. Yeah. It's really real good. Probably the most broken. Well, Simulacrum's pretty busted, but it's up there for most broken spells in the game.
All right. What do you got?
Well, let's just go through the conjure spells. My number 2 is Conjure Woodland Beings. Oh, sorry. Conjure Minor Elementals. We just talked about Conjure Woodland Beings. My apologies.
Yes, that's on my list too. I didn't want to pick them both. I wanted to read them, but how could I not?
I think this is the fair version of Conjure Woodland Beings because Mephits are just really cool. And they get little like tricky, hidey stuff, and they're the CR1 fourth option you get 8 of because it works exactly the same as Conjure Woodland Beings. It's still busted though.
I just like that they explode when they die.
It's cute. You can, like, even worst case scenario, you get some Magnum that explode when they die too. That's still a pretty decent outcome. Turns out 8 CR1 fourth creatures attacking for you every round is really good still. So like, yeah. I mean, Mephits are definitely worse than Pixies, but they're still so good that like this spell is a conversation you should have with your DM before you take it. So, you know, consider your options when you're taking these kinds of powerful effects. I would highly recommend taking the modern summon spells instead of these, because those are a lot more reined in yet still deliver on the fantasy you're looking for. So, you know, that's definitely my number 1 recommendation.
If you're allowed to, I recommend these instead.
Bob, I'm curious. Do you think you as a person would want to manage, like, would you come to the table with a monster manual with the noted pages for your 8 pixies, or you make the whole group wait half an hour while you figure out where your Mephits are, or just force your GM to dig up those stat blocks? Like, how are you running this?
The first time I'm going to make a mistake, and then hopefully I'll learn after that and have my notes ready.
Sure, hopefully.
Yeah. But yeah, just I can't pass up the kind of power.
It is a lot of raw power. I love mud Mephits. They're so cute. They like hide in the mud and they scout around for you, and you have them come back and do recon. It lasts forever. Both these last an hour. It's absurd. Ah, what a broken spell.
Yeah, but there's not a whole lot we're going to say about this one that we didn't already say for Conjure Woodland Beings. There's just so much more going on with that. This is just 8 things that, you know, attack.
Fun difference between the two. Conjure Minor Elementals doesn't have a material component, yet Conjure Woodland Beings requires 1 holly berry per creature summoned. So, maybe there's a shortage of holly berries.
Suddenly, the DM decides there is. Oh, there's a drought this summer. Sorry.
All the holly berries are gone. What happened to them? Who's to say? All right, what do you got next?
So I might as well say it. Polymorph.
Yeah, Polymorph is my number 4, which is a really low placement for Polymorph.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. Polymorph is correct.
I like it. It's usually it's compared often to Banishment, but I like Polymorph better because you can do essentially the same thing you can do with Banishment, or you can use it on your friends.
Yep,
you got that option, and
absolutely.
if it's like the difference between Bane and Bless. If you use it on an ally, it's a guarantee. If you use it on an enemy, then you're gambling a little bit, but for a really cool effect.
Yeah, I really love the meme potential of Polymorph in turning huge, horrendous, spooky, monstrous villains into the comedically small, tiny squirrel or goldfish or whatever. I think there's a lot of fun factor in taking a horrifically scary gargantuan threat and being like, actually, you're a deer now, and that's just not going to be a problem for us. I think there's a good amount of laughs that can happen from it. It's lower on my list than normal because it's concentration effect, and we've mentioned 2 other really, really good concentration effects. Like, so powerful that if you are preparing the 2, I wouldn't recommend preparing this. That being said, if you want to play like a more above board druid where you're casting spells and like doing more of a wizard kind of spell after spell after spell kind of deal, concentrating on Polymorph as a big saber die is genuinely high impact. And like you said, put it on an ally if they want to be a giant ape, put it on an enemy if you want them to be a goldfish. Easy peasy.
Yeah. What do you got next?
My number 3, Polymorph's my number 4. This is my number 3 because of Moon Druid, namely. It's Fire Shield. So this is added to the Druid list from Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, and it doesn't take your concentration. That's the first and most important thing about it. It's got duration 10 minutes and doesn't take your concentration. It takes an action to cast, so basically the play pattern is you enter into combat as a Moon Druid, you cast Fire Shield on yourself, and you turn yourself into a bear, or normally it's a bear because they have multi-attack. Then you're in a circumstance where you're dealing back 2d8 damage whenever you're hit, and you have resistance to a damage type, and you have a giant pool of hit points. And this all adds up to just you being a giant flaming monster of death. And I love that. I love the image of a bear on fire charging into a group of kobolds, and those kobolds having no idea how to deal with it as they're thrown about the place, and they try and stab it, and it explodes back in their face. It's a beautiful fantasy. I think it is a much needed addition to the druid list to make moon druids feel mediocre in the mid tiers where they're starting to kind of peter out and feel like, oh wow, I'm just doing what I did at second level over and over and over and over and over and over and over again.
Bears are scary already. Bear on fire. That's terrifying.
Just wait till it's a T-Rex on fire. Even more frightening, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty sweet. I like Fire Shield. Did it make your list?
No, it didn't. I looked at it, but there are just too many spells I wanted to put on the list, and I wasn't thinking about the concentration thing. So, no, I got at least one more concentration spell.
Nice. Same. I will also note this is great on Spore Druids. They care about being in melee range. They like to make this big halo of spores around them and like beat things up. So, Fire Shield on them is a little bit of a fantasy like breaking thing where it's like, but you're a mushroom on fire, but it's good on them still, even if the fantasy is a little bit jarring.
The bear on fire is not natural either.
Yeah, but there's something a lot more metal about a bear on fire than necessarily I think of whenever like a mushroom man on fire. That's just like 2 really weird things as opposed to a normal thing just being on fire being enhanced by one weird thing. It's just how my brain works.
Well, speaking of fire, I picked Wall of Fire as my next one. It just seemed obvious. It's a giant wall of fire. Does some damage. Sure. Puts up a barrier. You can't see through it. You can throw stuff into it. Yeah.
It goes, I think Wall of Fire didn't quite make my list, but it definitely is a consideration for those people that have been playing with Spike Growth up to this point and want like a little bit of an improvement or like a different tool to mess around with the Spike Growth stuff that normally is like Thorn Whip, normally Gust of Winds and stuff. Playing with shoves and pushes and pulls and all that kind of nonsense does tend to go with alongside Wall of Fire really nicely, where you like pull people through it, they take the damage, you push them back out, they take the damage, you pull them back in, they take the damage, you start yo-yoing people all over the place. Definitely that kind of fantasy, for sure.
And I like that kind of fantasy.
You're a big fan of anything that like shoves people around, slows them. Big Ray of Frost proponent, big
Hell yeah.
Crusher proponent over there. Love just knocking things
Yeah.
around. Assert dominance. Give them a push. I
All
think.
right.
Well,
What?
as far as concentration effects go, I don't. I struggle to take this over all of the summoning stuff, but yeah, it's definitely a different character, but it can still be a great time, I'm sure.
Well, I mean, it's battlefield control as well. You got a bunch of stuff you don't want going to a different part of the map. Wall of fire.
Yeah, and then they can just take 5d8 damage or go to where they want to go.
Yeah.
That's a difficult
Or they
decision.
can take 5d8 damage and then you shove them back 3.
And then where do you think you're going? Yoink with Throne Whip. Very cute. Rounding out my list is a spell I never thought, and frankly, it doesn't deserve this a lot. But I love it too much to not include it here. It's Watery Sphere. God, I love Watery Sphere. This spell is so much fun.
I wondered if that was going to make your list. Would it have if you didn't recently see the D&D movie?
No.
No.
Definitely not. But it has a starring moment in it where the big evil wizard Safina sticks Edwin and Helga in a bubble and just rolls them away. And I love it so dearly. It's a really fun play pattern of you create a bubble and you stick things in the bubble and then you just throw the bubble around for fun. And it's a multiple save over a period of time. It's a fun way to have an encounter. Now, is it that raw powerful? No. I might take it over banishment because I think the fun value is that high, or over polymorphs, I think the fun value is that high. It's definitely not like top of the top powerful. That being said, for what's left on the Druid list, I'm not that upset to take a spell that's just predominantly fun because I think most of these things are just worse versions of the Conjuration spells we've already talked about, or bad non-concentration effects that you take because they're non-concentration. That's kind of what you're left with as a Druid at this point, which is probably an alright place to be still.
Yeah, I'm surprised your list is finished, yes?
Yeah, it's all 5.
Okay, because I noticed that there is a Dominate Beast and Charm Monster, and neither one of those made your list. I chose my last pick is Charm Monster. I chose that over Dominate Beast because, like, while dominating is better than charming, Beast, what kind of beast are we talking about? Like, Beast kind of like level off where monsters keep on going.
Yeah, I definitely think you're spot on with Dominate Beast there, right? Like we're reaching 4th level, like getting to 7th level when you get 4th level spells is reaching a tier of play where we're losing out on the beasts. We're not fighting wolves and bears anymore. We're starting to fight giants. We're starting to fight, big, scary, spooky genies and stuff. I thought Charm Monster had concentration attached to it, and it definitely doesn't. And that certainly improves how I feel about it on Druids. And you're right, this probably should have made my list over Watery Sphere. It's yeah. Why? So Charm Monster made your list. Why do you like it? Why is it here?
Well, if monsters are scary, and if you can get them to not want to kill you, that's a good thing.
Agreed. If you can ever be like, hey, a big spooky ogre that's gonna bash our brains in, or hey, big spooky troll, can we not do this right now? Let's just have a cup of tea and chat for an hour. I'm all into it. I love that it upcasts to hit multiple things. I love that you can send a 5th or 6th level spell slot and get 3 things charmed at the same time. That seems pretty great. Charmed is good.
I forgot about that, but yes, that's another one of the things I like about it.
Yeah, I think if you are at a table where Charm Person is doing a lot of work and you want to scale that fantasy up, Charm Monster is a really easy shoe-in. It doesn't really feel very druidic to me, but it definitely is going to be good on these characters again, especially because it doesn't take your concentration. You can have your Summon Beast up and be like, oh, we're still going to lose to that giant threatening thing. I'm going to charm you, and we're going to have a conversation instead. Yeah, that's reasonable. I'm into it.
Yeah, it's
definitely better than Watery Sphere.
Yeah.
I love Watery Sphere.
All right.
Watery
Now,
the image bob of sticking a kobold in a bubble and throwing it at some other kobold, and then sticking those 2 kobolds in a bubble and throwing them at a bugbear, and it's just it warms my little DM heart. I love it so much.
It's cute.
But it is not as good as charming said kobolds and not having to fight in the first place.
Kobolds doesn't matter.
That's true. You probably should be doing it to like fire giants or a Freet or something. We're into it. What's the bottom of the barrel, Bob? Are we going that next?
Yeah, I guess so. Not. If I'd spent more time looking at this, I maybe pick something different. But what did I choose? Let's see. I chose it Elemental Bane.
I was like, I wonder if Elemental Bane should be my worst, but I couldn't remember what it did, which probably means it should be
Exactly.
my worst.
Never heard of this before. You reviewed it, and then looking at it, it's complicated, and it doesn't really seem to do much. And
Yeah,
it's
basic.
something I just don't want to bother with.
Sure. You spend a 4th level spell slot, your concentration, big check mark against it in Druid, and you make a con save, and pick a damage type, and then whenever it takes damage of that type, it takes 2d6 extra damage of that type, and it loses all resistances to it. So, like, if you are against something and you want to deal 4 instances of fire damage to it, you go, I'm going to Elemental Bane you fire, and then you do 8d6 fire damage, assuming a bunch of fire damage connects. This is a really neat build around kind of thing, but it is so unreasonably difficult to make it worth the cast. You need, like, 16d6 worth of damage out of this to justify the cast of it. And if you're getting rid of resistance, that might happen. But if you're not getting rid of resistance, you're not hitting 8 instances of an elemental damage type in a fight. It's almost never going to happen outside of like upcasting Scorching Rays and stuff, right? So this goes on a very niche build. Maybe it's cool in a very niche build, but you're right. It is pretty atrocious on everyone else.
I mean, you have to spend an action to cast this, and they don't take the damage the first time around. You have to hit them with something after that.
Very crucially, you can't be the source of the damage. You have to have a wizard that's doing the Scorching Ray builds, right? Like, you can't be the one doing the bunch of instances of a damage. You want to set that up to happen. Well, no, you don't want to be for the exact reason you just said, because you don't want to have to waste your turn getting no damage out of it. You want someone else to immediately cast you on that damage. If you cast this, no one does any of the damage type, and then you have to be the one that falls back on the damage. That ain't it. That's certainly not worth the cast. Cast any 4th level damaging spell and you'll be way happier about that. This sets someone else up to do huge amounts of damage. This is not something I would ever try and make fit onto my own build of, I set up my Elemental Bane, and then next turn I'm going to get you. That's not it.
Like, if you had a team of ice wizards or something, then you maybe, and then you're going specifically after. That's in a big situation. You're not using this to fight a group of orcs, because it's a single target. It's going to take like multiple workings to get it to do anything. Yeah, nobody's ever casting this.
It also just, the thing could pass the save and this does nothing.
Yeah.
And like the difference between someone passing a polymorph into doing nothing and this someone passing this doing nothing is if they get polymorph, the encounter is over for them. If someone gets banishment, that's debilitating. That's an enormous swing. If someone gets Elemental Bane, they go, great, I take 2d6 extra damage tops. Okay.
Yeah,
Elemental Bane is pretty atrocious.
well, you did not choose it though.
I didn't. And the reason I didn't choose it because I think there's that cute niche build where you're at a whole group and everyone's level 7 and you've got, okay, we're playing the Arsonists and the Druid is a Wildfire Druid with Elemental Bane and everyone just says fire damage period and then they just light something up and it's really cool. That's fine, and it's definitely better than Locate Creature because Locate Creature is terrible.
Was Locate Creature on this?
Sure was.
Oops. Well, no, you know what? I'm still confident with my pick.
You definitely picked an atrocious one. Yeah, you picked an awful spell. Locate Creature, fun fact, takes your concentration. To start with, it is foiled by a flowing stream of water of any distance, any width. So, a light trickle in this. If it's raining outside and there's a gutter, good luck using Locate Creature. And on top of that, it only works for 1,000 feet around you. And if you're trying to locate a creature and you don't know where it is, 3 city blocks is not enough distance. It just isn't. This spell is uncastably bad. There's no circumstances where, unless you already know where the creature is, that you could be able to get Locate Creature to work. And if you already know what the creature is, why are you trying to locate it? You know where it is. What? The spell's atrocious. It's so bad.
I've covered this one.
In depth, multiple times.
That's true, because I think it made other lists.
Yeah. I'm really glad you picked something else that is bad.
Yeah, that was pretty rough.
Grasping Vine also probably could have made the list. Grasping Vine, the concentration effect, that's pretty clunky.
It's not great, but it does something.
Yeah.
Locate Creature almost never does anything, and I don't think anybody's ever bothered trying Elemental Bane.
Yeah.
So
The amount of you gotta work so hard to make Elemental Bane come together. You also have to work pretty hard to make Grasping Vine come together. I think it's
Yeah.
probably about as bad. I don't know. It maybe is as bad or a little bit less bad than Elemental Bane. I guess it's just table dependent, right? But there are beyond these like 3-ish effects, most of these are fine. I don't talk about hallucinatory terrain because I have no idea how to rate it. Maybe it's trash, maybe it's great. I don't really know.
I didn't talk. Yeah, I don't know when you'd use it. I looked at
Same.
it a long time ago and I thought, I'm never going to use this.
Yeah.
I just can't imagine this scenario. Hallucinatory terrain is just not for Dungeons and Dragons, I think.
I kind of agree. It feels like something the villain sets up that annoys the players when you lie to them about what they're seeing, right? Whenever you're like doing your dramatic setting the scene and you're just like blatantly lying to them and they go, but it was hallucinatory terrain this whole time. And maybe one time that's cool, but like, I don't know. And it seems like really easy to make it clear that it's hallucinatory or like it's illusory. I don't see it. I agree that it probably belongs in a different game. This just
Even
is
if like
weird.
you're walking through the desert and suddenly it's a rainforest and there's this like clear defining line there.
Maybe it's like a
And
pretend oasis? Is that useful? Eh? I don't think so. I think you're right. Like it's so very obviously big. This probably deserves to make our list at some point as far as like a really horrendous spell goes, but here we are.
there's probably uses for it. I don't know.
Probably. It doesn't
So
take your concentration. So, you know. Hmm?
also, I'm shocked I was able to not pick divination.
Yeah. I was
Um,
shocked you weren't picking divination either. I was ready to hear the word divination come out of your mouth and be like, yeah, it's I know you hate asking the DM things.
yeah, but I felt like my pick was even worse.
I agree. I think Elemental Bane is truly atrocious. Quick shout outs. Blight doesn't take concentration. Charm Monster doesn't take concentration. Fire Shield doesn't take concentration. Put some of those in your character sheets if you're a druid, because you're gonna need some of those. So prepare those every once in a while, especially if you're like a combat druid. Beyond that, like, don't put Ice Storm on your sheet if you absolutely can help it. Ice Storm is really bad, but at least it doesn't take concentration, so you know.
All right, well, I guess that's that. That was level 4 Druid spells. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Let us know your list and what you think of ours down in the comments below. And stay tuned for level 5 Druid spells. And go back and watch all our cleric spells and wizard spells and bard spells. And is that all we've done so far?
I think so. That sounds right.
That's pretty good though.
Yeah, we're getting through them.
Yep. That's that, and we'll see you next time. Bye bye. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we're breaking down our picks for the best 5 and top 1. No, sorry, I screwed that all up. Our picks for the top 5 and 1 worst level 5 Druid spells.
Yep.
Okay.
This list is weird.
Weird? I guess that's the word.
What would you call it?
Um, I don't know. Weird wasn't the thing. I noticed there was a lot more utility than like stuff you'd use in a fight.
Mhm.
That's I mean there was stuff that the stuff I picked was a lot more utility based than I mean there are a bunch of fighting options. But yeah, all right, here's how I'll describe it. These are some of the least talked about, like some of the least experience with the spells that I picked from this list than I do for other lists that we've done. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Like,
I look at this list and I go, wow, I have seen 3 of these cast, and we're not out of the tier I play a decent chunk of. Like, most of these effects, I do not see much at all.
Are you talking about for the spells in general, or specifically the ones that you actually picked?
Spells in general.
Okay, because I'm talking about the ones I picked. Like, these are pretty cool. Maybe I should play with them, but
There
I
are
don't.
there are some neat ones. I'm sure I know what one of yours is. I don't know. I have a toss up for my number 5 right now. I haven't decided which I'm going to pick. I'm going to call it at the moment, but
Oh, yeah, all right. You do know one of mine.
yeah, I figured. So, as I normally mention with druids are prepared casters, which means niche effects tend to be a little bit better. But on top of that, they are summoners. They summon beasts, they summon fae, they conjure animals, they conjure minor elementals. Their most powerful stuff is conjuration magic, almost universally across the board. That means things that take your concentration are a lot. They have to be either usable in situations where you don't want your summon out or don't have your summon out, and be very high impact then with concentration, or not have concentration. So like whenever you're crafting your druid list, what you're concentrating on is going to be a question you're going to want to know the answer to more often than not, and that can kind of shape what you prepare from there. So just something to think about as we go into these kinds of stuff.
All right, I think I went first last time. Oh, other caveat. Sam picks his spells in order 1 through 5, best to worst. I don't. I just pick top 5 willy-nilly spells that I think are cool.
Hmm.
Having said that, Sam, I think it's your turn to go first. What do you got?
I was really bummed out that this made my number 1 because it is worse than a wizard 3rd level spell. That being said, I think Cone of Cold, specifically in the context of Druid, is easily their best 5th level spell because it doesn't take your concentration, has a giant impact, hits fireball damage. It's great. Having this as a 5th level effect for a giant 60-foot cone of 88 damage, whenever you're also having a summoned beast or a summoned other creature running around wreaking havoc, when you have other big splashy concentration effects up at once, it's a high impact spell that almost every druid will find value in if they're not specifically Moon. If you're Moon, you're not casting spells, and this list doesn't matter as much for you. But like for every other druid out there, you really desperately want things to spend your actions on, and this is a very high power, high impact in combat kind of effect to fire out. I really think Cone of Cold is probably the most universally applicable 5th level spell the druids could get.
Didn't make my list. That's
Wild.
Yeah, that is kind of wild now that you go over why it should have. I just thought, man, I've got so much summoned crap that, damage is taken care of. But yeah, I didn't think about that takes concentration. This doesn't. I could be stacking this damage on top of that damage.
You sure can be.
Yeah. And I suppose I should be.
It's pretty good. I think it is easily the most like I've played a druid for like 8 levels. We started at 6, so I ended up getting to 14 with it. Cone of Cold was easily my most cast spell. As far as like in the mid tiers where my 5th level slots were going, they were Cone of Colds. Yeah, easy.
Yeah, that should have made my list, but it did not.
That's fine. What else you pick instead?
I'm gonna, like I said, these are not in order. I'm gonna get this one out of the way just so we can. Yes, Wall of Stone made my list.
I'm sure it was. Talk about it. Why is Wall of Stone here?
Permanent. It's permanent stone walls.
Mm-hmm.
You can build houses. You can build roads. You could sink ships. Just conjure up a big ass wall of stone on a boat. If that doesn't do the trick, get them with another one. They can't lift that off.
What are they gonna do? It's a wall of stone.
Yeah.
The permanence is conditional, right? Like you have to, if you maintain your concentration for the whole duration is when it becomes permanent. So if they drop your concentration before then, they can make the wall go away. But if you're like a little sneaky halfling and it gets aboard a ship that's like, doing some horrible logging or whatever, and you're playing the eco-terrorist, you can be like, great, wall is down, everyone. I'm going to make the greatest, most non-violent protest you've ever seen by just concentrating on this wall for 10 minutes and no one's going anywhere. That's pretty awesome. I love that for it. Is it top 5? Probably not, but I can respect why it's on your list.
I mean, I'm a druid. I'm in the woods. I need some paved roads.
Obviously, yes. The things druids are most known for is creating society. Cities are the number one place druids want to be. It's fine. Wallstone is fine.
Well, I got nothing else to say about it. Just I get excited about Wall of Stone. We've covered it a bunch. Go watch the Wall of Stone video. Go watch any other list we've done where Wall of Stone is an option. I've chosen it. I've talked about it.
Yeah.
I like Wall of Stone.
Fun little spell. My next one is one I don't think we've talked about a lot. It's one I think we might want to start talking about more. It's Summon Draconic Spirit is my number 2. This is a big old dragon that you get for an hour that comes with every round it can make a breath weapon or 2 attacks, or your level cast divided by 2 attacks. So if you cast as a 6th level spell, you get 3 attacks with it. They hit for like, a d6 plus 4 plus spell level piercing damage per hit, so this hits like a truck. Additionally, it gives a specific resistance that you pick when you summon it, and it's from a laundry list of excellent resistances that you can, like, pick whenever you need it, which is pretty baller. All in all, having a large summonable ally with a fly speed, a huge chunk of hit points, a decent AC, like it starts with an AC at 19 because it's 14 plus your spell level, which is, a 19 AC 50 hit point dragon that you can ride around on, breathing flames from, seems baller to me. I don't know. It probably isn't the like raw most powerful summon effect in the game, especially with Conjure, Minor Elementals, and Woodland Beings being its competition. But like as far as a fair, big splashy summon effect goes, Summon Draconic Spirit's excellent.
So I thought we've got summon spells at almost every level of this character. They can all be upcast. We talked about at level 4, conjure spells, conjure woodland beings, conjure what's the other one? Minor
Under
elemental.
my elementals, yeah.
Right. And then I looked at summon draconic spirit. Yeah, this is enough to make the list. Yes.
Yeah.
For all the reasons you said, yes, this one did make my list. I wasn't going to include it. I wasn't going to include any conjure or summons, but then I read a little deeper. Jeez Louise, yes. Yeah, this one
it's pretty
made it.
spicy. I'm a little bit bummed that the damage on the breath weapon doesn't scale. Also, 2d6 in an area isn't the most, so you really need to hit like 4 or 5 things with it to justify it over attack rolls. Still, that option is great and nice to have. It's a 30-foot cone, so it's a huge space. What'd you say?
And you have options. That's nice.
Yeah, absolutely. I can envision so many different characters. They're normally not druids though, but like I can envision a druid that their fantasy is being a dragon rider. And if you have that fantasy, this feat's like, I got you. You just summon a dragon and ride around them. Easy peasy. It's that simple. You get an hour out of it. It's yeah. There's a reason why like conjuration magic is druid's bread and butter, and this is one of those reasons. Now, granted, sorcerers and wizards also can do this, but they haven't also had all the summon stuff at the lower tiers. So if you're running around with a druid and a wizard, and you all decide, hey, want to just start a dragon posse, and you all just mount up on dragons and fly around and rain terror from the skies, yeah, go for it. That could be fun.
Hell's Angels.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, get magic tattoos. It'll be great.
That was your pick, yes?
My number 3. Or my number 2, I'm sorry.
All right. My next one, all right, here's where we get into things that I don't normally talk about a lot. Maelstrom.
Maelstrom did not make my list, namely because it takes concentration. Maelstrom is okay, it's fine. Why do you like Maelstrom?
I think it's cool. It's this has the like super difficult terrain thing going. No, I'm thinking of a different one. This is just regular difficult terrain, but with a suction. So it pulls things toward the center. It does damage, right?
Yeah, 66 each round.
All right, 66 damage. So yeah, it difficult terrain. It pulls things toward the center, making it even harder to get out of the difficult terrain, and it's doing damage. You can do other things. Hopefully, you are doing other things. You're using some shove mechanics to keep people in that space, and good times.
It definitely helps that the damage triggers at the start of its creature's turns. It doesn't trigger notably whenever the creature enters it on the first time on its turn, though. So, like, if something wades in and out of the Maelstrom, they won't have any negative effects. They won't be pulled. They won't take the 66 damage, which is a bit of a bummer. I think that text would have went a long way to make the spell a lot better because it kind of like traps things and works better with the pushing and pulling stuff. That being said, it's not that much of a deal breaker that it's not unusable. I think taking your concentration is the much larger deal breaker because we just talked about Summon Draconic Spirit and we've talked at length about a lot of the summon stuff. That being said, if you don't like the summon stuff, and I highly respect that, they are kind of a headache. Doing stuff with Maelstrom can be a real big blast too. This definitely goes alongside the Spike Growth Druids. It goes alongside a lot of the Wall of Fire, area control setup kind of Druid play patterns where you want to be messing around with Thornlips and stuff. Maelstrom seems like a great upper tier option to consider. 66 damage isn't the most in the world, but it's a solid amount for round after round damage. If you ever get 2 ticks of damage off it on one creature, you're pretty happy with that. So
yeah. Yeah, that's it for me. Or for what I've got to say about Maelstrom. It just seemed cool, like a conveyor belt kind of thing.
My next pick is contentious, but I think it is the best of these effects. It is Reincarnate. I think as far as resurrection magic goes, Reincarnate hits the perfect sweet spot to me where it doesn't have horrible negative consequences in that you get an unfun, unmiserable character to play that doesn't work. But instead, the penalty for dying doesn't really exist if you get a long amount of rests. It doesn't really exist if you're like brought it back up immediately. I like to have a character that, has some scars. What better scar than to come back as a hill dwarf, right? Like, what better scars than to come back after being a Goliath or something, and then you're all of a sudden a little Lightfoot halfling. I think it's a very fun, interesting dynamic to keep a character going. It's a great way to develop a character post-death in a fun, meaningful way. It's also a great druid-specific way to bring people back to life where like they don't get raised dead and stuff, this is their way that they do it. I find all that really lovely. I know a lot of people don't. I know many people that would rather re-roll a new character than have an existing character come back as a different race. Still, I think this spell absolutely nails the fantasy in a meaningful way.
I think you're right in that it is a particularly neat druid way to bring somebody back. That's the whole reincarnation thing feels very druidic. However, it's so bizarre. I wouldn't rather re-roll a new character, but I would much, much, much prefer to take the like
I don't get to play the game for 4 sessions.
4 days worth of penalties from what is it, Raised Dead, than I would to be the same person, but not the character that I lovingly and carefully built over time.
See, I definitely view the switch up as more as an opportunity, right? Like now I'm presented with a new set of problems of how do I make this build work all of a sudden whenever my ability scores change a little bit. How do I make this build work all of a sudden whenever my racial traits are a little bit different? I find that to be really compelling. I also talking about the randomness I'm a big fan of, right? Not knowing what's going to happen, not having a DM even pick, just being like, maybe you're a tiefling, maybe you're a human. It could be anything.
It could present challenges. It could present like impossibilities to use the things that you built this around. And
I definitely don't think it will come with many impossibilities. The only thing that I think would be particularly devastating is losing a variant human feat. If you lose a variant human feat, that is devastating. That is like, my character no longer functions, kind of devastating. If you're going from any non-variant human race to any other, your build likely isn't changing that much. Like, right, what does like a gnomish ranger have in different from an elvish ranger? A dex mod, maybe? Most of the time, it's just going to be some neat little ways that my stealth is slightly better, or I have a little extra cantrip here or there that I use, or, you get these small differences between the races where they're all relatively close in balance. I find it's not that much of a problem. Whenever the racial balance is way out of whack, as it is with variant human, that's where it actually starts to be a bit of more of an issue. So, this definitely isn't for every table, for every character. You're right about that.
So this is something I'm always scared of, but I've never actually experienced. So it might not be as bad as I think.
I've seen 2 characters be reincarnated, and both those characters, I wasn't either of them. They were other players at the tables. One of which I was DMing, one of which I was playing in. And both times those characters went on for 5, 6, 7 more sessions, had an absolute blast.
Cool.
All right, that's my number 3. What else you got?
What do I got? Okay, here's the other one I don't talk too much about. I got Transmute Rock.
You're gonna have to explain to me why.
That was where the super difficult terrain came in. Like this one is like, you transmute rock to mud. You create this big pit full of mud that it costs them 4 feet for every foot of movement they go in. I always like those because you can put them on top of other things that do normal difficult terrain or slowing effects, and you get to stack things. Also, it can be permanent.
Is that the reason this landed for you? Is because it can be permanent?
Yes,
You're like, what if Spike Growth was 2 levels higher at a lower radius, but it's permanent? That's what makes it?
I mean, you can clear the mud out, and then you've carved a little space into a mountain. You've started building your mountain fortress. Huh?
For a very different game, I agree. That's a very useful building tool to have in the toolbox. For a game where, you select a little construction icon and you go get your wizards out and they start transmuting mud to make the area open for you to build in, absolutely, I agree. It's a very useful tool. In an adventuring party, This was on the list. This was my short list to be talked about as my worst. I really think this spell is awful.
All right, yeah, the permanence. No, you notice I mentioned that second. I did
Sure.
say it. It slows things down in a different mechanic way than other things that slow things down, which I'm always a fan of.
Sure.
Also, you got different uses for it. If you cast it in a ceiling of a tunnel, you cause a mud cave in, does damage, yada yada. Um, in those few instances where your people are trudging through mud or quicksand, you can lock them in place.
Sure.
I don't think that's probably not going to come up
I
too
don't
much.
think I can tell you of a single campaign where I've trudged through mud or quicksand.
Well, all right. What if you use this spell
frequency bias.
twice? You change it to change the rock to mud. They all sink. Boom. Next turn, you change it back to some rock,
So for 2
and
actions
their
and 2
feet are
mid-level
stuck in there.
slots, you can force creatures to make a dex save or be restrained. Plant growth is a 3rd level spell that hits a bigger area and does the super difficult terrain thing that this does, and I would argue about as consistent a matter. I think the rocks falling is kind of cute. The 48 bludgeoning damage option is like, but are you ever happy sending a 5th level spell slot for 48 damage in an area?
No.
We were talking about Cone of Cold earlier.
Yeah.
That is 8d8 damage.
This can be permanent. That's that gave it points with me.
That's fair.
Maybe it shouldn't have made my. Probably never use this.
Okay.
But I like that it exists.
What it does have going for it, like you said, it's permanent instantaneous, which means it doesn't take your concentration, which means if you wanted like area control tools that don't take your concentration, plant growth, I believe, takes your concentration. Nope, never mind. Plant growth is also instantaneous. Yeah, I got nothing.
Yeah, plant growth is miles better than this because even the area this does isn't much.
40-foot cube is substantially smaller than the 150-foot range on plant. Sorry, 100-foot radius sphere of plant growth.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I was tempted and mesmerized by the permanence.
That's reasonable. I know who you are, Bob. We've talked about Wall of Stone in this video.
Yeah, we did. That's all I really had to say about it. It has
fair.
some fun potential.
I really struggled with my
it's
last
the worst.
It didn't make my worst, but I'm not gonna lie to you, it was close. I really struggled with my 4 and 5. I don't love most of the rest of these. I don't even, like, frankly, Reincarnated, I was even like, is this making my list? I know what my number 5 is because I definitely have that locked in. My number 4, I think I'm gonna have to go with Wrath of Nature, but I've never seen Wrath of Nature cast. So like,
I looked at that. I don't remember what it does.
So
that's the one where the trees are beating on you and
yeah,
like, rocks are flying around.
Yeah, so you get a bonus so concentration per minute is already like a red flag, as we talked about prior, and it basically turns a 60-foot area. Each tree in the area becomes a 46 10 area or 10-foot radius damage area, right? So anything near these trees, if there are multiple trees, enemies will take the 46 slashing damage from whipping branches on a failed dex save. Then there's Roots and Vines, which is the restrain that we're talking about, with like the transmute mud to stone. And rocks is you can bonus action throw 3d8 rocks at things. So at minimum with this, you can pick up some rocks. So throwing rocks around every round is a bonus action for 3d8 damage bonus action, which is fine. And then you also have the 46 radius tree damage in the right environments, and sometimes are also restraining. I think if you ever get all 3 of these together, it's excellent. It's a good bonus action attack. It's good area of effect damage, and it's a meaningful condition, all stacked on top of each other. If you only get 2 of these, I'm like, and if you get less than that, I'm never here for it. The difficult terrain for grasses undergrowth is also like fine, but like you really need a lot of these things to come together for it to be great. That being said, whenever it is great, it's probably pretty solid. I've never seen it cast, but I suspect it's fine.
Right. The reason it didn't make my list, and this is going to sound bad, I didn't think it was going to be applicable enough. I didn't think you were going to be able to be in this environment enough. Now, and I think you probably agree with it, but in my mind, you'd be in this environment a lot more than any environment you'd be able to use transmute rock in.
I don't know necessarily if that's true. I think I would genuinely say I think the transmute rock probably has more areas where it's live because there's more stone brick walkways. There's more like rock is used in infrastructure a lot of the time, and in exotic places, I think like plane of fire kind of stuff, you could use it. Wrath of Nature, very specifically, I agree with you, actually, is you are limited to lower tier kind of environments. It doesn't work at all in dungeons. It doesn't work at all in a majority of upper tier. Like if you're in a Jin's Palace, or if you're going, to fight in the Orc Fortress, this has no text. Well, I think mud to stone, stone becoming mud can happen at least pretty regularly. I just kind of am of the opinion, like, you prepare this when you know you're going into the big spooky forest to fight the bog witch, right? Like, that's where I think it lands. And we're still not quite the upper tiers. We're the upper end of the mid tiers. So we're going to start running out of these environments. That doesn't mean they won't ever happen, though.
All right, yeah, I looked at it. Probably should have made my list over Transmute Rock. But alas, it did not.
Yeah.
Go ahead. What were you saying?
I don't know. I keep reading and I'm like, all of these words could be great if they were all here together. I just am not sure if they're ever all going to be together in a meaningful spot. Maybe this shouldn't be on my list. Maybe this is like the potential isn't actually there. But like, I'm enticed. I'm intrigued. This sounds like it could be good.
I guess we both
I'm
kind
unsure.
of started running out of spells because I wasn't gung ho for Transmute Rock. I did look through a lot of these spells and just nothing else got me as excited.
Yeah. Again, I stand by. It's a weird list.
Yeah. All right. The last one that made mine, boring choice, Mass Cure Wounds. Thought, all right, Druids don't get Mass Healing Word, so if this is their Mass Healing option.
Yeah, you're probably right. I saw it and I was like, oh, I don't have to consider that one because Mass Healing Word obviously is better than it. But you're right. It has dawned on me with you saying it. Druids don't get Mass Healing Word, so this probably does deserve to take a spot on my list over my number 4. It's not gonna make it over my number 5. I love my number 5 too much. But like, you're probably right. This is probably how you Druids get multiple player cure creatures at once.
Wait, is your number 5? All right, go ahead. Anyway, Mass Cure Wounds. We know what it does. It cures multiple people of their wounds, and it's a 60 feet range and like a 30-foot sphere or something, or whatever.
Yeah, you pick 6 creatures within a 30-foot radius sphere, and they get 3 plus mod healing. It's fine. It's definitely worse than Mass Healing Word, but if it's all you got, I would definitely see this get cast. So like, yeah. If you want a Mass Healing option, this is a cheap non-concentration Mass Healing option you got access to. You probably want that prepared, especially over like Wrath of Nature, which is very niche. So I agree. I think this probably deserves a top 5 slot. Didn't quite make mine though. Probably should have.
Is your number 5 Awaken?
It is. It is Awaken.
When you said it's better than my number 4, but I would choose this over my number 4, but not over my number 5. That sounded like a weird thing, and I thought, oh, it must be Awaken.
Yeah, it's Awaken. Awaken is the best spell in the game. So you turn a creature sentient over 8 hours. So like you pick like a little. When I say you turn a creature, you turn something sentient over like 8 hours. So you pick like a shrub or a goldfish or I don't know, a parrot, and now it's a creature with an int of 10 that can speak a language and like you walk around with your buddy for 30 days. It's charmed by you, and then hopefully it stays with you, and it's like your pal, and you get a new party member. It's with it. It leads to so many really funny, memorable, wonderful moments, and it's definitely not that like practical. But come on, who does? It's so fun. It's so whimsical. It's a little overcosted. Costs $1,000 to get a little NPC friend that's probably useless, but like I think that's great.
You're creating life. You're creating a soul. It costs what it costs, Sam.
Sure. Well, in that case, 1,000 gold seems like a very small price to pay for creating a soul. I don't know. I love it. Awakened Beasts or Plants are very fun. I think if a party comes together around an entity, like let's say everyone loves their pet ferret, the whole squad will die for this pet ferret. Being able to awaken the pet ferret is a great place to like shoot to get to in the mid tier. It's a big like party goal is we're gonna find an agate and awaken this ferret. I deeply, deeply love that.
All right, so how does that work? You awaken your familiar.
So familiars aren't beasts or plants. They're a different creature type. They're just look like beasts or plants. They're I think fae, celestials, or fiends.
Yeah.
So you can't awaken a familiar.
All right. So what were you talking about with the ferret?
You have a pet ferret, and the party loves the pet ferret, and then you awaken the pet ferret.
Yeah.
You got a pet bunny. You awaken the pet bunny. What's not to love?
Well, I'll tell you what's not to love. After 30 days, it gets to make a choice.
Does you better have been nice to it.
Yeah.
If it ever
Ah,
abandons you, you're gonna have to deal with the consequences of having brought intelligent life into this world and has since forsaken you and gone off on its own. And picture the fan art of the bunny that becomes awakened, that's journeying with the adventuring party, and it's like a little baby Groot, but it's standing on someone's shoulder as a little bunny with a little sword. It's pointing off. It's got a little hat. God, I love it. It's so whimsical, Bob. It's so whimsical.
whimsical it is. Yes.
That's why it's my number 5. Do you
Yeah.
ever actually need to prepare it? No, but it is really, really fun.
Yeah, there's potential there. We have talked about this. We did a full Awaken video. Go watch it. Yeah, good times or existentially frightening times.
Yeah. World shaping, plot breaking levels of if we all go into stasis for 1,000 years after we animate 2 ferrets, or we bring 2 ferrets to sentience, what happens? Is there a whole society of awakened animals now? Who knows? Maybe the world's been overtaken by awakened shrubbery. We'll find out in 1,000 years, and you can have really fun worlds built on those concepts.
We just found out in the new Guardians of the Galaxy movie.
That's a good movie. Dark movie, but good movie.
All right. Speaking of dark, is your list finished?
Yeah, my list is done.
My list is done as well. You want to review yours?
Sure, it is number 1, Cone of Cold. Number 2, Summon Draconic Spirit. Number 3, Reincarnate. Number 4, Wrath of Nature. That should be Mask Your Wounds. And number 5 is Awaken.
We only had one matching this time.
This is kind of a poor showing of 5th level spells, in my opinion.
All right, for me, number 1 was Wall of Stone. 2, Summon Draconic Spirit. 3, Maelstrom. 4, Transmute Rock. And 5, Mask Your Wounds. Sam, what's your pick for the worst spell on this list?
Contagion.
Which? Oh, Contagion?
Contagion's terrible.
I don't remember what it does.
Exactly. Takes an action cast, range touch, as a duration of 7 days. Your touch inflicts disease. Make a melee spell attack against a creature on hit. It's poisoned. And then, at each of its turns, it makes a con save. And if it succeeds on 3 of them, there's no longer poison. The spell ends. And then if it fails 3 of them instead, it's no longer poison. And then you pick one of like 7 entirely inconsequential diseases that don't matter. They don't matter because there's no shot this is ever coming to fruition in a meaningful fashion. Contagion is supposed to be like this debilitating, horrible, like spreading a mass plague kind of deal, and then in practice it does nothing in combat but spend a 5th level spell slot requiring touch to poison something, and then at best poison something, and then if you're doing it out of combat, anything that cures disease just ends the effect and makes contagion entirely pointless. So yeah, it's hard. It's hot garbage. It's uncastable trash. There's no encounter where you're gonna want to spend a 5th level spell slot and touch something for a poison condition for at most 4 rounds. No, this isn't it.
I mean, poison condition isn't nothing. It's close, but not for a 5th level spell.
For a 5th level spell that requires you also touch them as a full caster, I'm like, nope, no, thank you. Try again later.
That's definitely worst worthy, but it's not. That wasn't my pick.
No, I can't wait. What's your pick? There's a lot of stinkers here.
Yeah, I picked Control Winds. Did that make your radar?
I looked over and I was like, God, I haven't read that in forever. It's probably not worse than Contagion.
Oh no, it doesn't really seem to do anything that I'd ever care about.
It does take concentration. That's already a bummer.
Concentration up to an hour though, so if you care, I mean, you can blow wind up or down or to the side or whatever.
It lets people have a 10-foot higher jump though.
Yeah.
It knocks a bunch of things prone. Yeah, this seems really, really bad.
Where's the prone?
The downdraft. You cause a sustained blast of strong wind. Range attacks against the pass through the cube are made at disadvantage. A creature making a strength save, if it flies into the cube for the first time on its turn,
is knocked prone.
Right. Yeah.
All right. So not ground-based creatures.
Just flying-based creatures. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. This does seem pretty awful.
Yeah.
It's like warding wind, but a 5th level spell slot, and somehow or more niche. Yeah, this seems awful. I would never want to cast this. Does it have more impactful effects than Contagion? I'd say probably. Like, against the battalion of skeleton archers, having downdraft seems useful, but that's like it, right? So
Yeah,
definitely very low impact.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm not a
or
fan.
if you can trick a dragon into flying into it and goes prone and you wail on it. I don't know.
That seems laughably unlikely.
Yeah. Let's see. Did you have any?
You have to spend your
you said
action to switch between the modes. Oh my god! Wow, that's terrible. Oh, runners up. I think
you mentioned you were looking at Transmute Rock.
I was looking at Transmute Rock. I was looking at Tree Stride. I liked the flex, like the idea of Tree Stride, but it costs just so way too much for it to
What's
be
tree
good.
stride? Is that like teleport between trees?
Yup, exactly that.
That's something.
It's kind of something in some niche environments. I've never been a fan of scrying, but it's definitely not the worst out of the ones we've talked about. Anti-life shell is pretty awful. That definitely could have been up there.
I thought that was going to be your worst because I know you don't like it, but I thought, ooh, there's not many uses, but I could imagine there being a use.
Yeah, whenever we're looking at worse, we're like, okay, are there any encounters, any that exist where the spell can be good? And the answer, I think, for anti-life shell and even a little bit for control winds is yes. I can't think of an encounter where contagion is good.
What does Dream do?
I don't see it on the Druid spell list as a 5th level spell.
It's on my list. Maybe that was a mistake on my part.
Who's to say? It could just be the wiki is wrong. The wiki is often wrong. Apparently, it's Circle the Land, Grassland, get Dream. So it's not a native Druid spell, apparently, according to D&D Beyond.
Oh, I have it there.
That's a great question. I'd
Well,
guess because it's a subclass spell.
All right, well then don't we don't need to talk about that.
Muy bueno.
What else did
Commune with Nature isn't great, but it's better than the rest of these, probably. Gaius,
Yeah,
I don't love Gaius. Gaius is like this weird, you kill something because it's got 5 hit points, or it just has enough hit points that it disobeys you anyway and has a migraine every morning. Like, it's this weird little effect that I think is neat, I guess. It's definitely good on, like, okay, if you disobey me, you will instantly die. So that's, that's probably useful. 30-day time duration is pretty cool. I don't know. This whole list is clunky and awkward, and I think there's a reason why neither of us have seen a lot of these spells get cast. In the case of Summoner Chrono Spirit, I think it's because it's relatively recent, and I think in the case of the rest of these, it's like these seem a little bit too niche or underwhelming to like actually want to cast. There aren't a lot of reasons to cast Wrath of Nature. There aren't a lot of reasons to cast Greater Restoration or Contagion, right? There's even things like Awaken are fairly narrow in like what they actually can do.
Even things like Awaken.
Yeah. I don't know. This is the list that I was most like, I just don't care about almost all of this. And that's disappointing. At least with like Fine Traps, I can be actively angry.
Passionate about my worst pick with this one as I have been in the past.
Yeah, same.
I'm just not thrilled with control wins.
It's really just disappointment. You're like, yeah, that's not as good as it should be. Bummer.
Not mad. I'm just disappointed.
5th level Druid spells in a nutshell.
5th level Druid spells. That was the list. Let us know in the comments. What do you think of our list? What are your lists? What do you think is the best? What do you do you like the ones we picked for the worst? Do you think they belong in the best? Do you think they're better than we give them credit for? I don't know. Let us know. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. We'll go check out the levels 0 through 4 Druid spells and all the cleric spells and wizard spells and bard spells. All the spells.
In the future, you probably can check out like Warlock too, and maybe even other spell lists as we go through them,
Almost certainly. All right. That was that. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we are breaking down our picks for the top 5 and 1 worst level 6 Druid spells.
I think you misspoke. I think what you meant to say is we're covering our the 6 most castable of the list of near uncastable 6th level Druid spells.
Yeah. That's a fair. or six least or five least not favorites.
Yeah,
Right?
the
Yeah.
5 best of bad situation spells and 1 truly awful piece of trash is what we're covering today. Because the Druid 6th level spells, oof, these are stinky.
Well, there's some cool ones, but the list in general did not make me excited.
Yeah, same.
All right. Well, you want to kick it off this time?
Sure.
Oh, caveats.
I rank mine best to worst, 1 to 5. Bob just kind of does whatever he wants. I then also will say druids are prepared casters, so you pick the ones you want for the situations you need them, and they also really care about their concentration. They have really banger 3rd, 2nd, and 4th level spells that care about your concentration. They have some decent 5th level options, and then you get here and you're like, okay, so I'm upcasting summon spells, but then what? And this is really a video for the but then what, because that's definitely the scope of these spells. It's not spells you're going to be casting every encounter, I don't think. Or most encounters, nor will you really want to.
All right. What do you got? What do you got first?
Words that I don't think have ever been spoken before. I think the best 6th level spell is transport via plants.
That did not make my list because I think it's stupid.
It's basically teleport as long as you've been to the plant that you want to touch. So you touch a large plant, and you think of another plant at any distance, and you for a round open a gateway between the two that things can move through. So this is an instantaneous group teleport where everyone kind of jams through the tree and gets out really quickly. As far as like cheap, efficient teleport options go, I think this is probably one of the best in the game. It is really, really easy to use as long as you can find some amount of tree, like plant life around you, which is a relatively easy thing to do in most in campaign settings, I think.
Yeah. But I'm just picturing the druid trying to squeeze his way in like Winnie the Pooh, and then coming out of a different tree. It's
and then the progressively like it starts with the druid gnome, and then it's just progressively larger party members squeezing themselves through an equally small like hole in the tree. I love that. That's adorable.
oh yeah. I do not like the fantasy with this. It's like we need a druid themed teleport. This is the best we can come up with.
I mean, for what it's worth, this is cheaper than teleport. This is faster than circular teleportation. I think this genuinely has pretty great usage because it gets you to a place and back relatively easily, right? Like all you have to do is use this again and where you left. Easy peasy.
That's fine. I am not arguing that it's not an objectively good spell, but I'm not being objective here. I just think it looks stupid.
That's
and
fair.
I don't like it thematically. I don't know.
I
This
also
does not
think
paint a good picture in my head.
I think calling this an objectively good spell is a bit of a stretch. I think
And
this is a reasonable option to
I
consider.
meant objective. Like I'm not bringing personal feelings into it.
Mm.
I, however, am bringing personal feelings into it. I think it's stupid. I don't like it.
Okay. What do you think is less stupid that you picked instead?
I picked Wall of Thorns.
That's my number 2.
Okay, this is what I want like a druid spell to look like. A big massive wall of thorns pops up. This is how I feel like a powerful druid. I'm working nature. I'm ripping apart my enemies. They're struggling to get through. Their skin is falling off their body because I am harnessing the power of nature. I'm not trying to squeeze my ass through a tree.
I don't see how those things have to be mutually exclusive.
Now, like if they had some kind of teleport, like a veil of thorns or something, like this gate of thorns opens up and you like spread apart the vines and walk through, and okay, I could live with that. But
See,
transport via plants.
all I'm picturing is just like a thorn-based birth canal that you just like push yourself through, and I find that more offensive than squeezing your way through like part of a tree. So I guess everyone's got their own little fantasy things they prove of and don't, you know?
Yeah. So Wall of Thorns. I don't have. Let me see. I don't have the stats on me right now, but yeah,
So it does 76 or 78 piercing damage to everything on the thorny wall whenever it comes into existence, which isn't amazing damage, but for a wall that you can get it again is pretty good. It takes a ton of movement to get through this thing, so people aren't going to do that oftentimes. And if you get like shoved back into it or end your turn there, it's the first time a creature enters the wall on a turn or ends its turn there, it takes bonus damage.
Yeah, so it's one of those things. It's like in spike growth. We can really shove creatures around and do a lot of damage, or just ward off an area. Give.
It's only 5 feet thick, so like it's not particularly difficult to escape from. It also is like it's definitely one on the worst end of the wall effects because you can't see through it. So like you can't pull things through it that easily because it's a wall of thorns. So I find it to be a little bit tricky to use in that department comparatively. It's still fine.
I mean, it's 5 feet thick, but it does cause the the difficult movement that what is it?
It takes 4 times movement to get through it, so it's 20 feet of movement to pass through it.
Yeah, that's something.
Normally what happens is things just don't go through it.
Unless they get shoved through it.
Maybe? I guess. Yeah, sure, that makes sense. But you have to like push them into it, and then they like go out the other side, and then you can't get them anymore without going through it yourself. So it's like, hey, okay. But maybe it killed them. And if it killed them, it's great. If they came through it once, you push them back through, it's great. 18 d8 damage or 14 d8 damage is definitely enough to justify the cast. It's just like making that happen, I think, is a little bit trickier than it needs to be. That being said, this is the second best Druid 6th level spell, so
you can make I like the you can make the 20-foot diameter circle.
Yeah.
Put that around your enemies. They have to like
make it arena, fight to the death for our entertainment.
Well, no, because you can't see them. But
get a high vantage point, and then you can watch them fight to the death for your entertainment.
No, but what I'm thinking is, all right, if they want to mess with you, they've got to come through it, and then you're right there to shove them back in.
Yeah, maybe.
That's good times.
I think there are some cute things to do, like you're suggesting. I think it's harder to use than some other effects that I really like. It's also like it being a Druid 6th level exclusive takes your concentration for 10 minutes. I'm like, ooh. 10-minute concentration is not where I necessarily want to be. But if you want to play the Druid build that's doing the pushy shovey thingy with Thorn Whips and stuff, maybe this fits on your sheet pretty well.
It would fit on mine if I was playing a Druid.
All
right. What else you got?
My number 3 probably could be my number 2. It's just like a kind of known quantity. It's Hero's Feast. So Hero's Feast gives you a tool that just like gives you. It costs $1,000. It consumes it, but then it gives everyone a bunch of bonuses for the next fight. So that you're cured of all diseases and poisons. You become immune to the poison and frightened condition, and you make wisdom saves with advantage for 24 hours. Additionally, you get 2d10 bonus max HP. So and you gain that many extra HP. So like it's a bunch of free effects because you're normally doing this before or as part of a long rest, and then you just have it for the next event or whatever. If you're loaded, you can just do this every adventure. If you're not loaded, you do this before you go fight the big bad. And in both these cases, it's pretty excellent because it's just kind of like a free passive buff, and that's pretty good for a 6th level effect.
Yeah, that made my list. But it was like one of the ones I was picking when I wasn't super excited about it. I was like, but the rest of these spells.
So all of them.
I like Wall of Thorns. I think it's cool.
That's fair. So everything but Wall of Thorns.
See.
Uh-oh.
Maybe. But yeah, Hero's Feast. It does some cool things. It gives you some bonuses and stuff. But it's like gold. It's going to depend on your table. Either it's going to be like really expensive, or it's not even an issue.
Yeah, you're sitting on Scrooge McDuck Vault money. Where you're like, oh, we have 180,000 gold pieces. How much does this cost? Oh, yeah, never mind. It's free. Okay, got it. Thanks. We'll have recouped all of the expenses exponentially through our next adventure. That sounds good to me. All right, what do you got next?
Let's see. I got cover that one. Let me check my list here. I picked Sunbeam.
Sunbeam did not make my list. Maybe it should have, but I couldn't bring myself to take it. Why is Sunbeam here?
Same reason. Transport via plants is not. I like it thematically. I like shooting beams of sun out of my palm. Bing, bing, bing. Zapping creatures left and right. Good times.
I think a lot of players that aren't really interested in trying to min-max every element of their character sheet and trying to bring together a cohesive build. Players that just kind of want to sit on the table with a list of spells, they go, this looks cool, this looks fun, is it going to be effective? Maybe, who knows? You take out Sunbeam, you go, I'm going to try Sunbeam this encounter, and you do your Iron Man thing, and 68 in a 60-foot line is genuinely pretty great, and you do that 3 or 4 times, you're really happy with that. You do that as your action, which isn't great. That's where I have the main issue with it, is you could be doing other things with your actions, and you can also be concentrating on other things. This costs you kind of your turn and forgoing a summoned companion, your turn and forgoing a Wall of Thorns, and forgoing a Maelstrom or whatever other concentration effects you might want to have. You have to say, okay, all I want to do this encounter is 68 radiant damage in lines. 68 radiant damage in lines is probably better than my number 5. But it'll be close. It's not a spell that I'm eagerly putting on my sheet, but I can see it being a reasonable, serviceable effect for players that want just to, for this encounter, I am the sun god.
Yeah, see, you bring up Iron Man, that's not what I'm envisioning. I'm envisioning, like, the Druid shooting beams of sunlight in particular. That's
How does that differ from regular beams of light? Are they
because
more
it's
orange?
Druid. It's
Okay.
sunlight.
Or I'm going like what the visual difference in my brain should be. Is there like a little happy sun emojis going down the side of them as they're frying people, or
Ah, no, in fact, because the material component is a magnifying glasses. It's like you're killing ants.
I love this is Sid from Toy Story. It's like frying thing with a magnifying glass. Sid the
Uh,
Druid. I love that. Let's make that character happen.
new build. All right. That was my turn. So what else do you have?
Okay, my number 4. I think the spell's a little bit tricky to use, but when used and timed correctly, my god, is it impactful. Primordial Ward is a giant laundry list of resistances, but that isn't the bulk of what it does. The bulk of what it does is anytime you would be damaged by one of those effects, you can become immune to it as a reaction. So it's sort of a way to mitigate any quantity of acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder damage. And any quantity can have a gargantuan impact. Like if you are facing down, the Lord of Fire and Terror himself, and you approach him and you have got a Primordial Ward on, and he goes to smite you with 3,000 fire damage, you can say, ha, that's funny. I have a 6th level spell that says no. And there aren't other spells in the game that do that. There aren't many other effects you can get that mitigate all damage. And this being a way to do that is useful. Its setup time is a lot. Its concentration makes it worse. This is often going to be something that you're using specifically going into an Ancient Red Dragon fight, specifically going into some big splashy encounter where they have a resource that will get burned, that will do an enormous amount of this kind of damage, and then they'll be out of it for a little bit of time, and you can move forward past it. I'm sorry, it can't be fire. We're good. So yeah, big Ancient Red Dragon. You say, I'm not taking any of this 38 D8 damage or whatever. I'm going to be fine, and then we're moving forward with other summon spells while it goes on cooldown.
I thought about having this one on my list, but just that as soon as you do it, it ends.
Yeah.
Like I think you get the immunity for like the rest of your turn or something.
Yes.
So I guess if other things are breathing fire on you too, then that okay. But where I think this spell should be, and maybe, but it's level 6. So we're getting up there in levels. I think. What's the duration on it?
10 minutes or 1 minute.
1 minute. Okay, so a fight. I think you just get the immunity for the duration, and the challenge for whatever you're fighting is to break your concentration by other means.
Sure. That could be an interesting version of this. I think it'd probably be pretty fair. And by pretty fair, I mean like worthy of a 6th level spell slot. Right. I also think this would be a really interesting spot just to put a reaction. Like, let this be a 6th level absorb elements. Let this be a 1 reaction, 6th level spell slot. You get immunity to one of those damage types of the turn. Do it. I'd be all about that. It'd be real good. But it would be a genuinely large tax. You have to spend a pretty powerful resource for a very powerful, high impact, instantaneous effect. I think both of those are a better spot than where it is now. Where it is now, it's my number 4 is the top 5 Druid 6th level slots that are all pretty trash. So,
all right, let's see if I can find a better one. Oh God, did I choose this one? Oh, I did.
Off to a great start.
All right. Well, I'll choose a better one first. I picked Druid Grove. That's another one of those where thematically it's fun. It's got a lot going on.
It does have a lot going on.
Doesn't have concentration. It's got a big cast time. It's one of those things, warding things where you have to hope enemies are coming to you or know that they are. 10-minute cast time. But yeah, lots of fun stuff. What do you got? You got fog. So yay. The grasping undergrowth is cool. And the grove party, yeah. Bunch
You
of
really
trees
buried the
beating
lead
on
on this
people.
one. Yeah, you're like, it's a fog cloud, and oh, it's also an entangle.
Yeah.
Oh, and you also you get 4 ends. That too, I guess. Yeah, I think the bulk of the text here is 4 Grove Guardians. You get 4 animated trees. They have the same statistics as an Awakened Tree, which is in the MM. And they're kind of like a 4 summonable allies that hang out in the area and fight until they have driven off or slain the intruders. They obey spoken commands that you issue while you're in the area. So, like, hypothetically, if we're doing the world engine wizard baking soap game that we like to do in this channel, this is 4 Grove Guardians that you set off, just kind of like you give them a task and they spend that task in that 90-foot area as giant trees that you couldn't otherwise do. Maybe they're like making canoes or something. I don't know. That's a little bit morbid, but you get the gist of it. This has all the problems that like Hollow and stuff have. This was close to making my list, but it's 10-minute cast time. You set it in an area and you go, please, oh please, oh please, oh please, oh please, oh please, oh please, can we fight here? And it also, where Hollow you can kind of put anywhere, Druid Grove has to be around trees, because if there aren't trees in the area, you don't have anything to animate, and then it's just a fog cloud and a grasping, it's a fog cloud and a tangle, a gust of wind, or a spike growth. So, like, that's not great.
I mean, you got the entangle there with the grasping undergrowth. Stack that on the spike growth. Got trees beating on people. This is my druid fantasy.
Sure. I think if you're ever defending a specific Druid Grove, it'll be a cute, powerful moment to have. I think you prepare this for that once in a campaign kind of event and then forget it exists the rest of the time, much like you do with Hollow.
Or, I mean, this one I could see, like, if you're anywhere near it and you have an encounter, you can lead enemies to it.
And there you go, don't go near the trees. And then what does this do?
They don't know the trees are alive.
They certainly do. It's hard to look at a tree and be like, that one's moving. I wondered if it is alive. I guess maybe you don't. I don't know.
No, it's also covered in druidic runes. So yeah, that's a little bit of a giveaway.
This is gonna be like, surprise, 4 trees beat the crap out of you.
Well, if you can make it work, I think it'll be a lot of fun.
I 100% agree with that. I think if you can have this encounter, it's probably gonna be a super fun encounter where you're gonna feel really powerful to have 6 awakened trees, which are only they're only CR2. That's still like 3d6 plus 4 damage each. That's fine. They're worse than I thought they were going to be, but that's still like decent. I think I'd still rather have an upcast summon Fae, but you could also
look. Any of these you're gonna prefer an upcast summon Fae.
That's a great point.
Not where we are.
That's a great point. For what it is, this is a fine, flavorful version of Hallow. I do like it a lot. I love these kinds of effects. I want to play with these effects more, but God, are they hard to get to come to, like, actually come out of the table.
All right. And this last 24 hours requires no concentration. You put like some deer corn in the middle, and anytime a deer comes by, trees beat the crap out of it, and you'll be eaten like kings.
Because what druids are so well known for is ambushing lonely woodland critters.
I gotta eat.
Sure. You got good berries right there. Oh, okay. So that's your 5th or 4th one. What one is that for you?
Let's see. Let me see how many I have left. No, I think I only got one more. That's the one I'm not super excited about.
All right. My last one is a toss-up. I think I'm gonna land on Conjure Fae, just because you can summon an Annis Hag, and Annis Hags are pretty beefy. They can also summon like Green Hags, which are pretty decent. They get a decent spell list and stuff like this. They're both probably just worse than your summon options, but especially because they can turn on you and kill you. But I view that as an upside because it's a very fun role-playing counter to have, is you break concentration and the hag is trying to kill you for the next 3 minutes or whatever, and you have to figure out how to not die to that. That's not to say like this is a particularly powerful effect. Is it better than heal? Heal doesn't take concentration, so probably not. But this one at least is like, there's some fun opportunities to have here, especially if you're playing with monsters beyond, oh, pardon me, the ones in Mordenkainen's Tomb of Foes, like third-party Fate monsters that have medium, like, decent CRs.
Yeah, this didn't make my list because before this, you have so many other summoning and conjuring options that, I don't need
This is definitely worse than all of those.
Anything else to say about that one?
It's usable because of Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, or because of what's it called? The book that Volo's Guide to Monsters. Before Volo's, this had like one valid target, and it was Green Hag. That wasn't good enough. So like, yeah, not ideal.
Oh, all right. Well, speaking of not ideal, my last pick was Windwalk.
You mean Group Fly?
Yeah. But really fast fly. And
sure.
All right, so
okay. Let's talk about it briefly.
The reason I picked it is because this list. I didn't really care about any of the investiture spells.
Those are all hard. Those are like Sunbeam but worse.
Yeah, I wanted to like the ice one because it makes a movable, difficult terrain space, but it's only 10 feet. How useful is that going to be? So I chose Windwalk, thinking, all right, this is like Dimension Door, but you can get a lot farther away.
So yeah, you can get a lot farther away. So things against it. Takes an action to or takes a minute to cast. So this isn't like an escape tool. This is something you have to like use specifically for exploration. That being said, as an exploration tool, 8 hours of 10 willing creatures being gaseous and flying around with a 300-foot fly speed is pretty sweet. This is going to let you explore some really interesting places. My question is, do you need to investigate those interesting places? Like, it's going to be like specifically on the plane of air, Genie Castle kind of stuff. It's going to be specifically, you're flying around giant ruinous floating islands, which is definitely a top-end fantasy, and you probably pair it to navigate those. And you like go in and out of Windwalk whenever you have to go the puzzles and stuff. But like, it's probably decent. And I don't love that it costs you a spell slot, but it's kind of I would put this in a similar place as water breathing in that you can explore new environments with it. It just doesn't cost you nothing. It costs you a 6th level spell slot, and it's a pretty giant difference.
Yeah, I didn't take into account the 1 minute cast time. I was thinking about this as an escape spell.
Certainly not that.
Nope. That brings it down a notch. But I don't know. With this list, I still don't feel bad about having this as an option.
I really don't think there's
8
any
hours,
this...
no concentration. That's you get, what is it? Resistance to damage from non-magical weapons. That's something.
Absolutely. I think that of like this being a non-concentration big utility effect is probably fine. I think as a spell exists to prepare, it's good to know this one exists. I'm glad it exists. This is by no means the worst spell on here. I don't think any of our top 5s are like definitive. I wouldn't say any of these top 5 spells are so good I would always prepare them. The closest is probably Hero's Feast, just because of how abusable it is. By abusable, I mean it's like a free passive effect you get on long rests when you're rich. But like, listen, being rich is its own reward. This is kind of a list of, here are some options to think about. They're the 6th level spells worth keeping in your brain whenever you're not upcasting summon stuff, whenever you're not upcasting spells you like more, I think. These are the niche options you pull out of your toolbox whenever you're preparing a long rest. You're like, oh, we are going to Journey in the Plane of Air, Windwalk time. Oh, I know we're going against an Ancient Red Dragon, Primordial Ward. Oh, I really want to shoot laser beams from my hand today. Sunbeam, easy peasy.
All right. Now it's the time we all dread.
I love this time. What are you talking about? This is the best time of all these videos.
Yeah, you're right. Do we have the same one? I think we might.
I would hope so, but maybe not. There are other spells that are bad on this list. I think there's like 2 that are really up there.
Let me double check. Were there any other contenders for me? No. All right, we definitely have the same one.
Is it Find the Path?
It is.
This is the 6th level map.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Hey Alexa, can you take me to, I don't know, the closest bar? Sure thing. Goes directly into a ravine. Just like turn right off the guardrail. That's what Find the Path does. This is a non-spell. This doesn't have any purpose to exist. It takes concentration, takes a minute to cast. It lets you just know it's that way.
Yeah,
Huzzah!
up to a day. Like, this is going to be a boring day if you don't have anything else going on that's like, going to break your concentration. I guess, you just, all right, I cast Find the Path. I want to find the old lady's hut in the woods, grandma's
Take me to the
cottage.
adventure, DM.
Right. So, and then, okay, well, you're there.
Yeah, that or you go on the adventure anyway because the shortest route is just happens to be through all of the things the DM prepped. Which is
Yeah.
normally how this
Or-
game works. So like,
Or something interesting happens. You have an encounter. Somebody stabs you. You break concentration. Crap. I don't know where the cottage is now.
and then you better hope you have keen mind so you can remember the direction of the cottage. Another truly awful feat that we recently talked about that goes right alongside this as utter trash that has no business existing in D&D in this form. This is a glorified survival check. This is no business existing.
Just go back. I guess when you cast Find the Path, all right, you know the route. You just draw that up on a map real quick. Then concentration doesn't matter.
Sure. You just or you just go, okay, that way's north, and it's saying it's that way, so it's north, and then you're good. You don't even need the map because that's all this does. This is a compass that points to the direction you're going. It's not like a concise path that takes you where you need to go.
All right, Find the Path it is.
Yeah, it's pretty trash. The other one I was considering that I think is worth considering for worth is Flesh to Stone. Flesh to Stone is awful.
Right. Forgot
It's
that was on this list.
it's a Saber Die poison that after 3 failed saves petrifies, but at the past 3 times nothing happens and they're cured, which then often just results in this being a 6th level Saber Die poison effect, and that's awful. That's terrible. That's garbage. It's unusable trash. Holy.
But on a failed save, even though they don't turn to stone immediately, they are restrained. Huh?
You said they're restrained?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Still.
Why would they be poisoned?
I was thinking they were poisoned. I'm thinking of a different spell. In any case, restrained is still not good enough whenever banishment and polymorph are right there.
I'm with you 100%, but it's something.
Sure, that is definitely more than
Find the
Find the Path. 100%.
All right. Well, that was our list. You want to go over yours again?
Sure. I feel like you talked me up on a lot of these as being like, this list isn't as bad as I thought. So my number 1 is Transform Via Plants. Number 2 is Wall of Thorns. Number 3 is Hero's Feast. Number 4 is Primordial Ward. And number 5 is Conjure Fae.
My number 5 is also like that. I chose Wall of Thorns, Sunbeam, Windwalk, Druid's Grove, and Hero's Feast. Oh, and I forgot to pronounce it like Windwalk. Yeah. You know what? We didn't have very many of the same ones at all. Was it just Wall of Thorns?
I think so.
That's pretty interesting.
Sure.
But
I don't think that's an endorsement of these. I think it's a like, oh yeah.
And of course, we both chose Find the Path as the worst. Okay, so yeah, we didn't get a lot of matches here, so I expect in the comments we'll have other varied lists. Maybe some of those investiture spells will show up. Who knows?
Even maybe Find the Path on some crazy person's like, no, this is actually way better than everyone gives it credit. And I need to meet you. I need to know how your brain works. I need to see you play Dungeons and Dragons.
All right. Well, thank you, Sam, and thank you everyone for joining us. Let us know what you think down in the comments. We always want to see your lists. And yeah, like and subscribe and all that. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we're talking about... Oh, wait. No, I messed that up again.
Did you?
Today... Well, kind of. All right, today we're breaking down our picks for the top 5 and 1 worst level 7 Druid spells.
We're getting up there in level. We're getting the
Oh,
big
yeah.
boys. Hypothetically, these are the big ones. Are they actually? Not really, but there are some neat ones.
Not a particularly robust list to choose from.
Yeah, it's in total like 10 spells, if that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sorry, 8 spells. So
8. All right,
we're
so
talking
we'll
about
probably.
at least 6 of them.
I think we're going to cover a bit more. I don't think we're going to have a near complete match this time
Yeah,
because
and
I
but I'll say
I
like,
wasn't super enthusiastic about most of my picks.
yeah, same. And I think like worst isn't overtly so much worse than the rest of these that I'm like the most bummed out with it. It's
Yeah,
still bad, but like
yeah. My worst is just something like, yeah, I'm not interested in this.
yeah, it's free. All
All
right.
right, caveats. Sam picks his spells in order, best to worst or best to least best.
Yep.
I pick mine just not like random order. I don't care which, just my top 5 in no particular order.
One's Bob likes that you should try
Yeah.
and use sometime is a great way to phrase it. Another thing I would recommend considering with these topics, druids context matters a lot. So druids care about their concentration a lot. They are summoners first and foremost. They've got a lot of really baller summoning effects in the second through 4th level spells are like conjure minor elementals, summon beast, summon fate. A lot of real juicy, good, powerful stuff. So things that take concentration are a lot harder to justify necessarily considering because you will always have a 6th level or 8th level summon beast competing with whatever these spells are. So, you don't necessarily want to prepare all of a bunch of concentration effects, which makes non-concentration effects a bit better. Also, you're a prepared caster, so like more niche effects, you just take them when you need them, and you have a good time with them then. And if you don't like it, you can take it off your sheet, and it's really easy. It's great.
Yeah, I didn't take any of that into account.
Great. It's hard to take that into account when there's only 8 of them as well, though,
Yeah.
for what it's worth.
All right. Do you want to go first?
Now you go first.
All right, I'll go first. What do I have on my list here? I guess the most interesting one. Well, all right, all right. The most fun one I'll say is probably reverse gravity.
I love reverse gravity. I think it's my number 2. I
Okay.
like it. It's such a cool spell.
It does what it says on the tin.
Sure does.
It reverses gravity. Things go flying around in the air. You can slam people against the ceiling. And I don't know. Maybe the most fun part is if you're outside, you just hurl them up into the air and they just wobble there indefinitely until the spell ends.
And then they plummet. It's great.
They plummet, but they're kind of like, does that count as restrained? Because they can't really do anything.
That doesn't count. It doesn't impose any conditions. It just
Right.
makes the big reverse gravity bubble that they fly up to. It's 100 feet tall, so they're just like hovering at the top of it, and they can like try and flounder around and get out of it. But if they don't,
Get
then they
out of
fall 100
what?
feet. Yeah, exactly. You should get out from in between where the gravity's shifting, right?
Yeah, so I mean they're kind of sitting duck targets if you've got ranged attacks.
Yeah.
But no, not sitting duck as in like there's a condition imposed on them. But yeah, still you can take a couple of shots and then end the spell and they plummet back toward the earth. And yeah, if they're not dead by then they're not happy.
Yeah. It's a nightmare for DMs. This is a spell
Oh,
that
yeah.
if you are casting, the world, everything has to account for gravity changing. Like everything. Nothing is immune to gravity. So whenever you cast this in a 50-foot radius area, your DM just goes like this. And thinks for about 3.5 minutes, staring blankly into the void, wishing for death. And then they like, okay, this is all what happens after doing the calculations and figuring out what objects are loose and what's grabbing onto what and what's happening with water and what's happening with doors and what's happened to that horse. The horse had a bunch of cart and that cart has a bunch of cabbages. Now they're all flying everywhere. It's a great time. I absolutely adore the consequences of reverse gravity. Even like, I will say, practically, I don't think it's the most powerful thing in the world. It is super, super fun, and there will definitely be moments where you can do powerful things with it. So yeah, I think it's a really solid number 2.
All right. Well then what's your number 1?
I might overrate this, but it's just so cool. I love Draconic Transformation. Draconic Transformation for Advanced Treasury of Dragons gives you, it's a bonus action to cast, great place to start. So you can cast this alongside, I mean, as a druid, it's a little bit, not the most amazing thing in the world because you're still doing cantrip or something. You don't have a great way to put your action, but you're getting when you cast it, a big breath weapon. 68 damage, which is fireball damage, and a 60-foot cone. And then you can just do that. Every round is a bonus action. If you're a Moon Druid, you can like turn into a bear and use your breath weapon. If you can turn into a, any of the different animals and run around breathing fire with your spectral incorporeal wings, you get the blind side all the time too, which is really nifty. Nice little upside of seeing invisibility on top of a 68 bonus action breath weapon every single turn. This is like a really, really juiced up version of spiritual weapon that requires your concentration. And, like we said, like I prefaced all of this, your concentration slot is valuable. This is a really short, like, all right, I used my Summon Beast for the rest of these things, or I used my Summon Fae, or my Conjure Battle Elementals, but they're down right now. For this fight, I'm going Dragon mode, and you turn into a dragon, you get 3 or 4 rounds of Fireball damage for a 7th level spell slot, and that's pretty worth it, because then you're also able to be like, okay, Breath Weapon is a bonus action, it's happening, and then I'm also going to throw out a Firestorm, or I'm also going, well, not a Firestorm, it's a bad example, like a Cone of Cold, right? You're also going to stack more stuff on top of it, and it's real, real good.
And you didn't even bring up the wings. I mean, you can fly. It's not a super amazing thing. And I can't believe I'm saying the power of flight is not a super amazing thing. But this is D&D. Yeah, flight becomes accessible pretty early on.
I think it's made quite a bit better because it comes with the breath weapon, right? So not only is this a flight that like you can use to explore, but it's a flight that more regularly you're going to use to get better angles for the 60-foot cones to rain terror down from above. So like a lot of times with flight, you have to consider it your character wanting to use it to take like a real advantage of it, and this gives you a way to take advantage of it immediately, like out the gate. Like if you're flying around hitting stuff with a greatsword, you're not like the flying doesn't really factor into that much. But whenever you're
unless you're attacking a flying creature,
yeah, that it matters quite a bit, of course. But you get my point. This is a place that it gives you a thing that works well with the flying, which is awesome.
Yeah, this also made my list. This was one of the two I was debating. Oh, which one's most interesting? But yeah, you get dragon attributes, wings, and breath weapons, and
your breath is force damage. That's pretty,
that's
best damage type in the game. Sure, why not?
Also weird. I can't picture breath having force damage. Like when I think about like weaponized breath, I'm thinking shooting fire or acid or something, but just force? Oh. What does that look like?
Blue.
Blue. All right. All right. Yeah, cool spell. Concentration up to a minute. What else do I got? Let's see. All right, there's things go down. Oh no. All right. Things don't necessarily go down from here because I got Whirlwind, which I quite like.
Whirlwind is nifty. Go talk about why Whirlwind's nifty. Let's hear it.
Let me look it up real quick.
Okay. You get a 10-foot radius cylinder of battery, basically, and it sucks things up. And they get if they're small or medium and they aren't secured by anything, they're thrown up into the vortex. It makes things in it make a dex save each time on a turn it enters the whirlwind or starts in it, and then it takes 10d6 bludgeoning damage when that happens, or has mental success. Large or smaller creatures that fail strength saves become restrained by the whirlwind, so they like kind of like stuck in it. And then when things start in the whirlwind, they're pulled 5 feet closer to the center every single turn, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, this is a pretty good damage. 10d6 is nice. It takes creatures out of the fight if temporarily. You can deal with their companions. Yeah, and well, that's pretty much it. But yeah, there's a combination of effects that I really like.
Yeah, it definitely does enough damage that I'll be happy with this. I think this probably gets to be my number 4. It's like if you can get 3 rounds at a good amount of creatures with this, it's definitely worth the slot. 3d6 damage is a good chunk of damage. Now, again, it has the same issue that Draconic Transformation has, which is your concentration. That being said, for a 7th level slot, if this is, again, my summon's down, this is my one thing I'm doing for the fight, Whirlwind go, you can probably get a good chunk of damage. It is small. It's a 10-foot radius area, so like you have to work a little bit hard to keep things in it, but the payoff is definitely there if you manage to do so.
I mean, you can move it, though.
Yeah, sure.
That means the radius.
It takes your action to move it. That's kind of costly.
Yeah. Oh, right. Still, for being able to do some decent damage and divide up the enemy's forces by taking some of them out of the fight temporarily, I like this.
whenever we're talking about like the payoffs for moving people and the payoffs for, damage area stuff, this is one of them, right? This is I got a big area of damage. My only objective at this point is using cheaper options to keep things in it to rank those damage numbers up round after round after round after round. So this is, great for that character.
Okay, I didn't even think about that. I mean, I was looking at the utility of taking creatures out of the fight for a little while, but yes, while they're in the whirlwind, you can move them into a different area of effect thing that's going on.
Also, that maybe the cleric sit down a blade barrier, and then you just call it the blender, and it's just a whirlwind inside a blade barrier.
Ah, yeah,
Sounds like a great time. Iconic
like
cleric and druid like imagery is a blender, obviously. I'd also be remiss if I didn't talk about how fun it is that you're thrown 3d6 plus 10 feet away from it in a random direction if you pass the strength or death check to escape. Like, I love that.
What is
if it's not restrained anymore, you're yeeted.
What?
A restrained creature can use an action to make a strength or dex check against your spell save to see it. If it succeeds, it is no longer restrained and is hurled 3d6 times 10 feet away in a random direction. It's a very fun spell.
Yeah, good times. All right, what else you got?
My number 3, I think just because of how it affects the scope of the game, I think Plane Shift probably deserves to be here. I think Plane Shift is a big it's teleport on a different level that sort of defines the tier of play, like a lot of the other kinds of lower tier, like Resurrection Magic and Fireball and those kinds of effects. Once you have access to them, the game is going to have to fundamentally change. Now, your game may not be affected by it. You might be at a table that's just doing medieval fantasy from start to finish, and you're not leaving Earth. Alternatively, you're in one of the many D&D realms that have the Feywild, the plane of the elemental planes, the Shadowfell, or your world's equivalent of all of those. Most things have like a Feywild. Most things have like a world of death or whatever. Most places have the elemental something. There's a heaven, there's hells. There's places to go with Plane Shift, and Plane Shift sort of opens up your group to doing the full extraplanar adventures. From here on out, we're done dealing with medieval castles. We're done doing, naval sieges. We're taking the fight to God. Like, we are leaving this world and going into far grander escapades across much larger spaces.
Yeah, I was saying, I don't think we're going to have very similar lists, but we're 4 for 4. Plane Shift made my list. This is where I was kind of getting like, I don't care. I just got to pick 2 more. Yeah, and that's why Plane Shift made mine. It's teleportation, different planes, yada yada, and yeah, you can banish creatures. That's fun, I guess.
I really love the context of just being like, yeah, you can go between different universes. It's whatever. Sure, I guess.
I haven't played many different universes kinds of games. I typically tend to stick to Earth.
Most cables, I think, especially because just D&D kind of stops at level 11 for a lot of groups. Like, that's the top end at most tables. Like, there can be an intention to play longer. It's just, life gets in the way a lot of the times. These games are hard to run for 5-6 years, or 2-3 in shorter cases, to get to level 20s and have a full, I was level 3 for 3 or 4 sessions kind of lengths. So that makes, reaching Plane Shift hard. Now, I've DM'd with extraplanar stuff. It didn't involve, well, that's not true. It involved Plane Shift in my first campaign, and that was high amounts of nonsense. It was a whole made-up world. I was in high school. It was a disaster. A wonderful time going backwards. I made mistakes as a DM. I don't know where to go from here. We're rewinding time, and we're starting over from here, and that's the kind of game it was. It was very fun. As a more modern and more experienced DM, I just gave my players other means cheaper and faster to Plane Shift, so we could do adventures in the City of Brass, so we could do adventures in all the different kinds of iconic spaces around D&D that I wanted to explore. So it is, I don't think mandatory, but it sort of is, it lets you, as a DM, you're kind of incentivized to do the extraplanar stuff with Plane Shift existing in the core book. I still really wish it was in a supplemental, like just the Planes book, so you could have a DM to easily opt in. It's a lot harder to say, no, you can't take this spell, even though when it's in the PHB, but, I think it's, for most tables that reach it, it can be a fun experience if that is the angle that you're going for, and it definitely changes the dynamic of the game a lot.
Yeah, now that you mention it, from a player's point of view, if your DM wants you to go to different planes, you'll go to different planes. You probably don't need to pick this one up.
Yeah, probably not. It's still, if you want to do this and you want to spearhead it, this is how you do it.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. All right, that is 4 for 4. It's my turn, I guess. What's the last one I have? Oh yeah, another one I don't care too much about. I picked Firestorm.
Firestorm barely makes my number 5.
Oh
And
wow, are we 5 for 5?
I think we're 5 for 5. This list is towards the end. You're just like, sure. Sure. Firestorm is 70-10 fire damage in a big area, and really crucially doesn't hit your concentration. So it's kind of like if you want a big damage effect, this is almost as good as Fireball. Upcast, which is It's a big area. 10-10 foot cubes is a big space. And you can jigsaw them however you want. That's neat.
I don't think it. I don't think I'd ever take this over because I had Draconic Transformation as my damage spell, and if I've got the choice between the two of those, I don't think I'm ever. I mean, this doesn't require concentration, so that's
the
something.
big thing.
If I've got a concentration effect up and running, and I still want to do something, okay, Firestorm. If not, I'll be choosing Draconic Transformation.
A good thing to attempt as a druid is you're limited in your total spells prepared. It's usually 5. That's your wisdom modifier at this tier. Is you've got a +5 wisdom. It's kind of given, and then plus your level. So you're looking at like 17 spells right now. So having having a couple of first level spells, all that don't take concentration, and then having a concentration effect that you care about casting and alongside a spell of equal level that isn't concentration will give you a lot more flexibility. So you can say, okay, I use my 4th level spell concentrating on this, upcast summon beast. I'm going to use if I don't have my summon beast up, or I still have the 4th level slots, I now have another option. I want to concentrate on something else to use my 4th level slot, something valuable. Having that balanced out on a druid is pretty valuable, I think. So this is kind of where Firestorm, I think, fits. It goes alongside Reverse Gravity or Plane or Whirlwind or Draconic Transformation, whichever one you prefer is your concentration slot. Honestly, you can probably just take Firestorm and concentrate on other lower level things that you prefer, but all of these upper tier ones are genuinely fun and fine and powerful, so you can have a good time here, even if it's not like the most min-maxed munchkin thing in the world.
Yeah, so I guess the big takeaway is that it doesn't use concentration, decent damage, good area, even good range, 150 feet, that's not bad. And if you don't want to hurt plants, you have that option.
That's true. And that's very druidic. That's probably the reason it's on the Druid Spell list. Or probably it may have become able to be on the Druid Spell list with that text.
I think the text probably came after they wanted to put it on the list.
That sounds right to me.
All right. Wow, we are 5 for 5. I did not see that going that way.
Yeah, Draconic Transformation, Reverse Gravity, Plane Shift, Whirlwind, and Firestorm. And I'm iffy-ish on Whirlwind, but I think it's better than these other two. I'm not entirely sure. It's very close.
Yeah, I like Whirlwind a lot. The only thing that's got going against it is concentration.
Moving as an action is tough. I think you have to work a little bit. You have to. Well,
you don't have to move it.
Right, but if you're not in a lane of I'm building a character that's good at keeping a person in the space, I don't think it's that good. But if that is your objective, if you want to play the druid area control damage dealer, that's your top end. So.
All right. Yeah, I won't repeat the list because it's exactly the same. Now, for the juicy bits, our worst pick. Mine was Mirage Arcane.
I think that's my second worst. I don't think it's actually the worst. Because I think it's interesting.
Yeah, well, that's why I picked it. I don't.
Okay. The gist of Mirage Arcane, as I'm sure to most of our viewers at home have no idea what this spell does, is you make a big mile area look like something else. And unlike Illusory Terrain, you can change audio, visual, and tactile elements of things. So like you can turn clear ground into difficult terrain, you can impede movement in specific areas. Any piece of illusory terrain that will be removed is, it disappears, it dissipates, all that fun crap, right? You can affect buildings and structures with this. You can add them more down or present, stuff like that. It doesn't conceal or add creatures, but beyond that, you kind of can just like fill a space with a pretend world. And that seems really cool and powerful. At the same time, is it? And that's where I'm like, I don't think I can be the worst. I think there's applications here that I don't think of, especially because, again, the illusions are audible, visual, and tactile. That's a really, really big one. Is you can feel them. So,
and like, it's like a square mile, which is a lot better than hallucinatory terrain.
By a lot, yeah. Hallucinatory terrain is like, this is a good amount of space that it could actually be a small town. So yeah, I don't think I can say it's the worst. I think this is probably the spell that's going to fit the least amount of players' sheets and fit the least amount of tables. I don't think you're necessarily going to have a lot of groups that are readily able to make Mirage Arcane a big element of gameplay.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. That's and I don't. Well, this is probably one of my least enthusiastic worst picks. There just weren't like terrible spells on the 7th level druid list.
Yeah, I was genuinely surprised that there was no clear. Oh, this is definitely the worst.
This is just one like I don't like hallucinatory terrain, but this one fixes a lot of those problems. But I still don't know what I'd do with it.
Yeah, that's ultimately the end problem, right? This is a very cute, convenient plan that maybe exists, right? Like maybe you come up with this crazy idea we're gonna guide this merchant into a pretend world where we're gonna fill with our own NPCs that are all living a specific life, because you can't make the creatures with it, you can only make this town with it, or whatever the space you want it to be, and you can like tell this grand falsehood. Maybe you are using this to pretend to be a duke or a lord or something of a pretend nation. That could be something maybe, but like you have to stretch really hard and work even harder to make that come to fruition. This is a big part of making that come to fruition. It's just, how much effort is it worth? Is the juice worth the squeeze? Probably not.
Yeah, all right. The one application I could think of is I'm reminded of an episode of Arrested Development when Michael and Job had their father knocked out and they put him in a trunk or something, and they opened it up and they said that
They didn't leave the apartment.
He'd taken to South America.
Yeah. Some of the 3 funniest seasons of television of all time. I love that show.
Yeah. I'm glad you've seen it.
Oh yeah, it's iconic. My worst, I think, has got to be Symbol. I think it's actually fairly close to Regenerate in power, which is I put Regenerate as a top 5 for worst 7th level spell lists. I don't hate Regenerate, but like I think Symbol is slightly worse than it in that the instances where it is good are very few, and it was added to Druid from Toss Cauldron of everything and stuff. But like needing to do the setup whenever Glyph of Warding is right there, if you want to do the setup anyway, like it seems really difficult to make work, and that's why Mirage Arcane at least does a really big splashy thing that you set up. Symbols is less big and splashy, in that like it's just 10d10 necrotic damage or it's hopelessness, and those are fun. I just don't think they're that good.
There's a lot of different effects excuse me, effects that it has. I think there's more potential for fun with this. I did look at this and I looked at Regenerate as potential candidates, but yeah, I think Regenerate I'm not a huge fan of, but I think it has applications. It can be useful. Symbol has fun potential. I don't know how often you get to do it because it's one of those things you got to set up beforehand, but it's there. The potential's there. Mirage Arcane just is the one I can least see myself using or enjoying.
See, I'm definitely gonna play that puts Mirage Arcane on my sheet 100% of the time. I like the idea behind the spell is so grand, and I can do whatever I want. I can make this mile space look and feel however I want. Are you kidding me? We can do some cool things with it, and I'll never cast it. We'll go like adventure to adventure to adventure, and I won't even think about it, but I'll be like, well, I have to prepare Mirage Arcane for whenever I need it eventually for some ridiculous convoluted nonsense plan. I think Symbol fits in the same place on a lot of people's sheets where it's like, oh, this is so cool. I want to make everyone feel hopelessly demoralized and hopeless, and then they never find an opportunity to use it.
Actually, it's only a minute cast time, so this isn't something you do in combat, but like in a crowded marketplace, you could
to do some casual terrorism.
Yeah.
Spell terrorism. We love that.
So yeah, there's potential for fun or insanity. Yes.
Insanity to say the least, for sure.
All right. Well, that was our picks.
Yeah, pretty solid Druid 7th level spell list. I think all of our worsts, our worsts, I think, are fine to put on some character sheets. I don't even think they're that bad, and I can't say that about almost any of our other worsts.
If you have ideas, for using Mirage Arcane, then yeah, go for it. I just don't.
Yeah. And again, if you can find convoluted ways to make Symbol come to fruition, sure. It's 10d10 necrotic damage at the floor. So, like, yeah, go for it.
All right. Well, let us know what you think down in the comments. What are your picks for the top 5 and 1 worst level 7 Druid spells? Let us know. And let us know what you think of our picks. That's that. And go back. We got levels 0 through 6. We got clerics. We got druids. No, this is druids. We got bards. We got wizards. We might have some more. I don't know. Go back and look at all
Maybe it's the year
list.
2050 and everyone's already seen them all, but we're working our way through them at the moment. So you'll see warlocks one day. You'll see bards. We already have bards. You'll see what other ones haven't we done. I don't know. We'll get to it.
Yep. All right. Until then, goodbye. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we are breaking down our picks for the top 5 and 1 worst level 8. There it is, level 8 Druid spells.
Okay. It's a little bit more of a struggle than I would hope it to be.
My image is the opposite, so I'm always That's why I always point the wrong way when I
gotcha.
introduce you.
That sounds right. Anyway, so yeah, these are the top of the almost top of the top Druid options. These are, you can prepare them because you're a prepared caster. That's important. Another big important element of Druids, you take concentration as a major part of your kit. So like they like concentrating on big summon stuff. So they're going to take concentration, directly compete with that, and you don't love doing that, right? If you've got a Conjure Woodland Beings that's already taken over the game, you don't necessarily want to take another option that you can't cast alongside that Conjure Woodland Beings if you're at that kind of table, right? The same kind of goes for like a cast Summon Beast or whatever. All of Druid spells that all the summon effects level to be upcast to the extra attacks. So like at an 8th level, Summon Beast gets 4 attacks around. That's pretty good still. So like it's not as good as Conjure Woodland Beings or Conjure Animals or anything like that, but it's still a very fair, powerful thing that's good before the slot, which means it's going to compete with whatever else we're working with here if they also take your concentration. Big caveat number 1.
That caveat is a little bit less relevant here in the upper tiers because there's so few spells to choose from.
And you also get, like,
I mean, it is relevant when you're taking the one you want, but when you're doing a top 5 list, we're covering pretty much all of them. I'm guessing.
I think we're probably talking about every single one of these today. I don't think it might be similar, but I wasn't confident in my bottom 3. So
you know what? I thought that about the last list, and we were like toe to toe with all of them except for our worst. All right, caveat number 2, Sam picks his in order. I just picked my 5 favorites and the ones I think are cool. In no particular order. All right, I think it's your turn to go first this time, Sam.
All right, I'll start with my number 1. It's the most busted option you get as Druid. I love this spell so much. God, it's so much fun. If you're ever... Listen, DMs out there. If a player says I want to play with animal shapes, take them here. Show them our other animal shapes video, because my god, animal shapes is really, really busted and will lead to some super fun encounters that are really good to do like once. You probably don't want to do them every time. It can kind of take over the game, but like animal shapes, you find a bunch of villagers and you go, hey, are you fed up with Strahd? Are you tired of being bullied by these undead? What if you were giant scorpions instead? That'll probably make it better, right? And then you get them all, you turn them into voles or whatever, you turn them into eagles, you fly over the castle, you dig down in as little burrowing creatures, you get underneath the big bad, you pop out, and then you just snap your fingers. They're all giant scorpions, and whoever was there is now a giant mess of torn apart shreds from the multi-attacking 3 attacks each giant scorpions from the however many villagers you could fit within 30 feet of you bucket. So, it's really cheesy. It's really fun. Fair use cases of it. It's a big exploration tool too, that you can get the whole party to get basically any sense of any beast that's CR4 or lower, which is a huge amount of senses and move speeds and options, right? Like this is mass fly, this is mass swim, this is mass climb, this is mass blind sight, this is mass dark vision. It is all of those things interchangeably that you can flexibly flip on and off over and over again, switch everyone around to different things. And that's the fair use case for it. I still think it probably would deserve the top slot, just the fair use case, but the unfair stuff is just so busted I can't not rave about it. It's so much fun.
I don't think anyone ever had any intention of this spell being used fair use.
I think you're probably right.
It's got all my favorite words. It's got choose any number of willing creatures.
Those are great words.
Yes. It's got up to 24 hours.
Sure does.
And you can do this over and over again, right? You transform they're
the target assumes the hit points of its new form. it just always does. So you can like, you can just like keep flipping it over again to give them more hit points. As long as excess damage is reduced.
There was we made that mistake in the original one. There was something in there about the hit points.
It reverses as a result, dropping to 0. As long as the X damage is reduced to 0, it can't be knocked unconscious. I think there was a different spell, I believe, that this didn't work with. I think it was like True Polymorph or something. Something that or Mass Polymorph or one of those ones. One of the 9th level ones lets you switch to your form over and over again. I don't believe works. But this one says the target assumes the hit points of its new form, and when it reverts to its normal form, it returns to the number of hit points have before transform. If it resorts as a result of dropping to 0, any excess points carry over. But then you can still just use your action to transform them over and over again. So
yeah, there was never any like normal use intent for this spell.
No, none whatsoever.
And consequently, this did indeed make my list. So we are 1 for 1.
And again, commenters, if I miss something, if I'm wrong, if someone on Twitter, please let me know.
Have no fear, they will.
Great. But even in that use case, getting 1 round of 40 giant scorpions ripping a big bad to shreds, delicious. Love it. 3/4 of the attacks can miss and it still dies. It's great. You'll kill it on crits alone.
Good times. Animal shapes. All right. I guess that means it's my turn. Let me dig up my little list here. All right, that one's done. All right, I'll get this one out of the way. I picked Feeble Mind.
Feeble Mind is my number 5.
Oh, you did pick it. All right. I know you don't like it.
I don't like it.
But it is powerful. And I was thinking, we're at the point in the game we're casting level 8 spells. Yeah, to be able to take a spellcaster out effectively is super powerful. Like, it's got an int save, so maybe it's not as effective against wizards, but there's plenty of other spellcasters that you would be happy to turn off.
A lot of villainous supporting spellcasters in particular will be charisma based. They'll be warlocks devoted to whatever you're fighting, or sorcerers that are like, within the bloodline of some ancient draconic evil Tiamat entity, right? So you're going to see the charisma casters are going to be a common upper tier enemy comparatively. I mean, the Red Wizards to say, obviously, this is almost dead against, but like, sure.
And there's upper tier. There's also clerics. That's you might be up against a evil cleric, or you might be evil going up against a good cleric.
Sure, maybe
if
we're
like, using your Feeble Mind. There's a good chance you're evil.
That's true. I still appreciate that one of your favorite use cases is just being spiteful, right? Just like being at the bar one evening and you're a bard that's just like that dumbass in the corner. He's been irritating me all night. You're an idiot now. And you just Feeble Mind them, and their life is functionally over. And it's really cruel, but it is very petty. And it sounds like the kind of thing where like a jerk evil bard would do. Yeah, we had that.
I mean, I believe you. I just need to go back and watch our Feeble Mind video, and so should you.
Oh, agreed. Yes. I ultimately find that it isn't that great just because, so like on a player character sheet, its use cases are a lot worse because there's fewer things that it relevantly hits. But and a lot of times the thing you'd wanted to hit will use legendary resistance just because like, okay, fine, I'll trade my legendary resistance for your 8th level slot and be fine with that deal. One of my legendary resistances normally, if we're looking at this tier, right? Against specifically non-int based caster characters, or even int based caster characters that have a much lower int than you, which is going to often be the case if you're against like middling lieutenant based casters, then it's probably where it's at its best. Because if you use it on a like a dragon turtle, now it's just an angry dumb dragon turtle, and that doesn't really change how it feels about you nor how it's going to act. So it's limited cast options, and how brutal it is against players makes me really hate it. That being said, like you said, it is a powerful effect against a very small, well, not a very small, but a limited subset of enemies that I'm like, okay, against those specific enemies, I would prepare for it, maybe.
All right. Well, that puts us 2 for 2.
Yeah, it's true. My next one is one I don't know if it's going to make your list or not. I think I might be too high on this, but that being said, it does something that I don't think many of the other ones do. Like the rest of the ones on my list, I'm like, I can do that with lower level.
This one didn't make my list.
Yeah, it's Earthquake. I think Earthquake is. I like that we've done enough of these that we can tell by just the context setup that you know exactly what spell I'm talking about.
Yeah, well, when you said it does something not a lot, I remembered our Earthquake video, which you should go watch now. It's running theme.
We got most of these. I mean, one day Bob's gonna start putting them like just linked down in the video description. It's gonna be really great for engagement.
I really should do that. Yeah.
Yeah, agreed. Anyway, so yeah, Earthquake is what it does is it takes a bunch of structures and it levels them, right? So it takes anything that has a small enough amount of hit points, that small enough is like less than 500, and collapses them over the course of a minute. It's got a 500-foot range, which means that you can do it from a fair distance out, like a whole football field plus, and you can just be like, I don't like the evil big bad's lair. I don't want to go through all your traps. I'm going to drop it to the ground instead and make you come to me. And that is a real ability that lower level spells can't really do. And whenever I'm casting 8th level spells, I want to have options to do things that other spells can't. The rest of this list, including Feeble Mind, I'm like, that's a Saber Die. I have other Saber Dies. I can do other powerful things that'll make people forced to use Legendary Resistance without even spending an 8th level slot, right? If I polymorph the big bad, they definitely want to save out of that. So they're going to burn a Legendary Resistance there, whereas Feeble Mind is just doing the exact same thing, and like the outcomes, if it happens, is roughly the same at the end of the day. So that's where I'm like, Earthquake at least. If I know I'm going into a circumstance where I want to bring rubble and ruin to a city, to a portion of a city, to a fortress, to a town, to any large amount of space, this is a spell that I want in my back pocket.
Yeah, it's not bad. I don't know why I'm so down on it, but I don't know, still doesn't get me excited.
It's not great in combats. It's going to be difficult to use in some situations. It's not a spell that I'm casting every single session.
I do remember. Yeah, because I want to kill them and then take their property.
Yeah, and you can't take the property if it's you can take the property, there won't be any buildings on it at the end of the Earthquake.
Yeah.
I think I might be a little bit too high on this. I haven't actually seen it in play.
Cast
so,
a
like,
shitload of mending spells.
3 years later, after spending however many minutes mending as needed, you got a pristine tower again. And then the druid goes, oh, wait, hold on. There's an evil cracked mirror in there that we have to destroy. And then you go, wait, no. And the Earthquake again, and you have a great time. That sounds lovely.
Oh, all right. All right. You're talking about spells that do things no other spells do. I chose, what's it called? Antipathy, Sympathy.
It's my number 3.
Oh, you chose that one. I'm surprised.
I don't like the rest of this list. Feeble Mind making an appearance at all, I think, should be an indicator like, oh, wow, Sam really does not like what's happening here.
Yeah, but I mean, like I said in our antipathy video, sympathy video, which you should go watch now. Yeah, it's just the thing where you can just put something high on a mountain and it's got that text. Anyone that can see it, it affects. And that's another one of those, like animal shapes, any number of creatures that gives it high marks from me.
Have we ever talked about the cast time?
I don't know.
Would you like to read the cast time for the class?
Yeah, it's 1 hour. That's
sure is.
This is not an in combat spell.
Read, but it's even like if you're getting sieged, you got an hour to prep. Okay. It lasts 10 days, I guess. That kind of helps.
I'm talking about setting fire inside your moat and then like putting this at the top of the tallest spire on the palace and having all the orcs and stuff just randomly walk into your fire mode.
There are a couple of issues with that, namely like the angle of vision, right? Because the moment they get an object in between, like let's say there's a tall wall, which I would assume there would be on a city. If it approaches the tall wall and that breaks vision with the thing, it's no longer sympathy.
Well, you plan for that.
So you got to make sure it's really, really, really tall. Like I think this is the kind of thing where you get an airship, like a Goodyear blimp, and you rent that out, and that's what you sympathy. And you just have someone sitting up there on the sympathy blimp that's making everyone walk towards it.
All right, fine. You got an hour. Plan for it.
Sure. I'm talking myself out of having this be on the top 5. I really don't think it's that good. I think it's interesting conceptually.
That's just half of it. That's the sympathy half. Then there's the like you clear out a town so that you can, yeah, like everybody in the village go away for a little while because I'm gonna take all your stuff.
Everyone in the village go away from a point that you can see and have a clear line on.
Right.
Where this stuff's working.
You cast it on the big church bell.
Okay, then
ring, ring, ring. Then I'll look up. Crap! I'm gonna go away now.
Sure. Assuming this also is all conditional on they fail a single save. If they pass a save, this has no text to them, right?
I don't know. I haven't read this in a while.
Yeah.
All right. But
I'm talking myself out of this. I wish I didn't put this here.
I didn't. Yeah, you weren't
It
too
also
keen
only
on it
affects
in
a
the video.
specific kind of creature, right? Like this
Yeah,
isn't.
that's true.
So like, if you do it in the town hall, it just has to be a homogenous species, right? Like it's all humans or it's all
Yeah,
gnomes or it's all kobolds or whatever.
yeah. It's not foolproof, but I think it's got some fun uses.
That's it.
All right,
I'm
more
really
for the
struggling to
sympathy.
I'm really struggling to see an actual use. Like I can
All right,
envision times where I'd want Earthquake. I can visibly see and remember adventures where Earthquake would have done something. I'm having a very difficult time envisioning a real encounter where I'd have the ability to set this up in a meaningful fashion.
all right. You put this on your list. Why?
I don't know. I talked myself out of it. This is
I
trash.
know,
Is
but
it the worst? Maybe.
you had some kind of reason when you did it.
Yeah, my initial reasoning was like, oh, you put it on some high point, everything runs like you kind of talked me into that. Now I'm thinking about the logistics of that happening. It just seems so far fetched.
Yeah.
Rent a blimp. All right, in the case that you rent a blimp, I'm into it.
All right. Yeah. All right. Fine. Fine. You'll rent a blimp, or you can. I mean, there's other things you can do. Look,
Like what?
I don't know. Just put it. I mean, the spire can be super high. And the
You
walls
just
aren't
get
that high.
a really long pole, and you just
Yeah.
like
Whatever.
really stick it up there, and
You
it's just
are
waffling
focused
around
on
in
the
the
wrong
wind.
thing here.
It only makes one creature. Sure, score. I don't think it's great. I think if you're against a homogenous army of exactly orcs and they all can always see the exact point you're putting it on, that's pretty cool. That's pretty neat use
And
case.
I'm not talking. It doesn't have to defeat the whole army. If there's an army of orcs and goblins and hobgoblins, and it just takes out most of the orcs, I'm okay with that for an 8th level spell.
Yeah, I can envision if you can get the spell to do that. I agree. I think getting the spell to do that is the first big hurdle that I'm unconvinced will occur. But maybe I'm wrong. I definitely don't have certainty to say this is awful. This is a big question mark, puzzle, head scratching spell to be is how you make this good. And you seem to be a lot more. You think this has a lot more potential than I do. That doesn't mean that it isn't good. I've seen this cast, so commenters, let me know how far off base am I, or is Bob?
Okay. Yes. Yes. All right. What do you got?
I don't like to admit it, but I have Tsunami here just
I
because
got
it's really
Tsunami.
fun.
So we are what, 3 for 4?
That's 4 for 5, isn't it?
4 for 5? Are we there yet?
That's
Yes.
my
Okay.
whole. This is my number
Oh,
4 of
that's
my
it.
whole list. Yeah,
All right. Yeah. I got Tsunami. All right. What do you like about Tsunami?
it's 300 feet tall.
You could put an antipathy sympathy on top of that.
And you'll get 6 rounds of
Like,
it. So you get
have
like,
a surfer with a big reflecting disc or something.
yeah, sure, I love that. Maybe if you can move around the antipathy to sympathy thing. Yeah, maybe you have something that's able to carry around a huge or smaller object and be like, ha, and you like run at the enemies and they have to run away from it. That could be cute.
All
Anyway,
right, back to Tsunami.
Tsunami, 300 feet long, 300 foot wide. It's just a really fun, gigantic area, and it's 50 feet thick. Now, I'm gonna level with you. I have no idea how I'd run this as a DM. Like, absolutely no clue where I would start trying to figure out how the Tsunami works, especially in just like any environment where there's stuff. If there's stuff, I don't know what the Tsunami does to the stuff. Does it just pass through it? Is this like ethereal water? Does it carry things into the stuff? Does it bring the buildings with it? Is it doing damage to these things? Does it auto break things down? I don't know. I'd have to figure it out on the fly. Does it work in environments that don't allow a 300-foot water thing to exist in? Maybe like you've got 150-foot ceilings. This doesn't fit in that space. So what happens? Is this only usable in the White Room? But it's a fun space. It's a fun area. It does a neat little effect where it like drags things with it that sounds potentially cool. Has this ever been play tested? Does it not function at all? I think it's nifty though.
Yeah, I chose it because it's got a pretty good area, does some damage, does another effect, moves creatures away from me. And yeah, that I like that. There are options on this list that are just damage. I like damage plus something else.
That's exactly what this is. It's not
Yeah.
great damage, but it is
No,
some
and
damage.
it's not an amazing something else. Well, I mean, moving a bunch of creatures away from you could be just what you need at a given time.
Yeah, 50 feet at a time too.
Yeah.
There's like the neat problem where so this is really effective against things that can't get out of this in 2 turns. So if you have something that has no swim speed and has a speed of 30, it dashing puts it not all the way out of this, but next turn dashing it will. So like you're in this kind of weird spot where this is you're going to be really struggling, I think, even in the situation where it's castable, to get something to stay in it for 3 rounds for more than 11d10 damage. That being said, 11d10 in a 100-foot move is that's a good thing. Like, that's just like, okay, 11d10 damage to this whole wall of things. Like, if we're talking about killing an army, I think I would take this in the big open siege over Antipathy Sympathy, just because, like, I know consistently that this is gonna smash a whole bunch of them for a truckload of damage.
Well, it depends on what kind of plan I had for Antipathy Sympathy,
That's fair.
and how much real time I invested into thinking up that plan.
Oh, right, and the other issue is this is a minute cast time. God, there's some really dookie late level Druid spells. Cast time of a minute on this. Why?
Yeah, I don't know. That's what do they intend this for? I mean, it's a combat spell. I mean, you don't do this on a
It only lasts 6 rounds, yeah.
yeah.
It literally takes longer to cast than it exists.
I don't know.
It's like Earthquake, I guess, and like you specifically, like maybe my initial question of how does this interact with structures is the exact use case for it, but then Earthquake's just better than it?
Guess this might be one of those siege things where like the army isn't attacking it, but they're
Or they
camped
are attacking
outside.
and you just commit a minute during their attack to
Yeah,
do this?
yeah. I guess in a huge war, then you can do that. But
I want to take it.
that could be really cool, though.
I'm calling an audible. I'm taking this off my list. This is trash. Minute cast time is too bad. I didn't read the minute cast time when I looked over it again, and I was like, 300 flip tower is super cool. No, it's garbage. Get this off my list. I changed my mind. I have a new pick, Bob.
Uh-oh.
My
Before you say that, I also didn't look at the minute cast time, but I don't feel like picking another one, so
Okay.
this is staying on my list.
Sure.
Go
Sounds
ahead.
good.
What's your actual pick then?
My number 6 would be Incendiary Cloud, because at least
Okay.
that has an action cast time. So I think it's worth Tsunami if they both took an action, but this doesn't take a minute. If Tsunami takes a minute to cast, this doesn't. So I can actually regularly use this. And if you ever get 20d8 damage out of it, it's great. The problem is just like getting that 20d8 damage out of it isn't given, and it's kind of tricky. But like if you're doing the concentration build where you're like trying to pull things into a space that's dealing damage, okay, I'll take Incendiary Cloud on that. That seems fun.
It does. It's got that weird movement thing.
Yeah. That's normally net negative for you, and it's dispersed by at least a 10-mile-an-hour wind, which is a bummer.
Yeah, if anybody's got like a gust of wind or something, or just straight up gust, then goodbye Incendiary Cloud.
Yeah.
But how does that movement work again? And let's see.
When the cloud appears, each creature makes dex save. The cloud moves 10 feet directly away from you in a direction that you choose the start of each of your turns.
Okay, that's not that bad. I don't think this is the one I was thinking of with like the really weird movement.
I think it works in a similar fashion to Cloud Kill, which is like it billows cloud out and moves around. There's also, okay, I will say this for it. There's this cute interaction where if you're really fast, if you outrun this thing, you can run circles around it to move it around to specific places. So you can like keep it in one spot by just navigating quickly, which is pretty fun. Like you can even like use this as your action, turn into a bird, and then steer it that way. That could be a fun way to like suffocate a room full of villains. Sure. Or heroes if you're the evil guy in that moment.
Yeah, this one definitely I considered it, but ultimately I liked the other ones better. So this did not make my list.
I'm not gonna get over that Tsunami's got a minute cast time. It's gonna be stuck in my head for the rest of this video.
Yeah, that might have if I was paying attention, that might have changed my mind then, but nope.
Sure isn't gonna do it now.
Yeah.
All right, do you have any left, or are we down to our?
No, I've got one more.
Okay, with it.
I got Sunburst.
That's my next runner-up.
That's your next runner-up. Yeah, again, damage plus effect. It blinds creatures for a minute.
I'm incapable of getting excited about a 12d6 damage 8th level spell.
Well, it's damage and blindness.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, that excites me more than it does you.
Like this is less damage than Fireball, and that's a 3rd level spell. You can also cast as a 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th level slot as well. Like I'm kidding. Maybe my 8th level slot to a minute blind and less than Fireball damage. Like I don't. Especially if my radius is really big.
It's mass blinding.
It also doesn't take concentration. That's a big upside to it.
Well, it's instantaneous.
Yeah, so like not taking concentration is great for
right,
other
right,
concentration events.
Yeah. Okay.
And it has a decent duration too, so like yeah, sure, maybe.
Yeah. So that was my justification for putting that on the list, and I'm fine with it. I understand not everybody cares about blindness. I think if you've got it's a 60-foot radius, which is
Yeah, it's a
pretty
big area.
huge, and if you've got a lot of enemies that you want blind, this could be effective. Like,
This is
all right, doesn't do
this
great damage,
is
but you gotta take into consideration the amount of extra damage you're going to be doing because they can't see.
That's fair. The also amount of damage is mitigating because they can't see, right? Those are both two
Right.
giant factors to it. It does hit most of a battle map, right? Like this is going to hit most of the things you want to hit with it. All that's big upside for it. I think of the list, this is probably the one that like there are the most encounters I'd expect to Sunburst to be regularly fine. I think even more so than my top 5 that I'm going to stick with over this. I think you're likely to get more casts out of Sunburst out of an average table than the rest of them, but I think its impact on the game is a lot lower than all of the other options we're talking about, right? Like even the Feeble Mind, Feeble Mind does something that no other spell does. Sunburst does what a Fireball does, and it does what a Color Spray does. And I don't think either of those are particularly that high impact. Again, that being said, that's my criteria for these. I don't think this has as much as a game-shaping impact, but it is very castable. It's like I could envision myself as a druid going, okay, I know what I'm concentrating on. I'm just going to stick Sunburst on my sheet and not worry about it because I know I can regularly cast it. I don't have to prepare it for any environments. I don't need Earthquake right now. I know my DM doesn't want to do the animal shapes nonsense. Fine, Sunburst it is.
It does what Color Spray does. Color Spray, no, it does.
I got your goat with that one.
Huh?
I got
Yeah.
your goat with that one. You were like,
You
I
got
can
my
get Color
goat.
Spray. I sometimes have the isms of like a 70-year-old man, but here we are.
All right. Well, here we are. We are both finished our top 5 lists.
Yeah, we talked about 7 spells.
All right. What was
They're
your list?
level 8 druid spells.
So does that mean we both have the same?
Sure does.
Okay. All right, go over your list first.
Okay, my number 1 is Animal Shape. Number 2 is Earthquake. Number 3 is Antipathy, Sympathy, which I'm like, on, I don't know, maybe. And I've moved Feeble Mind to my number 4 because I bumped off Tsunami because it's hot trash, and then Incendiary Cloud is my number 5.
All right, and I chose Feeble Mind, Sunburst, Antipathy, Sympathy, Tsunami, and Animal Shapes. And I suppose that leaves only one spell left for both of our worst, and that is Control Water. Yeah, Control Weather, sorry.
Yeah.
Um,
Boy, what a bad 8th level spell.
I mean, this is like one of those things, like if you had it in real life, you could be the most powerful person in the world. But in D&D, it's raining now. Oh, it's cold.
It takes so long for this to do anything. It takes concentration for no good reason. It like you have to go through various stages to change. Like if it's clear skies and you want it to be raining, it takes at least 50 minutes to get there, right? At least because it's a D4 times 10 for the new condition per stage to get affected, right? So like if you start on stage 1 and you need to get to stage 5, you roll a D4 4 times and multiply that by 10. That is how many minutes it's going to take, which is forever. That is so long to get any amount of change. It takes 10 minutes to cast. And then you're right in saying, is the change worth it? No, it's not. Like at this stage of the game, we're teleporting places. We got magic, we got circle of teleportation, we got teleport, we got plane shift, we've got way better means of moving around. Transport via plants here at this tier. You don't like.
But this isn't a teleporting spell, Sam.
I know, but it's a navigation spell. It's a spell that you would use as part of the long distance travel across the map to say, I'm going to have control weather up, and I'm not going to deal with the torrential hail, and I'm not going to deal with the unbearable heat. I'm just going to be like, all right, it's a nice, comfy temperature for the whole journey. That's entirely fluff at this point. It hasn't been a challenge since the early tiers.
That's not anywhere close to what I was thinking to use it for. But I guess that's another. I was thinking, grow crops or, make this desert fertile or whatever. I don't know. I mean,
sure.
That's why it's at the bottom of my list. That's why it's my worst. I don't really know what to use it for in a D&D setting.
I think the spell would be really interesting if it was a ritual spell. I really dig this conceptually as something that is just a passive thing powerful druids specifically can use. Like, take it off wizard, take it off cleric. They're not the nature spirits here. Let's be a druid 8th level ritual spell. And then we're talking about at least it doesn't ever cost you anything to use it, but it lets you definitely embody the arc druid fantasy of controlling the weather. It's always the exact perfect temperature and climate, 5 miles around wherever you are. It's how you'd like it to be. You gotta remove concentration from it for that to also factor in, but I think there could be some interesting directions for there to be a big environmental changing effect at a relatively easy point to get for these high level casters. If I'm ever spending a spell slot on this, I'm disappointed. And you have to spend spell slots on this. So yeah, I think it's completely useless. It's near completely useless. It's trash. It's bad. It's awful.
I don't
Is
hate
it
it that
worse
much.
than
I just
Tsunami?
don't know what I'd do with it.
Very little. You can
Yeah.
make it. You can make it driving hail.
Yay.
You can make it an Arctic storm that has driving hail. Because you
Yay.
get to do like the different modes if you wanted to. You can also make it unbearably calm winded heat. You can mix and match. You can have it be like overcast, cool, moderate winds. I don't know. All of the tiers that aren't the ends are really boring. Like if it's cold, cool, warm, or hot, that's all just fine. None of that matters, right?
You could exacerbate forest fires.
Yeah, but then you would do unbearable heat.
I was thinking something with the wind, but
Oh,
yeah, whatever.
moderate wind to gale. Sure. I think this spell's really boring, and I think that's a sin for an 8th level spell.
But yeah, if you got any ideas, audience, well, how do you use this spell? We did this video already, right? Control
We talk
weather?
about control weather every time we talk about bad 8th level spells, so probably. So maybe, I don't know.
All right, if we did, go watch that video now. All right, that was that. Control weather, ho hum. Got anything else to say?
This list is stinky except for animal shapes.
I don't know. I still like antipathy, sympathy.
I
and
don't.
sunburst.
I think I would take it off for Sunburst if I did this again.
And I like sunburst too. Oh man, that minute cast time kills me for tsunami. But,
Tsunami just becomes so much less interesting
I
whenever he
wanna
takes
like
a
it.
minute to cast and lasts 6 or 36 seconds. Like, what?
All
It
right,
takes
all right. Here
concentration too?
you go.
What?
You're getting sharpshootered. Like you guys are trying to hide, but there's a bunch of guys sharpshootering you, and you can't get to them. So you just have to like bide your time for a minute while your druid casts tsunami, and you sweep them all away.
So here's a problem with that. Sharpshooter has outrageous range, and this
Yeah.
definitely only goes 300 feet.
Oh yeah. All right, forget it. All right,
Okay.
that's enough. We talked about it. You don't like it. I don't like it as much as I did.
I had it on my list too. I'm disappointed.
You had antipathy, sympathy on your list.
And I'm disappointed with that too, Bob.
All right. All right, that was 8th level Druid spells. Tune in next time for level 9 Druid spells. We'll close it up and go back and watch all of our other Druid spells, levels 0 through 7, and our Bard spells, and our Cleric spells, and our Wizard spells, and whatever spells we do in the future. Until then, see you next time. Bye-bye. And go like and subscribe and all that. Bye. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West. And today we're breaking down our picks for the top 5. I mean 4. Probably 3 because there's the one worst. All right. Top 3 and 1 worst level 9 Druid spells.
I have a bone.
There's only 4 on this list.
I know, and I have a bone to pick with Wizards of the Coast because they gave like I've been doing sorcerer stuff recently, and there's like 12. How is it they can come up with that many arcane fantasy power and top end big splashy 9th level things, and they can't give druids more than 4? 3 of which overlap with every other class, or sorry, 2 of which overlap with every other class in the game. Like, come on.
Yeah, just I mean, you've got 9th level spells here. Just give them a little more.
Like 3 more would be great. They deserve a little. Like maybe you summon an army of giant elephants. That could be a fun one. I don't know. Maybe you turn everyone you know into a tree. Sure, that sounds like a 9th level spell.
You're asking more than what they're going to give. I'm just asking them, look, you've got a pool of spells here. Pick 3 more that are kind of druidic and put them on the list.
I'm sorry, you're just asking for them to just take what already exists and do the easy route of just giving druids wish. Like that's what you're asking for. I respect that.
I want better new spells, sure, but I'm trying to be realistic.
That's fair. Are any of these? One of them is a Druid exclusive, and that's unfortunate for Druids.
This I started looking into them, and I wasn't super excited by any of them except for one. And then, but then I thought, two more of these are kind of okay. I usually give the caveat that I don't put mine in order, but I think this is pretty easy for me to order.
Okay, sure. I've also have mine ranked. And Druids
Yeah.
also care about concentration. I mean, we're getting 9th level spells here. So like, I think these should have a power level where they if you have a concentrate on something, it should be this, right? Like these should be that tier of power, which is an issue for only one of them, but that's gonna be the worst. So we'll cover it when we get to it.
All right. Let's see. I guess I'll go first this time.
Sure.
My number one is shape change.
That's my number one too.
Yeah, of course it is.
It's like by leaps and bounds the best thing Druids get. This is I would say this is the only 9th level Druid spell. That's how I feel about the rest of these. I think shape change is really, really, really good. It is the most fair version of this kind of effect because like you have to maintain the hit points. Like you can't ever go up in hit points once you make the transformation. So you'll get your pool of HP, whatever you turn into, and it only goes down from there because you retain the things as you change through other forms. But you can change through other forms as you need to, and as long as you like track out the HP of things, you can become an ancient white dragon. You can become a dragon turtle. How sweet is that? Anyone get 324 HP dragon turtle? That sounds sweet.
I mean, you can like if you get healed somehow, then
yes.
Do your options go back up? All right, good.
If your hit point pool can take it, right? So, like, let's say you're a dragon turtle with 324 HP, you take 50 damage, you switch to something that has less than 50 HP, then you switch back to a dragon turtle, then you can restore the 50 HP back up. You can't do it if you don't have your hit point maximum is capped somewhere else.
Okay. Cool. What else do you want to say about this?
It's freaking sweet.
Yeah.
This is so True Polymorph is a spell I think it's relatively close to this. But I think True Polymorph is somehow more reined in. I don't remember exactly how. I could be wrong. It might be less reined in. It might be that True Polymorph happens once, and this lets you do it multiple times. Yeah, True Polymorph happens once. This is a thing you can repeatedly do over and over again. True Polymorph has up on this that you can use spellcasting with True Polymorph. You can't use shape change spells earned through shape change. Like you have to use their core features. You can't be like casting fireballs or you become an archmage and do the full spell list reset thing, but you don't need to. Whenever you have access to all the ancient white dragon text and all of the ancient dragon turtle text and all of the text of whatever high CR stuff you can find, you're going to have a good time with this. It definitely encourages you to go hunting. It definitely says, I just need to see the strongest dragon on the planet so I can turn into it, or at least a CR 19 version of it, right? You will go monster hunting to fill out your shape change book because it is that sweet.
This is I guess this is technically what the girl in the D&D movie did.
Yes, technically. Yeah. So she's actually a 20th level Archdruid.
Yeah, I will say this one feels like it should be Druid exclusive.
Agreed.
Because,
it's not though.
Yeah, it's not. But like Wizard gets everything. Yeah, this one feels druidy, and they need something exclusive. Wizard doesn't need this. Wizard's got True Polymorph.
Yeah, agreed. Well, I told you, Wizards and Sorcerers have like 12 of these.
Yeah.
They don't need this one, but here we are. I think Shape Change is a really fair 9th level spell in that you have to have seen the stuff you want to turn into. That's stuff, you can't like use it to regain HP spam that you can do with animal shapes and stuff, right? There's limitations placed on it that aren't placed on other things. So like it feels well designed and again kind of fair. Like I think a 20 level druid deserves to be a dragon turtle if they want to be a dragon turtle. At the same time, like wizards can become a dragon turtle if they want to, or an archmage, or reset their spell list and do a whole bunch of other garbage with wish and busted things with simulacrums and garbage. We're not talking about wizards. I'm just complaining about them briefly. Shape change is sweet. This is by far, I think, and it's not particularly close, the best 9th level druid spell.
All right. Yep. I'll agree with you there, but I like some of the other ones as well.
Other one? My number 2 is Foresight.
Yes.
I need to know how much it pains me that it's my number 2.
Yeah, I know. That's rough because I know how much you don't like this spell. Yeah. And it's number 2. Wow. I didn't expect it to be number 2 on your list. But yeah, I mean, advantage on everything. This one I think is a lot of fun. 8-hour duration.
Yeah, it lasting 8 hours and not taking concentration means if you don't like shape change, don't want to manage it, or maybe you just don't see anything high enough CR that you care about shape change, this is the one you take, where you go, okay, well, I have to use my 9th level slot on something, and I can't get an extra attack by upcasting the 8th level spell with like a conjure something, or summon something, so I guess I will use Foresight to get 8 hours on advantage on all my stuff. Sure.
Yeah. What? I still don't understand what you hate about this so much.
It's just really easy. At this stage of the game, advantage is not hard to get. There are plenty of ways to do it in combat, especially. People have been getting advantage on all their stuff for all the time.
Carpet bomb, blanket advantage on everything.
It's, again, the saving throws matter the most. Sure.
Yeah, this was also my number 2.
It's fine. It's
my number
fine.
2,
it's
and I'm more excited than you are about it by leaps and bounds, apparently.
It doesn't. I'll say it one more time, because I have. If you want to see me complain about Foresight, I'm pretty sure it was my worst on Wizards list, or one of them. I talked at length about why I don't think Foresight's very good. Maybe not worst, but it was definitely made Bob's list, and I was like, it's trash. I think we have a video on it. Go watch.
Yeah,
that.
I think the video we did on Foresight is where you opened up to the world your disdain for this spell.
If I'm spending a 9th level spell slot on something, I need that 9th level spell slot to do something beyond the scope of what I can do without features, right? Without features, I can take the help action, and with the help action, I can get advantage on something. 9th level spells shouldn't give you infinite of a mundane thing. And that's what this kind of does, is an infinite amount of a mundane thing. 9th level spells need to reshape the world. The shape change lets you turn into anything, as long as you've seen it. Anything. That's reshaping the world. That's huge. That's impactful.
Shape change ranked above this for me, too.
Agreed. Wish, True Polymorph, Meteor Swarm, all of these big splat, Time Stop, they change foundationally how you have to consider playing Dungeons and Dragons. The world changes with them existing. Foresight is just a person that's kind of good at stuff. And there are lots of people that are kind of good at stuff. I guess he's really good at stuff.
Really good at a lot of stuff.
No, they still don't add their proficiency bonus to whatever they're doing that they aren't proficient in. And that matters more than advantage at this tier, right? Adding +6 to something does matter more than having advantage on it a lot of the time. And this, if you don't add mods onto this, like, you're not getting, this doesn't automatically take you from having a +1 wisdom save with no wisdom save proficiency and makes you start passing a lot more wisdom saving throws. You're not going to pass a lot more wisdom saving throws because you're still not dealing with the DCs of 23 easily, right? You're still not getting miraculous amazingness at everything. You're just a little bit better at it. And if you're already really good at things, you probably have ways of getting advantage on it, which means that doesn't impact the things you're already good at. And it's my number 2.
Yeah.
I don't like Foresight.
All right. See, all right. Your graph goes from number 1 to number 2. Wait, yes. I'm backwards in the camera here, and then I guess 3 and 4.
Yeah.
Mine goes more like number 1, number 2, and then we get the drop off.
Yeah, it really is a pretty sheer drop off. I'll give it that. What do you have for our third best?
I think
9th level Druid Spell.
We might swap out these two, but I picked Storm of Vengeance for the next one.
That's my number 4, unfortunately. Yeah. I picked Truth's Resurrection as my number 3.
Well, we're gonna talk. It doesn't matter. We're talking about all these.
This is true.
All right. Storm of Vengeance. It just, I want to like it. It feels like a good druidy kind of thing, but it just takes so damn long for the cool stuff to start happening. I guess things stack, but how wide is this ring? And it only lasts a minute.
Yeah, it lasts a minute. It's a 360-foot radius.
Okay, that's pretty big. I'll give it that. But yeah, all right. So what happens in the first round?
Okay. When you cast it, each creature under the cloud, no more than 5,000 feet beneath the cloud, mind you. So this isn't infinite in height.
Yes. When
it appears, makes a con save or takes, drumroll please, 2d6 thunder damage.
But that's not all.
2. For a 9th level spell, you took an action, you took your concentration, you've done 2d6 damage. That might have not happened because they could pass, and on a pass they take nothing.
Sam, they also become deafened.
Oh, that's normally upside.
Yes.
Each round that you maintain concentration on this hot trash, the storm produces a different effect. So you don't also get the 2d6 damage every round. That happened once.
No, the stack.
No, on a failed save, it takes 2d6 damage. Then, each round you maintain concentration, you get a thing. So on round 2, It says you get acid rain falls
Yeah,
from the cloud.
additional effects. So they still take the thunder damage every turn, right?
In the area. Each creature under the cloud makes con save. On a failed save, it takes 2d6 and becomes deafened. Each round you maintain concentration on the spell, the storm produces different effects on your turn. So these effects
produces additional effects.
Oh, I'm looking at the D&D wiki and it says different effects.
Oh.
So we might have.
I copied and pasted this from somewhere. I don't know.
Here, I will check Roll20 or D&D Beyond. That'll definitely have it accurately. It doesn't matter. It's still awful for what this is worth.
Yeah, but it definitely makes a difference.
It's a matter of degree at this point.
Yeah.
So storm event. So what? Keep going. What else does it do on our first effect, Bob?
Round 2, you get acidic rain falls from the cloud.
Oh, that sounds like it could be dangerous. How much could that possibly deal?
God, I'm embarrassed to say this. Takes 1d6 acid damage.
Okay, so best interpretation reading, we're doing 3d6 damage this round.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm checking D&D Beyond. It does say each round you maintain concentration on the spell, the storm produces different effects on your turn.
Oh, crap.
So we're not doing 3d6 damage here. We're doing 1d6 damage here.
That's...
Ruh-roh, Raggy.
Yeah. We need Jeremy Crawford. That can't be the case.
So if we're... Let's just compare this to, I don't know, Meteor Swarm. Meteor Swarm is 3 instances, or a number of giant freaking huge meteors do 40d6 damage each, right? Let's just say one of those meteors is landing, all right? One of those meteors is doing 40d6 damage, 20 fire, 20 bludgeoning. We have done 3d6 damage over 2 rounds.
Oh, wait. Slow down. Oh, my God. It's official. Jeremy Crawford on Twitter. In the Storm of Vengeance, each new effect replaces the effects of previous rounds.
It might be that you have the outdated version then, where they didn't errata it to different.
Oh, my God. Look, so this is worse than I thought. I was just giving it a little bit of credit, but oh, man, no. All right, this might move to number 4 for me.
Sure. So round 3, you call 6 bolts of lightning from the cloud that strike 6 creatures or objects of your choice beneath it. A given creature or object can't be struck by more than 1 bolt. A struck creature must make a dex save, taking 10d6 on a failed or have as much as success. Notably, this is the round 2, they always take a d6. That's guaranteed. I guess that's something. This is the first instance where it is save or half. The 2d6, if they save, nothing happens. Here, they take 10d6 or half 10d6. So you're always getting something if you can get to 3 rounds. If you get to 3 rounds, we're at roughly a fourth of a meteor swarm. 3 rounds of concentration, fourth of a meteor swarm. Round 4?
Whoa, slow down. Round 3. All right, you get 6 bolts of lightning.
That hit different things.
Yes. This is worse than level 3 call lightning. Because that's area of effect, at least.
I mean, I wouldn't call it worse than Call Lightning. Call Lightning does 3d10. So
yeah, all right. Upcast Call Lightning?
Bob, you're not... Stop trying to convince the internet Call Lightning it's good. It's not.
I'm comparing
You're lying to our viewers.
I'm comparing it to this. If you have to make the choice between casting this or an upcast Call Lightning...
Just cast Lightning Bolt. Lightning Bolt's 8d6 in a line.
Sam, I'm saying if you have to make the choice, Lightning Bolt wasn't one of the choices.
Okay. All right, I'll give you that. I'll take Call Lightning over Storm of Vengeance every day of the week. Because after 3 rounds of Storm of Vengeance or of Call Lightning, I've done 3d10 damage 3 times in an area. This has done 10d6 plus 3d6 conditionally on it staying up. So yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen a lot often too, especially a tier play where people are like trying to kill you. Round 4 is a flat 2d6 damage, so if we're tallying, 1 creature will have taken 15d6 damage for a 9th level spell, mind you, 9th level, 15d6 damage. At most 6 creatures, by the way, at most 6 creatures taking 15d6 damage. If there's more than that, they're taking 5d6 damage. And then rounds 5 to 10, you would think get a lot better, but they don't. So gusts and freezing rain assails the area under the cloud. The area becomes difficult to terrain and is heavily obscured. Both those are neat enough conditions. Each creature takes a d6 cold damage while in it. Range attacks are impossible. The wind counts as severe and all this bunch of other stuff. Finally, strong gusts of wind disperse fogs and mists and other similar phenomena. So it becomes really stormy and heavily obscured. It deals bonus d6 damage, which means For the last 5 rounds, you get 1d6 damage per round. If you tally it all up, it is half of a meteor swarm damage for a full minute worth of casting. What unbelievable hot trash garbage.
If you don't lose concentration.
Yeah.
And like the most powerful effect, the lightning thing, that I mean, the enormous area doesn't matter because you can only hit 6 creatures. And oh, this hurts so much.
Well, what's worse is, like, let's say we're in an environment where you do want the giant area of heavy difficult terrain and heavy obscurity, right? Because it is a big area of that.
Yeah.
You get guaranteed 5 rounds of it and had to have spent in combat 5 rounds doing other things, right? So there have been 5 rounds going on where you haven't had the thing that you would want to cast the spell for, and it will end the moment the heavy obscurity gets 5 rounds after. So, like, if you're in a super long fight against a siege, you get 30 seconds of
it. If you're lucky.
If you're lucky, assuming you don't drop concentration by round 5, which is so long in initiative. Initiative at 20th level takes like hours, and this is 5 rounds. No shot. Utter trash. Completely uncastable.
Oh, man.
And then they were like, listen, these effects can't be additive. It'd be too good.
I know. This made number 3 on my list of 4 because I thought they'd stacked.
Sure don't.
Oh, that's painful.
Yeah.
And look, I'm not gonna go into a deep dive about Call Lightning, but that's got a 10-minute duration, so even better than this.
Speaking of Call Lightning, commenters, go check out that video, but more importantly, check out the guy that did the math in the description of the person. I don't know who they are that did the math in the description of that video. They went through and like, hey, here are the numbers of the space of the different spell effects, and Bob was wildly off, which was great. I had no idea. He had no idea. So we just get to see how much more damage the bigger area does. And it is exponential. It's like in the billions. It was sweet. Props to that commenter.
Yeah.
Anyway,
all right.
That was my number 4, your number 3. So that leaves...
No, it's probably my number 4 now.
Great. So our number 4 was Call Lightning. Let's touch back on our number 3 then, shall we? True Resurrection.
Yeah. Yeah, I had this originally at number 4 because I thought, you know, all the Storm of Vengeance stuff stacked. True Resurrection, for me, like it's just like a really expensive option to get resurrected when you've got a bunch of like cheaper and easier options, and yeah, so whatever.
Yeah. I would say I'm probably never preparing this for an adventuring day. I can also probably say I might prepare this over a long rest if my buddy died. I can't say the same thing about Storm of Vengeance. I would just never going to prepare Storm of Vengeance. So that's what this has got going for it. You can sometimes prepare this if you're rich. Sure, that's upside over Storm of Vengeance. Is it not? Yeah. It is marginally better than Resurrection. It is marginally better than Raise Dead. It is, I think, way worse than Revivify, because that just happens for a 3rd level spell slot and 100 gold, and you just need to be somewhere in the wheelhouse of a minute of them dying. That happens pretty often. True Resurrection has weird arbitrary years on it that we've talked about. We've definitely also talked about True Resurrection length. I think our Cleric 10th level videos touch on it. I think it's just Cleric. So you can go check that out. Probably do a video on it, right?
We did a True Resurrection video.
Yeah, check that out about why this spell's kind of dookie. Got an hour cast time, sure. Doesn't matter. It's a 9th level functional ritual spell that you take whenever someone has died and you want to get them back in style.
Yeah, just stay within a minute of people and have Revivify ready to go.
Yeah, maybe it also has the text like if no body exists, so if they got like disintegrated or something, sure.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I guess it's got a couple of niche uses.
It's not as fun to talk about as Storm of Vengeance, though.
No.
It's just kind of bad. It's like, yeah, this is a bad resurrection effect. There are cheaper ways to do this.
If it was the only resurrection effect, then okay, it'd be pretty cool. But there's so many.
Yeah, I actually think this game would be really interesting if True Resurrection was the only resurrection magic. That it's like, oh, this is really novel, actually. Like, this is how you bring people back from the dead. And that's a big, powerful, splashy effect. Death is a lot more permanent whenever you need to be 17th level to get access to the way to get people not dead anymore. But because Revivify exists as a 5th level character to bring people back, it's like, my cousin can do this. Like,
the same cousin could do more impressive things than Storm of Vengeance.
A toddler can do more impressive things than Storm of Vengeance.
All right. Well, I guess this isn't going to be a very long video because we're done. We've covered all 4 9th level Druid spells.
But this really should say, I think, to viewers at home, is that shape change is really great, and you should play with that. It's very fun to play with. It's a little bit of work, but it's really fun. If you don't want to do the work, foresight, I guess, is what you get. And then past that, pester Wizard of the Coast for 9th level spells, or go on and find third-party sources. There are plenty of great options out there from homebrew and third-party publishers that have come out with sweet, spicy 9th level Druid spells that aren't necessarily perfectly balanced, but they don't need to be, because this game is kind of all over the place in terms of balance as rules is written. So, like, in the PHB, like, it's a disaster. So go nuts.
You're 9th level. The spells aren't balanced anymore.
We've left the tier of balance like 7 levels ago, probably 8 levels, a while ago. Around 9th level, the game just kind of got flipped on its head. Now full casters do, superhero stuff, and fighters still attack twice. So.
All right. Yeah. Well, that was our 9th level Druid spell list. Thanks for sticking with us this long. We'll stay tuned for whatever list we cover next time. Go back and watch all the other ones. Cantrips through level 8. What?
I have a math question for our commenters. If anyone wants to do the math on how many creatures you would need to have take a full minute's duration worth of Storm of Vengeance versus a single meteor of Meteor Swarm, I'd love to know, like, how many creatures do you take damage from this for to justify its cast? That could be fun.
Okay.
It's a lot of math, though, so, I don't expect it to happen. But maybe it does. Otherwise, comment on your top 5 list or top 4 list. There's only 4.
Maybe if you wanted to just like feed a city with fish, you cast it over the ocean, and all these dead fish start floating up.
Sure. I think the use case is pretty cute, where you because you have Druid spells at this point, and for wild shape, you turn into a vole and bury under the ground, and then Storm of Vengeance just to terrorize a city. Sure, but Earthquake does that a lot better. The granted, Earthquake's a lower read area, but only terrorizes it for a minute though, so it's not even that damaging.
All right, people stop watching already.
Yeah, it's
good. All right. All right, thank you, Sam. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Thank you for watching. If you found this helpful, informative, or entertaining, I'd really appreciate it if you hit the like button below. You needn't smash it. A gentle tap will suffice. If you want to see more videos like this, subscribe to the channel. And make sure you check out the links in the description, where you'll find my Caverns and Creatures series of comedy fantasy novels, Sam's full review of the spell, and other fun things.